But we start with green.
60 seconds. Yes, we're starting with green. Perfect time to fire up the
Green, I
microphones.
see.
Meowdy, everybody. Hello. Welcome back. It's Fail Portrayal. What will hopefully be the final adventure.
It depends on if you want to do the other set or not. This should be the end of the main set.
I think we should get out of here. We've been here for like a month. I didn't even bring it up
That's
at all, but I'm
fair.
pretty sure there was a poll last month about an FP topic that I got to catch up on
That's fair.
and see if we want to get some drafting done. It's okay that we're not doing any cubes though or anything because the number of people has been very chaotic through the FF thing. Loth will be gone, everybody at home, for at least another couple of weeks. I'm pretty sure Axe said that he can't make it at all tonight.
He said he just said that he'll be here shortly.
Oh, did he just post that? Okay. So he will be in. He was just a little late. Okay. I was pretty sure we discussed missing something, but I don't remember if it was FP or maybe he's going to be late to Final Fantasy, or it could just be that whatever he said on Sunday didn't happen. You know, stuff happens. Ksha, you said you're going to step out for a little bit in a while. But I'm sure you'll be back because we'll be here for 6 hours. We're going to try not to be here for 6 hours. We'll probably be here for 6 hours anyway, but we're going to try to not be here for 6 hours. Because
Hopefully not 6.
I feel like I've been saying it a lot, but it is very true the past couple of days. I don't know why. Well, I guess I have been waking up a little bit earlier, but I've been feeling very groggy the past couple of days. Probably to make sure I'm getting enough like iron and stuff. But you know, I'd ideally like to not be here for 5 million years. So the plan is, as Dallas was saying, I'm pretty sure that got out there when I unmutified the microphones. We're going to start with green. We're going to do multicolor. We're going to do colorless artifacts because we already did non-artifact colorless creatures. And then we'll speedrun lands. So we're starting with Grun. And actually, green has a couple of non-creatures right at the front. First is Airship Crash. This costs you 3, one of which must be Grun. Destroy an artifact, enchantment, or a creature with flying. It also has cycling, so you can pay 2 mana and discard this card to draw a card.
Yeah, so this card is kind of in every set. Just usually attached with whatever gimmick fits with it in the set. It's a good side deck card. It's a pretty poor main deck card in this set because I think I mentioned last week there are only like 7 creatures with actual flying. So like in flying heavy sets, you can main deck this kind of card. Like last set where there were dragons fucking everywhere.
I mean, it is an instant, so like technically that still works if they like summon a Dragoon who has jump on their turn that you need to get rid of like instantly. But that's still like a very tricky pick.
It's not like last set. This card was main deckable. That is the exception rather than the usual rule. It is usually a side deck staple.
Yeah, even in my pre-release, this was a great side deck option, and because I really needed to get rid of enchantments, but I wouldn't put it in the main deck either for that.
Yeah, like I said, it's only main deckable when flying is literally everywhere. And
yeah, like if you are running into troublesome artifacts or enchantments, you might need the extra hate. But like I said, that's why it's a
side deck card. Yeah,
because as we said, it is.
And that's pretty standard for artifact and enchantment removal across draft sets, unless it's attached to something else cool. It's rarely ever main decked. But yeah, I think this is a reference. I don't, because this could be a reference to fucking anything. It's 9. Okay, it's specifically 9. But spoiler: airship crashing is not a unique thing in Final Fantasy.
No, it happens quite a lot of times.
A lot. I just knew it wasn't
another happy landing.
I just knew it wasn't 6 because when the airship crashes in that, you wouldn't be in a forest.
Yeah, it's obviously the art is referencing a specific incident in 9, but I think that they making this card that destroys artifacts, enchantments, or creatures with flying, which I believe that would hit all airships in this, and also some other stuff. It just kind of works to reference quite a lot of things. But let's talk about a large boy. This is one of the mythics, actually. The Ancient Adamantoise, who costs 8.
This one's
8 mana, 3 green.
It's just a turtle. It's creature turtle. It has vigilance. It has ward 3. Yeah. Damage isn't removed from this creature during cleanup, which is interesting but important because it does have 20 toughness otherwise. All damage that would be dealt to you and other permanents is dealt to this creature instead. When this creature dies, exile it, create 10 tapped treasure tokens. This is obviously referencing a guy from 15. You can also see the scale because I'm pretty sure that's the car in fly mode.
Fight kaijus. Yeah. 6 has a lot of kaiju battles.
But
or 15, sorry.
Yeah. Well, also, so does 16, but you are also the kaiju when doing that.
Yeah, I should say, this one has a lot of human on kaiju battles.
But yeah, it's a big chungus. This is an interesting card design space, and while I've gotten a decent grasp of Magic from doing these, this is one of those cards that I'm like, I have no idea about this one. Because it's really costly.
This card is interesting.
But he's like got 8. He does have 8 power on a vigilance warded creature.
It should be mentioned, like I said last week, because of the recent bannings, and also the fact that rotation is in like a month. Standard is just completely up in the air in flux right now. So, but if I had to put my card assessment hat on, I would say this is not a good card in 60 card formats. I feel like if you play this card fairly, it is kind of an overcost to do nothing. Like it's
it's a very interesting concept, but yeah, the idea that this card's going to be valuable on turn 8-ish, you know, at your latest. There are ways you can get extra mana earlier, but it is, you know.
I feel like you got to be playing a really deep stall strategy.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a stall card because this guy has ward 3 and he does have.
See, Omega, I disagree with that. I think if you're using, I should say, I think this card was made as a stall card. I think if you play this as a stall card, it's just kind of mediocre. Because it's just kind of a bungus, which is like, it's cool, but like...
I mean, like I said, I think the design's very interesting because basically, this guy has 20 toughness. He basically gives you a fucking second life bar because he's got 20 toughness, but damage isn't removed during cleanup steps, which means that, you know, your opponent can keep punching it, but it does have vigilance, so it's not tapping. It has ward, so it's harder for your opponent to just go delete this guy. And it takes all damage for your other guys onto you.
Yeah, I don't really have the brain power for... I don't really have the brain power for it, but I imagine this card is part of some degenerate combo something in Commander. I can't really see any other home for it, though.
Green and black are, as a 2-color, is a strategy that does involve a decent amount. I mean, obviously, black does revival in general, but a green-black combo would be good for reviving. So you might
when I say combo, I mean some way to exploit that ability
like
to
the actual
do something.
like the strategy. Like something like where it basically makes like some ability free because instead of, you know, damaging your own creatures, you know.
Yeah, this card
says
really
all damage that would be dealt to you or permanents you control is dealt to this creature instead. So like this guy, like I said, this guy basically gives you an extra life bar. So if you just used him as an extra 20 life to cast spells that hurt you, there's probably something there. And
this card reminds me a lot of Ishtola.
It's very funny to me that like the game designers did a good job here of like giving you a backstop, because like you'd think like, oh, you know, yes, this guy has protection, but he's still gonna die because all damage redirects him and he can't, like, unlike other creatures, he doesn't, you know, refresh himself after combat. But then, even if he blows up, he becomes 10 treasure tokens that when they untap, you know, gives you a lot of resources to cycle back. Cloning is also very silly.
Funny.
Yeah.
If it's not legendary, cloning it's like, now you have 5 health bars.
Yeah, no, yeah, I can imagine, like I said,
I don't
that,
see it as great, but I still think that's funny.
ironically, in Black and Green, I don't think it's generally as good because it does exile on death. So,
It's true.
like,
So
repeated reviving shenanigans isn't really an option. But like I said, I don't have the brain power for it right now, but I imagine there's some combo. It's like Y'shtola. I haven't seen this ability on many things, or anything, really, so there's some combo with something that does something stupid.
it's the kind of thing I'd say where, like, I look at this and I'd go, we talked about this a little, especially with the commander decks, where, like, there were a couple haha hee hee cards who were, like, not good in their own deck, but also were, like, clearly something. This is obviously in standard. It's a mythic rare, but this is a card that, like, I feel like is better in a commander strat where you're like, okay, we're gonna come up with some haha hee hee cards that go with this somehow. I don't know what those are, but you'll find them.
No, yeah, I'm in the yeah. That's pretty much what I think. It's like there's gonna be something stupid with this. I don't know what it is, and it's probably not in standard. Then again, rotation happens soon, so maybe who knows? Maybe Adamantine Adamantoise combo is one of the new standard decks.
Well,
I wouldn't bet on it. There
next
are
we have
other
another
green cards we'll talk about later that I would much rather invest coin in.
Who is also our
Bam
forest
Bam
cycler.
Rexor.
Yeah. Balam T-Rexar. Costs you 6. It's a
Bam
creature, it's a
Bam.
dinosaur. He's a 6/6 for 6 with trample, and you gain 3 life when he enters, so that's pretty good incentive to actually have it hit the board. But also, it's your forest cycler, so you can discard it and pay 2 and add a forest.
And you know what the fun part is, Omega? I can sing that song and you won't get in trouble for it. Or you shouldn't get in trouble for it, considering it's a 17th century folk song. Don't think you could copyright that.
Well, you can copyright performances, but I think your original cover is okay.
I am no lead belly. I would be flattered if I got flagged for that, but no.
So does the academy just have a dinosaur in the background in the garden?
I'm pretty sure
this
yes.
is the forest outside of the academy.
Oh, okay.
But I like from like the quote from Quistis here. I assume this is like something you can run into outside, and maybe you shouldn't.
This is like one of the first bosses, I think. I could be wrong.
It's a pretty big guy.
Because like I said, I have not played 8 in a while because 8 is in that unfortunate category of game that is like really awkward to replay. Just 7, 8, and 9 are all that way for me. Here's hoping they remake 8 and 9. Well, more 8 because we've pseudo confirmed 9.
I mean, yeah, it is still very to aside a little because we are talking about FF stuff, and I'm gonna mention this again on the 14 stream tomorrow. But it is really interesting. We just passed the 25th anniversary of 9, and like a lot of people are like upset at Square Enix because they're not announcing a remake, but the remake isn't announced. It was leaked. They've never officially confirmed it was in the works. It might be canceled for all we know, or it might be another, game that's way out there. And also, people have brought this up. On the PlayStation, FF9 had a bigger world map than 7. The game that has been in pre-production, like they started pre-pro on the 7 remake in like 2013.
Oh, yeah, no. 9 is fucking huge. Like 9 is one of the, if I'm not mistaken, I think it's like the biggest Final Fantasy that isn't an MMO.
So like, I mean, and I think that they could, I don't want to say cut corners, but they could scale back the need for graphic fidelity by keeping it much more stylized. But even then, that's still quite a lot of textures that people who are posting on Twitter angry there's no announcement of a remake game would be upset if they weren't HDified. So it's like one of those things that's like, yeah, I know it was in the NVIDIA leak. They're probably working on it, but it, like I said,
I can't imagine
the
it's
FF7
canceled.
remake, like I said, was in pre-pro for like 4 or 5 years before they announced it.
Yeah, I can't imagine it's canceled, mostly because of the renewed popularity of FF9, just honestly because of this set. Spoiler, we'll talk about a certain happy boy later, but...
Well, also, I mean, there's a shitload of 9 references in the current 14 X-Pack. Obviously, you're not there yet, Dallas, but I can tell you that there's a lot of 9 references in that part. And they did release an HD remaster of 9, so you can, like, play 9 on, like, you know, PS5s. I think it's on Steam, shit like that. So, like, it's out there.
Can I ask a permission, then? For this stream, because we're not going to do the remakes, can we do the best and worst artwork from the remake? Or from the reprint set?
Sure, if you could find
just one art of each. One really good one and one Kuja. I'm going to do Kuja. And if you've seen Kuja...
We can take a crack.
You'll know.
I have not seen all the reprint set. I have been looking around because well, we discussed this last week, but the full art with the Roman numeral of Vaughn is indeed turbo cheap. It's like literally $1. Yeah. I just have to debate because of the way places like TCG Player work is they'll tack on like another $1 in shipping, and it's like, do I want to pay $2 for this, or can I wiggle around that a little? The reprint set through the ages, the alt art of Vaughn as well, is also super cheap.
Oh, that
which we mentioned. We didn't show it on stream, but we also mentioned it.
Yeah, I should say the reprint Vaughn is actually very good. The Captain Lenry Storm.
Yeah, that's what I said. We talked about that, so it was funny. But it's also the art is also fairly cheap. So
yeah.
But we're gonna talk about the Bard Bow.
The Bard Bow. Oh,
costs you 3. Artifact equip. Job select, so it creates a 1/1 token. Gets equipped to it, that gets +3/+3. It has reach and is a bard, and it costs 6 to equip later. 3 mana for a 3/3 with reach is a little, like, aggressive.
No, 3 mana 3/3 with reach is good. The big problem with this one is that re-equip cost is rough.
Yeah.
I think it's the worst re-equip cost in the game. In this set, I should say.
What was the Machinist one?
Well, the Machinist one might be higher, but the Machinist one is also, like,
I also think the Machinist one was, like... I think the re-equip cost of the Machinist one was not that high. It's just it had a high...
Yeah, it's only 4.
It had a high cost to cast in the first place.
Yeah.
This is, like, double the default cost to equip it to give a guy 2/2 and reach and makes them a bard.
I don't know... And once again, this goes back to the set. This goes back to the set question, where it's like, because there isn't that much flying in this set, how premium is reach? And it's not very to me. Like, I'm never gonna say this card is awful, but it's not like
no, like
good.
we said, the mana cost. Like, if this was just a green creature for 3 that was a 3/3 with reach, that would be okay. Like, that would not be necessarily overcosted.
Aye, but what about the set before and after this? Like, how much flying?
We don't know.
That?
Well, the thing is, this card is not good enough to see play in Standard. I'll just say that right out of the gate. Like, you're never gonna use a card like this outside of Limited, which is fine. Like, this is a common. It's a signpost job select common, like, for green. Like, you're not. This isn't supposed to be some Standard shaking card. But unfortunately, in Limited, it's just not worth it.
Okay.
Well, I guess
worth it.
In the context of this, is just like you're paying the mana cost for the fact that it adds reach to a guy, and is there? I probably should have pulled up the guide again, but it's.
I would say this card
is one of the green sub themes supposed to be equips as well.
No. Not really. But reach is kind of a green thing. But here's the thing. You're never gonna be like you're never gonna play this for it having reach. You're mostly just gonna play this as a 3 mana body. And it's not the worst thing at being that. Because, like, I mean, there are worse.
It's not high priority.
It's not good. Like, there are bad cards for Limited in this set that we'll talk about. I don't necessarily think this is one of them, but it's definitely not a good card.
It's a card that definitely, like you said, I think is probably not going to make any waves in Standard because there are even if there is a shitload of flying in the upcoming space set, which there might be.
This is the penultimate. I don't like using the term draft chaff because I love draft, so that kind of rustles my Jimmy.
I mean, it could be worse,
a bit.
Dallas. There's a legitimate discussion point in Yu-Gi-Oh because Yu-Gi-Oh sets are usually, especially in the TCG where they fuck with the rarities.
They don't have
Yu-Gi-Oh sets
really.
are not designed to be drafted. They're not designed for limited usually, despite the audience's passion for it. But we still get critiques about like pack filler because there's usually like a dozen cards every TCG set that are probably not good, but it is the kind of thing of like, well, you need the set needs commons from somewhere, and also I've talked about it. Half those every set, every 3 months or so in Yu-Gi-Oh anyway, are usually imports from things that are not brought over to the TCG anyway, like V-Jump promos, and it's like, do you really want those to be like promotional rares? Because they all suck.
I wouldn't necessarily call this pack filler necessarily, because to me, pack filler and draft chaff are two different things.
I know. Like, that's what I mean. Like you're a little loath to say the phrase like draft chaff, but
draft chaff is the phrase, but draft chaff means it's good in draft, but it's only good in draft. Whereas pack filler is generally used for cards as like, what is this good for?
I mean, like I said, I feel like because when we were looking at the other job selects, most of those had a home in the draft makeup as like at least one combo. There was an equip focused deck that worked on them, whether that was like you swarm a lot of little guys or you're moving around artifacts or something. If green doesn't really have that home, this is just like, I don't mean any discredit to the designers for it, but I think they were like, okay, we need to do the bard. What do we do? I got a bow. I guess they get reach.
I can tell you what it is. I can tell you. Well, that is a thing in Magic. Bows mean reach.
Yeah.
But that is it in Magic. It is always like if you ever see a creature with reach, it's either a spider or it's a dude with a bow. That's just those are the two things with reach: is giant spiders or tree folk. Sorry, tree folk, but those are less common now. But I would say this might be better than I think it looks in draft, only because of how good the cheap flyers have ended up being in draft. Like what are they? It's Gale Cat and Aramaya, I believe, or Aramon.
Arimon's cheap
I think
flyer.
those cards have been overperforming, so I think in response to this card might be better than you might expect, but it's still very much a limited card. I do love the art, though. I will say this is one of my favorite job select arts.
Yeah, I looked at it and I really thought it was fucking cool.
What
were the two cards I missed earlier? Or is it just one?
You missed Bam T-Rex.
Yeah, 3. It was Airship Crash, Ancient Adamantoise, and Balam T-Rex.
Yeah. Airship Crash is literally the most like meat and vegetables. This card is literally in every set.
Destroy a target artifact, enchantment, or creature with flying.
That's classic. That's classic green removal. Yep, that's green.
That card is literally in like every set. With
I mean, there's always isn't there always green artifact hate at some point?
No, it is specifically artifact enchantment and creature with flying hate, and then it is adjusted a little bit by whatever the set's gimmick is. Like for example, the one in Aether Drift is destroy target artifact. Is that and also destroy target vehicle or some shit like that. Like it'll be whatever the set's gimmick is.
Okay.
And because cycling is a common thing in this, and giving it flashback would be a little strong.
Hey, look, it's I can't see the guy's name.
5 protagonists.
The fucking title is covered.
It's Bart. His name is also Bart.
I just couldn't see.
Bart's and
Boko.
Yeah.
He's like the core of like the bird deck.
My least favorite. No, he's not. We'll get to the core of the bird deck later, but Bart's Witches, he was the core of the bird deck.
Well, he was designed to be the core of the bird deck.
Yeah. My least favorite Final Fantasy protagonist.
He's from
really?
5. Okay.
He's from 5. Yes.
I know nothing about 5.
I can get into it a little bit. Well,
I mean, I guess it's curious because, like, so 5 is after 4, so they had more characterization. But I feel like storytelling-wise,
well,
that's what I was gonna say.
More.
I meant in general. They have more characterization as a Final Fantasy game. But I was going to say my second half there is I do believe generally 5 is, because they went back to job select, is like a dip between 4 and 6 in terms of like being character driven.
The best way I can describe Bart's is he reminds me a lot of Roy. But it's more annoying because it makes less sense. Because from what I remember, he is a trained warrior, opposed to Roy, who is just some random fucking teenager.
Well, I mean, he's...
Well, not a random, but you know what I mean. Like, he was not a active soldier. He is a teenage prince. So him being a bit whiny made a bit more sense to me. Obviously, I haven't played 5 in a while, so I could be wrong.
4 was Cecil, right?
4 is Cecil, and I like Cecil
so, like,
a lot.
4,
But
6, honestly, I just see a lot of like 4 and 6, and then I guess 7, 8, 9 are all.
well,
I
that's
mean,
because
here's the
5
thing
was
you know
never
about, like-
reported to the U.S.
Well, that's also true. But the other thing is that, like I said, 5 has its moments and it has memorable characters. But 5 was, again, like honestly the last big time they did, unless you want to count like some of the MMO stuff they did do later. But that was the last time, like,
Job select
that's
was
where
a
like
thing, yeah.
all the super iconic, like the biggest, fullest list of job select stuff is. So like, there's a lot of gameplay stuff
Well,
and a
you
lot
don't
of
count
like art
tactics.
cues from 5. It's true, but Tactics as being a strategy RPG is very different from how that like works.
Sorry,
even though
I'm
they've
permanently
interpreted some
Fire Emblem brain, but yeah. It's like, no, this is normal.
But yeah, so this is Bartson Boko, costs 5. He's a legendary creature, human
Boko
bird.
is also the goat, though. Spoiler, Boko is the Chocobo.
Yes. He's a 4/3. He has affinity for birds. He costs 1 less to cast for each bird you control. When he enters, each other bird you control deals damage to its power to a target creature your opponent controls. Yeah. This is still obviously a very good card if you're building a bird deck, but I do want to say this doesn't read like
it's
the
not
core
that good, though.
of a bird deck.
Because it is only removal for one thing.
It's true, because it is just, let's see, each
'Cause
other
it
bird
is-
deals
it
damage
is
to
each
its
other
power to
bird
a
to
target
one
creature.
target.
Yeah.
So you could deal like
One.
30 damage to one dude, theoretically, but only one dude. And like, affinity for birds is cool, but he is only like a 4/3, and he can't get to 0, so it's not like that affinity for art. The reason affinity for artifacts is broken is because affinity for artifacts was often on things that had no colored mana pips, so you could get things down to 0.
Yeah, they were themselves artifacts or were things clearly designed to synergize with artifacts, so they were colorless.
No, I'm
no
not
matter
gonna
what,
say
this guy
he's
costs
bad.
2.
I'm not going to say he's bad, but like...
I mean, like, yeah, if you're casting him for the minimum cost and he's like a 4/3 for 2, that means you're going to kill a guy when you enter, probably, because you're having 3 birds attack.
Yeah.
That's not terrible, but this...
But in limited, also, I don't think you could... Because I've never been able to reliably get that many chocobos on field.
They are kind of like...
chocobos are plentiful, they are kind of weak. They are just
out
tutus.
there. Yeah.
They all landfall though, so like.
Yeah, but that doesn't help their toughness. When I say, sorry, I shouldn't have said weak. I meant squishy. They're squishy. They're
They
squishy
still only
birds.
have 2 HP, yeah. As opposed to Ancient Adamantoise.
Yeah, but doesn't landfall like. Landfall's boat is Frank Van Tone.
No, for chocobos, landfall is only the power, not the toughness.
Okay, because I know there is a 1/1 chocobo that does get both.
Yeah, that's a different. We'll get to that card. And that card I think is very good. But the base chocobo landfall ability is +1/+0 per landfall trigger. That is the one that's on every chocobo card, other than specific name chocobos.
I mean, and that's the kind of
Boko-
funny thing about talking about like magic keywords and stuff is some of them you can work that way where like the landfall effect is this creature gets a buff when a land enters, but it can be different.
The other awkward thing for Bartz and Boko, in a like more commander sense than anything, is they're kind of an awkward color for birds. Because while birds are very green in this set, green is like the third bird color.
We've talked about that before, where like birds,
Yeah.
I feel like, are much more iconically blue traditionally. It's just
it's blue. I feel like you can do blue and white in equal measure. Like traditionally,
has a lot of
land
fire.
birds, birds that are over land are white, and birds that are over sea are blue.
Yeah. So chocobos are doing something a little different for Magic because they are clearly land-based birds. They, do not normally fly.
Generally, green doesn't have a lot of flying creatures, and if they do, they're usually like some terrifying fucking dinosaur thing.
Well, most chocobos can't fly.
No. The ones at 14 are built different.
Well, and also are you may recall this depending, but like originally they couldn't fly. That was like actually a thing that they added later.
I still maintain. I know it would have been annoying, but because you get the free flying mount anyway at the end of the quest, I think they should have made chocobo mounts permanently grounded.
The black chocobo is supposed to be the special one, and I mean if you use a chocobo porter, they don't fly. It's just one of those things to briefly talk about the MMO game design.
Should have been on ground.
I mean, to think about the just general game design thing is just like, I've heard some people kind of complain about this, that like, some zones feel like they're designed for flying because they are, even though you can't, you have to work a little to fly later. But it is just one of those things of just ease of like, but you do fly, so they're gonna design for flying, and it's like, you can't.
And that's fine.
You can't just respec down.
I have never gotten that. Like, I do agree with the point. I do think you can tell in MMOs, zones are clearly designed with flying in mind. And that's okay. And we just need to be okay with that. Because, like, as someone who played the MMO before flying was introduced, getting around was a pain in the dick.
Okay, this is maybe just me, but that was about like 10 years ago, man. It was the past.
That was more than 10 years ago.
20 years ago. WoW added flying a bajillion years ago.
WoW added flying in 2007.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were talking about 14.
No, he's talking about. He said he played he played the MMO.
The MMO where, like, because I if I'm understanding correctly, this criticism has been brought up in 14 recently. This has been a constant debate in WoW for fucking years of like designing zones with flying versus.
I do kind of feel it's funny, it just kind of shows that a lot of people are the same brained, but like, basically 14 has this problem every time an X pack drops where everybody is just like, oh wow, the zones, they're so huge and picturesque. I'll just fly over them all when I can fly later, and it's like, yeah, that's how zones work in MMOs. You don't.
Yeah, you have to be okay with that. Like,
they aren't designed for you to be wandering around. And like, I know some people have been playing the Occult Crescent and been like, this is what all field areas should be like. I should feel the danger. And I'm like, no, actually. I'm kind of glad that I can fucking walk around in normal towns outside. Like, my level 100 character can walk outside of Ul'dah and be unmolested by giant ladybugs and wasps. Yes, thank you. It should be that way.
If you can stand looking at WoW content, a video I'd recommend by a very Scottish man is a recent video by I think his name is Bellular or Bellular. I'm so bad with names.
I think I've heard that name before.
It's a recent video on he did like leveling up in WoW is leveling up in WoW is a brand new account. And like how just because of level scaling and level compression and gear compression, like enemies are so like wildly dangerous occasionally. You'll just get like one shot by a random boar or like a tutorial boss. And like it's so broken, like you don't want that. You don't want to be going through your daily quest and just some random fucking Sahagin walks up and is like, I am dipshit champion of the sea. Die. And you have to go all the way back to your stuff, especially because I'm sorry, dying in 14 sucks so much more than it
no,
does.
it does. I'm gonna be honest. 14 is a game that's not designed for you to die. Actually, outside of dungeons.
14 sucks.
Survival penalty.
You have one. I mean, there's no penalty for it. Yes, but like no real penalty for it. But
because when you die in WoW, getting back to your corpse, you fly at like super console speed.
And that's the thing.
Energy going back to your corpse at like supersonic speed.
You don't do that at all in 14. If you get knocked out, you return.
Your ass back.
You return back to your home crystal, which you can only have like 2 of, I think,
I keep
maximum.
forgetting where I put it, and I'm like, why the hell am I here?
Honestly,
Why am I in Oldal?
Final Fantasy games are early a game that I think we should probably get back to the cards, but
Yeah, we can
14 is
look-
a game that feels like, or like the Final Fantasy games.
I'm
Feel
just
like
trying to avoid
the
talking
murderer
about it.
shouldn't be dead. It's not like SMT where it's like that's an active resource thing you have to consider all the time.
And it's also like, not because this is a problem WoW has too. But I've noticed it a lot in 14. You're like kind of the most badass person ever. Like you're the Super King Big Nuts in the world.
By Heaven's Word, you kind of do become that.
No, it's even a Realm Reborn. Like literally, it's like.
I mean, A Realm Reborn is a little more
like,
mixed. There are still people who, because you're not quite legendary. There are people who don't know who you are, and there are tough fights.
ARR.
But yeah, I mean, yeah, post ARR, they're like, holy shit, you're the Warrior of Light. You defeated the Ultima weapon. That's a thing you did. Can you help me find my lost dog? And you're like, brother, I have more important things to do.
But sure,
I
man,
mean, they find ways to tug you around through later X packs, and like they try to conjure like other world's strongest men. I'm very curious to see what Dallas thinks when he gets to
my favorite thing about SWTOR, early SWTOR, they kind of had to give up on it later, just because of the game didn't do very well and other things happened. Is that all 8 characters are canon, so you have canonically 8 extremely super powerful people running around, and you were never the most powerful person in your
Star Wars is also really interesting as a franchise because like, there's been a couple of times where like some of the comics and other Legends continuity got a little lost in the sauce with power scaling. Like there were some old canon comics where like Emperor Palpatine, when he was like high on the dark side crack, could like summon
Chewbacca?
No, that was technically that was a technology thing, but I mean, that was not an individual person. But like the Sidious could like cast force storms through hyperspace and like eat planets in at least one like comic or novel. Like but usually individual people, despite what Yoda said about size matters not, individual people are only so strong in Star Wars, and there's not a lot that can save you from just getting plastered by a Star Destroyer orbital strike.
Or stabbed in the face.
I mean,
or just being crushed by rubble.
There were a couple cases where, like, there was one canon industry where people were worried, like, holy shit, it was when Jason Solo turned evil. It was very bad. Everybody hated those books. But he stabs Kyle Katarn in the chest, and everybody's like, holy shit, did he kill Kyle Katarn? And they were like, no, of course he didn't kill Kyle Katarn. Kyle Katarn could survive getting a lightsaber in the chest. He was immediately rushed to a medical center. He'll be all right in 6 months.
I hate those books.
I'm saying everybody hated them is not incorrect. They're a product of the post-war of the War on Terror world being ported to Star Wars, and it didn't look good. That's okay. We have a much better War on Terror issue Star Wars media. It's called Star Wars Andor. Please go watch it.
I'll say this. I think I have a more rose-tinted lens of post-War on Terror Star Wars.
Why are we here?
Because
we're talking about Tor.
We're talking about scaling. Get to cut me off.
Fucking hell.
But no, I just remember how bad post-War on Terror comic books were, and I'm like, no, Star Wars wasn't that bad.
It's true. Comics were not
Frank
good.
Miller, I'm sorry.
The Blitzball shot.
He got better.
The Blitzball shot.
Anyway,
costs you 2. Costs you 2. 1 2 green. It's instant. It's a +3/+3, and you get trample until the end of turn. It's an instant, so it's a battle trick. Everybody's calling for Waka. Doubt.
No.
I don't even dislike Waka as much as Dallas does, but also I don't think that's correct. I don't think Waka's that cool.
No one thinks.
But as an instant, as a battle trick, it's interesting. I guess trample has some value there.
The combat tricks are always interesting. Like,
I mean, it's only 2 mana on an instant that gets you +3/+3 and trample for a turn.
It's a classic green kind of thing. Also,
this is a very standard green card.
Also, Dallas, just to conflict your bullshit a bit earlier, I think at least 14 actually tries to at least make you feel like you do all the work for all the credit you get. But anyway.
Well, no, but Dallas is talking about the scaling of MMOs, where like, if you're the biggest badass in the world, how can a sugar glider kill you?
Every MMO.
Yeah, that's why I was always confused about like in the latest expansions. Like, why is this shit so hard?
No, that's just a problem in most
it's supposed to be
MMOs,
because
like
the
I said.
Todal animals are built different and you have no experience
Like I
with
said,
them. But, you know.
Star Wars is an exception. Most MMOs are like how 14 is, in that, like, WoW, for example, you killed the Lich King, the most powerful fucking person on this planet. Can you please collect 10 bear hides for me?
Yeah, 14 usually leaves all of that in ARR, or later you explicitly do that as like crafter or gatherer subplots, often where people are utterly perplexed that you are like the guy who, you know, single-handedly turned back the Garlean invasion, and you're like, you know, crafting them bespoke couch cushions in your spare time, which is always great because the 14 writers at least acknowledge this is weird and usually give you dialogue options to be like, what, it's a hobby.
I just like cooking, man.
I need hobbies, man, okay?
I do like how your rival. Never mind. We'll get back to this, but Blitzball
we can talk about 14-7 if we play 14.
Well, one of those Blitzball Shot is a card that is very common, and it's decent. It's good sometimes, and every once in a while it will absolutely win you a game because you will use it at the perfect time. But it is a skill-intensive card because if you use it wrong, you're a dungo and you get blown out.
I mean, that's how it works. Yeah, I mean, it's instants are. I think instants are the closest that Magic comes to the way hand traps work in Yu-Gi-Oh, and it's like hand trap choke points are very important. Knowing when to imperm and what to imperm.
I would argue, Omega, and this is bias, but I think the use of combat tricks and combat math specifically is harder than hand trap usage because there are so many things you have to consider. And that's why I kind of disagree with the whole like, oh, red aggro decks, like they take no strategy. Like, no, arguably aggro decks are some of the hardest decks to play in Magic because if you play them wrong, you just lose.
I mean, I think it's a thing. It's a circumstance where people misunderstand the complexity. Yu-Gi-Oh has this issue too where like everybody was like, oh, Tenpai, Battle Phase, Brain Dead deck. Yes, technically, if you play Tenpai correctly and you don't fuck up and your opponent doesn't do anything to stop you, you literally summon one monster and the game is over. But there are a lot of things that have to go right for that to happen, which is why, you know, they just like limited every name in the deck and the deck is dead. You play all the same cards, but because you can only play one copy, you can't guarantee you get all the pieces you need all the time. So the problem with certain style of, and it's the thing you talked about with aggro decks, that's good to know that goes to Magic as well. It's the same problem with big OTK decks in Yu-Gi-Oh, where like the problem is people who play against them feel like you didn't do any thinking because you just trounced them like for, you know, in Yu-Gi-Oh like 20,000 damage or something on board, and it's like, oh wow, you killed me like 4 times over. They didn't see how much work you had to do with your hand to get there, and they don't see the game where you didn't get any of that shit and you couldn't make a board that did anything, so you just lose. Like, because your whole point is you only win when you create ginormous guys or summon 50 guys. But Blitzball Shot seems like a trick that's useful.
I don't think it'll be good in. I don't know if it'll be good in Standard because Green has some better options in the category of trampling and stuff. We'll get to her eventually.
Well, and Axe mentioned this, and I think this is correct though, that like just like instant little battle tricks that give you some pretty big buffs in Green are pretty common.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I would say there are more, like the reason there. Funny enough, there is a card that was banned that almost reads the same as this card, but that's because it was in red.
Okay.
And also left a permanent 1/1 trample behind.
I need to give props.
I'm back.
How you doing?
Did I miss Bartz and Boko?
Yeah.
Yes.
Just Bartz and Boko.
Okay. 2 cents something. I know it's just an okay card, but I find it funny because in MTG Arena I do play the red-green deck, and it's always funny because Bartz and Boko is part of one of the things. It's usually like one of those cards that say, if you see it played against you, that's one of the things a lot of people scoop to.
Oh. Yeah.
Because it's usually played at a point where like I can't recover from this, but that's more so because of the other things that is played with it.
That's fair.
Gotcha.
But it's like it's part of the combo, but it's never the playmaker.
It's the part where if it's played, you realize we're finishing the combo and you die.
Yep.
Yeah.
I will say, I wanted to bring up for this card, Cactar, I want to give props to Kevin Harda because it's like, he is drew, or at least digitally drew, the sand effect really well because this is the Cactar mid jump, so it's like actually really good sand effecting.
Oh no,
yeah,
it's
no.
perfect.
This is a really good art because you can see the little splash like down here. He's doing the
it's like
default
immaculate.
jump. There's like sand particles like occluding his legs a little bit. It's really
like
good.
The perfect vertical. He's doing the perfect vertical. He's doing like his normal vertical jump. It's like perfect.
No,
This
I
Cactar
love
specifically for
I mean,
six.
because it's like, how else do you like splash up the Cactar? You gotta like make the effects really good, you know? Because it's just Cactar.
Yeah.
This is also just another case of like this just seems like a good cheap creature. It's a 1 mana green for a 3/3 trample.
I appreciate the bit of like it runs away after a turn.
Yeah, it
It's
bounces
so
back
weird.
to your hand later.
It's basically it's at the Tonberry for black. You got this for
This
green.
card
it's
is
like,
so.
it feels as equivalent in
It
use.
feels hard to
This
deny,
card
right?
is so worse than it looks, and I can't
Yeah, 'cause
really
you can't really-
explain why.
Can't really play it turn 1 because definitely you can use it.
Well, no,
turn
that's the thing.
after.
This card
No,
is
no.
really only good if you get it turn 1.
It's
So
like a
this
Tonberry,
this
huh?
isn't
Yeah.
this is an early game card,
It's
very much
it's
obviously.
like the Tomberry, but worse.
Because it,
Yeah.
as we said, it at the beginning of your end step, if it didn't enter the battlefield this turn, it returns to the owner's hand. So any turn that it enters play, it enters the battlefield, it doesn't go away. But then the next turn, it does come back. I feel like this is a card that is probably like slightly better in Commander because it will be on your board for more
this
turns.
Is good. This is good if this card is good if you can take advantage of the fact that it goes back to your hand and you can play it over and over again. It's really funny. There was a card like this in the last set that was 1 mana red 2/2 with haste that at the beginning of your end step return it to your hand. But because there was a mechanic based around playing 2 spells a turn, that card was obscenely good last set. This card is not good. This card is bad. Which is unfortunate. I should say, in limited, this card is bad. I imagine there are Commander decks where this will be good.
Like I said, we've talked about this before, and you know, I'm starting to get my grasp on Magic theory because we've talked about these things so much. But Commander is a format where anything where having more opponents and therefore more graveyards, more, you know, whether it's literally more opponents decks, etc., and even more opponents' turns might matter. Cards are better. So the fact that Cactar in a normal like 60 card 1v1 format, Cactar, you play him, you get a full turn of him on the field, you go to your next turn, he comes back, presumably after he actually got to attack because, you know, summoning
the thing about Cactar in Commander, I think you're going to want it only is it going to be a good card if that end text is a feature, not a bug. If that's the reason
certainly there are
when it's
commanders
decks that are going to do
when
that.
creatures enter do a thing.
Yeah.
And he is a plant, so if there's any kind of like, you know, plant swarming stuff.
Because there are some.
Oh, that's also true. Yeah, because he goes back to your hand.
Some
so
commanders care about dying. Some commanders care about dying, but some only care about leaving the battlefield. So.
And I think Chad is a good way of putting it, saying it's a reverse Tonberry, because Tonberry is an early game card that you require because it enters tapped and is stunned, so it takes several turns for it to wear off.
Yeah.
So it's not worth the mana cost if you're playing it several turns in.
And I also don't want to be mean to Tonberry, but I think Tonberry will be absolutely useless in Commander. Whereas this card, because it does a thing...
Tonberry's like too slow.
Tonberry is a limited
It's a strong
card,
guy.
and only a limited card. Although I have seen some funny things with Tonberry. It's not good because there are better cards that do the same thing, but I did see a very funny thing with Tonberry and a Tidus deck in a 4-color counter deck where Tidus moved the stun counter onto
manipulating
cards.
the stun counters. Yeah, that's. I think we even talked about that with Tonberry.
There are better cards to do that with than Tonberry. Like there are cards that come into play with like 7 stun counters.
Sorry, Sanguiners in the chat had a great analogy. Yeah. Tonberry is a long-term investment. Cactar is like getting paid up front and blowing through the money in a week. Yes, correct.
Yeah, basically. And the only decks that are going to want Cactar are decks where the entire point is to blow up like you don't know nobody.
My goal is to blow up and act like I don't know nobody.
Chocobo kick.
What's that one from? What's that from?
Fine.
It says from 4.
No, I meant the.
Oh.
Omega was saying.
No, yeah, it's a vine.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a classic vine.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, it's a very classic.
Sorry, when you said vine, I said you said 5.
No, that's fair. But yeah, this is Chocobo Kick. Costs you 2s. It's a sorcery. So, you it's a normal spell speed. You play it on your turn. Kicker, return a land you control to its owner's hand. And then target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to target creature opponent controls. If the spell was kicked, you deal twice that much damage instead. It's okay.
Yeah, I'm
sensing a theme for the way the kind of like Chocobo themed stuff works, and this is a interesting form of removal. I think this does kind of put Bartz and Boko in kind of comparison because they do the same thing, basically.
Yeah, this is
on a
this
different
is why I'm not
scale.
that impressed with Bartz and Boko, because their cards like this are well. So there are two cards. This is what is called a bite. It's two magic terms for green is fight and bite. Fight is when both creatures deal the damage. Bite is when only one creature deals the damage. This is a bite, and bites are generally better.
Well, yeah, because there's
particularly
with obviously if you're to explain the theory in case anybody doesn't get it. If you're fighting, you force two creatures to fight. Obviously, you'll pick an advantageous situation usually, but there is a chance that your creature will be harmed back, will be negatively affected. But biting obviously is completely one-sided, so there's only upside. Presumably, you're only casting this when it will actually matter.
And then, like, depending on how you use it, that kicker cost can be a benefit.
Yeah, because there's a shitload of landfall in green in this.
Yeah. Also, there like that ability is very intriguing to me in the commander context because there's all kinds of stuff you can do with the ability to pick lands up. We'll talk about the spell lands later, which aren't the best example of this because I don't think the spell lands are.
But hypothetically, there are lands in the world which exist which say something interesting.
Yeah.
That say when this card enters, do X. That's only supposed to be going once.
So it's called an MDFC, which is multi-face dual something land. Because Magic players are fucking extras.
Huge nerds, yeah.
Always extra. But so those are lands that you can play on one side as a land or play on another side as a spell. And then with cards like this and like Zelbricht from last week, cards where you could pick up lands, it essentially allows you to play them early game as a land so you don't get screwed. And then if you want them later in the game, you can play them as a spell.
So yeah, this has big potential with it.
I really like Chocobo Cake in both Limited and Commander. Standard, I don't really see any. Well, we'll get to this. Might be relevant in Commander. We'll get to a reason why later. I feel like I'm doing the fucking Mickey Mouse. Like this is a magical mouse tool that we're going to use for later.
It's a secret tool we might need later.
But there's a specific green card that I'm very interested in the future of.
I will say that was you saying that it's fine because you're better than an asshole who says I'll put a pin in this and never talks about it for 2 months.
Oof. That's true. I will always
people
talk
like that.
About what
there are people like that and that don't own up to the being bullshit.
I will always yap. You can always trust me to talk about something.
Yes.
Like the Chocobo Racetrack. So this is going to cost
this
you
card. I wish it was
5.
better.
It's an artifact.
I appreciate this card. I appreciate this card exists.
It's the 7 Choco Racetrack. And it's an artifact that just says landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, create a 2/2 green bird token that has its own landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, gets +1/+0 until the end of turn.
God, I feel so weird because it's like I saw a pre-release video about the whole set, and it's like I thought all the landfall boards were 1+1/1s, not +1/+0s, and it's like, oh, okay, that changes a lot of things actually. Because it's like I thought all chocobos are +1/+1s. That makes them
the chocobo landfall.
The legendary chocobos, I think, are, but the bird token generation and the smaller generics.
There's like one specific. There's a specific chocobo we'll talk to that is +1/+1 counters, but most of even the legendary chocobos are+1/+0. And that is a reason why I believe, if I'm not incorrect, the Chocobo the red-green landfall archetype is still the worst performing in limited. Let me make sure I'm not talking out my ass.
If this is based on Arena, it's also funny because red-green's the one I think most people scoop to.
No, red-white is the least performing. Red-green is the second least performing.
Red-white is officially quoting them on this
Final Fantasy. Never mind, that's not Final Fantasy. Ignore what I just said. That was a different set.
The wrong data. Is that for the new shit?
No, that is for I don't know why I was on Aether Drift. And yeah, yeah, but no, red green is the worst performing in Final Fantasy because chocobos are. There's a lot of damage that hits 2 toughness things, and chocobos are all 2 toughness.
Yeah. I mean, this still, for that engine, this still seems decent. This is an artifact that basically just generates you continual tokens. It's a little, the cost seems a little high.
The problem is it's not a 5 mana card. It's a 6 mana card. Because if you're playing this on 5 mana, it's bad.
Well, yeah,
because you're essentially
does
playing
nothing.
5 mana and doing nothing. So it's really I play this on turn 6 and play 1 extra land.
Yep.
And it's really not worth it when there are some great, like, it being 5 mana really hurts it because there's another 5 mana card in the set for green that's just really fucking good, and I think that genuinely hurts this card a lot.
Yeah, this, like I said,
it's less rare than it because this is an uncommon and the better card is a common.
I've seen what happens when this pops off, and it's scary, but that's
it
very
usually does not pop off.
Yeah, it's the kind of thing where, like, I mean, and that's, we talked about this with the way aggro, because, like, landfall is fundamentally a aggro doesn't seem like quite the right word, but it's an aggressive strat because you want to create a bunch of boys who buff themselves up and you punch for game. So
and the thing is, landfall,
landfall is usually green aggro, but like green aggro is very different than red aggro.
Well, no, landfall is all kinds of. I'll say this, in my opinion, and there's no way to substantiate this because this is what I'm about to say. In terms of casual commander games, I genuinely think landfall is the strongest archetype in the entire game.
That's fair. In
non-CDH commander, I think landfall is the strongest archetype. It's ridiculous. And to that point, I think this card is awful in commander because it's not powerful enough to see play in a landfall deck.
Yeah, like I'm looking at it, I'm like, okay, so this is a card that at its core is supposed to be a engine, a core piece for your bird landfall strategy. Oh, when you play lands, you create birds that also have landfall. The problem is there's still 2/2 birds, and you're generating it on, like you said, minimum turn 6, and it's like, no. You need to set up the engine early so it comes into play later.
Like, there are some really good landfall cards in this set, but generally they're rares, which is another reason the red-green deck has a pretty bad win rate, is because most of the best cards in it are rares.
That's always a funny one for
can't
drafting.
guarantee it. Like, it's the reason red-blue is the strongest draft archetype 2-color, because the best red-blue card is an uncommon. And we'll get to her eventually.
So, Clash of the Icons is a 1 green. Both of these arts are super sick. Just like this boss fight in 16 is.
So much.
This is just what 16 is. This is just the game.
Yeah, it's kaiju fight.
Really rad.
Like 16 is basically it's saving the world one kaiju fight at a time.
And this particular segment, the big Titan fight, is really good. It's like a fucking multi-phase thing with great sound tracking. I think it came out after that. That was the segment that Platinum Games helped them on.
That makes sense. Platinum Games has made like one bad game ever.
Platinum helped them with a couple of boss fights, and the active RPG thing is I believe that they also got specifically the team at Square Enix that works on Kingdom Hearts to help with another boss fight. I'm pretty sure that was Bahamut.
Soccer team or the original team?
The actual core like combat guys.
Oh, okay, they're good at that shit.
Oh, they're doing Ninja Gaiden. Okay.
That's probably not terrible. But so this is a 1 green that does a couple of different things. Choose 1 or more, which is always very fun. Target creature you control fights a target creature opponent controls. That's the fight thing we talked about earlier. You may also remove a lore counter from a target saga you control, or put a lore counter on a target saga you control. It does say removing lore counters doesn't cause chapter abilities to trigger, but I assume because it says choose 1 or more, you can remove and then place that back immediately on a card to trigger.
So you can you can't do that because it's a sorcery. So you can only remove after, but it will trigger again next turn. So say you triggered the intro ability of a saga, you can remove the counter, and then that intro ability will trigger on your next main phase. Generally, that ability is kind of seen as like extra. Like, I would never draft this card or play this card for that ability. But it's a 1-mana fight spell, which is removal, so it's good.
No, that's what I was going to say. I think they did a good job here because they made choose 1 or more. So at its core, it's a 1-mana to fight. But also, if you happen to be playing a saga deck.
Yeah. The core is a 1-mana fight spell, which is good rates.
Yeah. And then if you also happen to be playing a deck that involves saga creatures, you might be able to do something with manipulating lore counters.
This would not necessarily be a top pick for me in a pack, but I would never be mad I got this card. It's very good common.
Yes, Caesar's saying you can add and remove on the same one to gain an effect right away, because you pull back in the
Yes, you can do that. Yeah. But no, this is a standard. I will take this. Like, I don't usually play green because green has the least removal of most of the colors, and I like removal.
But this is green's flavor of removal.
This is green removal, and it's pretty decent. Especially if you have a death touch creature, it makes it into a kill spell. Usually at the cost of sacrificing your creature, because generally death touch creatures are small. So they generally trade, but usually it's worth it to trade like a 1-mana 1/1 for their. Like, I'll give an example of what I did this morning. I traded a 1-mana 1/1 for the dragon side of the Gerdanian dude, the Emperor man. Your friend boy, your closest friend man.
You killed Shinryu?
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, I did it. I threw a Gubo at it.
I sent it to you.
Which is hilarious.
That's pretty good. But yeah, killer art. Coliseum Behemoth.
This art I love.
Big ass guys. The classic Behemoth from FF2 costs you 7 mana for a 7/7 beast with trample, and when this creature enters, choose 1. Destroy a target artifact or enchantment, or draw a card.
Behemoth, classic creature.
This card's very good.
They still have not. They shouldn't have still taught. They still shouldn't have taught the. They still shouldn't have taught the Behemoth Meteor.
Well, yeah.
Sorry, it wasn't a Gobu. I threw an Ochu at him, and he died.
But yeah, Coliseum Behemoth seems good.
No, this card's very good. Very good rate. 7 mana, 7/7. Enter, draw a card, or possible. And the fact that it's draw a card or is really good.
Yeah, it's a card that never is, because we talked about this, artifact hate and enchantment hate, like that's something that green is known for, but is not always guaranteed that you'll be activating.
Yeah.
But this guy always has a backup.
You want when I was talking about, like, you want your artifact and enchantment hate to either be in the sideboard or also be on something, and that is what this card. Like, this card honestly kind of makes Airship Crash worse by proxy.
I mean, it is a higher rarity than Airship Crash, and also it is on a 7-mana body as opposed to Airship Crash being cheaper. But it is
I will
one of those
say
things that,
Final Fantasy itself is a kind of slower limited than people are used to. So getting to 7 mana is not out of the question at all. But yeah, no, this card's good. It's just very good. Like, you're never sad playing this card. You're never sad drafting this card. If I had a really shit rare and this was an uncommon in my set, I'd be tempted to go into green. Like, honestly, other than a few cards we'll get to later, I think this is like one of the best green non-rares. Yeah, that's all I gotta say.
It's a good card. They're good cards.
One of my favorite cards in this set, just because of the name.
Let us commune with the beavers.
Speak to the beaver.
It's another FF2 card.
Yep. This is based on an actual scene where one of your party members talks to beavers.
Look at the top 3 cards of your library. You may reveal an artifact, creature, or land from among them. Put it in your hand. Put the rest at the bottom in any order.
These are very cute. These are like very gerbil like beavers.
I'm pretty sure this is...
Yeah.
I mean, it was the NES/Famicom, so it was not like super well defined, but I'm pretty sure this is what they looked like in the original.
Well, and in the
supposed to
pixel
be weird
remaster,
little guys.
They just look like fluff balls.
Yeah.
Most people haven't played FF2 because it's FF2 and the mechanics are... Look, I love them and I know why people
I've heard FF2, which is also, it's very just like high-level D&D adventure.
I love the story of it. We'll get to why I love the story of FF2. Because there's no characterization, or because it still uses the job system and there's no characters, they spent all of their characterizations on one character, and it's hilarious.
But Commune with Beavers seems...
I love him.
Pretty alright. It's a one mana. It's just, you know...
Yeah, this is okay. Like, I'm not going to be as happy about this as some of the other cards, but it's not a awful card.
I mean, you know, you get to look at your top 3 cards. You pick one of them that is one of your better cards, usually artifact, creatures, and lands, and then the rest you're like, put that shit back.
Yeah. I would have loved it way more if it put them in graveyard, but can't have everything.
Are there actually beavers in Ilmeg? Pretty sure there are, but I don't remember if they have the quite the same design. We're talking about future X-Pack stuff. There's here's the thing, because Final Fantasy XIV is like a theme park of all the other FFs. There are a lot of cases where you'll just randomly run into references. Pelu are just in.
I mean, the Crystal Tower is literally just Final Fantasy III. I was like,
yes,
right, yeah,
exactly. It is. It is in fact just literally Final Fantasy III. And there are.
I'm embarrassed that it took me getting to Zand to Emperor Zand for that to click. I'm like, they started talking about Emperor Zand.
I mean, I do think that some of the names for bosses are a little like when the Crystal Tower raid came out, we weren't locked in on the localization because it was 3.
Zand has always been.
But yeah, Zande's name's been consistent. There. But yeah, I like honestly, I guess actually, does that make? Chat can double check me on this. Are the Heavensward Alliance raids, the Void Ark raids, are those referencing a different FF plot? Because like, there are like the Red Wing Sky Pirates involved in the quest to get access to it, but I don't know if the bosses are actually referencing a specific FF plot or if it's like genuinely about the backstory of 14, because most other Alliance raids are references to other FFs. Except for the Shadowbringers one, because they're a fucking crossover with Nier.
Oh, right, yeah,
that did happen, yes.
Yeah.
Go, you're going to have fun with that one. You are not going to... None of us are going to help you with that shit.
Those fights just feel too long.
They don't.
I mean, it's Yoshi P. What do you want?
The fucking no, Yoshi P's great. No, you're thinking of Yoko himself. Another Y name.
Oh, Yoko, sorry.
Yeah.
But also, Yoko makes long fights. I love them.
The bosses in the Heavensward raids are also very Gaelic.
Oh, so that might be because
they're Hawk.
Because it's Skahawk and like Diabolos.
Is the last boss of the Alliance raid Satan?
Yes,
Diabolos?
actually.
Diabolos.
Yes.
Yeah, it's Diabolos. He comes back.
Reference to 2 then.
Okay, could be 2. Yeah,
it's the Light of Shadows.
They're called the Void Ark raids because they are about the Void, and the Void Scent. So there's a lot of like demons and shit.
It's also a 6 reference because one of the fights is literally like
2. Well, in the remaster of 2, you fight Satan.
You do fight the Ozma Orb.
Is Holocarnassus?
Bill, sorry.
Holocarnassus? I can't remember.
I'm trying. Also,
Holocarnassus is a boss, but that's she's from, I think she might be from 5. Those are the normal raids, the Omega series raids. Those are also just full of old bosses, because that's where like the 14 version of X-Death and other guys just are.
God, X-Death.
That makes sense.
Yeah, Dallas, Kefka's a normal raid.
No, I know.
With a Savage,
which I'm
that'll be
happy
funny.
about.
I get to do some funny stuff. Like I said, I've said this before. This is why I'm actually, like, I find it very interesting as a big 7 head that, like, the 14 crew has been very conservative with 7 crossovers. Like, the Sephiroth trial is not really Sephiroth. It's, references to a different time we had to fight a giant tree man.
It's a reference to each one of the triad, so.
Yeah, so, like, it is the Warring Triad, so it's more about 6. So it's like, it makes me anticipate that we might do more. Anyway, let's see, where were we? What do we pull up? Talking about beavers? Okay, so, oh, hey, speaking of 7. Means our next guy is the Diamond Weapon. Love this art.
I love this card.
Diamond Weapon. This card is so funny.
You can see also for scale, you have the High Wind back there. Yeah, Diamond Weapon. Speaking of kaiju fights, they're pretty classic for FF. I feel like because of the like 3D modeling in the overworld, that like 7 was the first time they let you like feel some of the scale. Because I think a lot of the stuff in like the art style of the 2D pixel games goes a little over people's heads. But like when you see Diamond Weapon walk out of the ocean and he's as big on the world map as Shinra Tower, you're like, oh.
Oh, shit.
He's big. So this guy costs you 9 for an 8/8. He's a legendary artifact creature elemental. Sounds like a weapon. Costs 1 less, colorless anyway, to cast for every permanent in your graveyard. Has reach because his shoulders are guns. And he's also immune. Prevent all combat damage to Diamond Weapon. Which also is true, actually. You fight the Diamond Weapon in 7, that's literally just a stall fight. Like, you just have to hold on for an X amount of time before the cutscene triggers. You don't actually kill Diamond Weapon. So yeah, no, seems rad. Big chunks.
This card is hilarious. I don't know if it's like in standard. This card is not good. I'll put it that way.
No, I mean it wouldn't be like.
Although
it does have a way to make it cost less, but its default cost is still fucking 9.
If you
gotta have a lot of permanents in your graveyard.
If you can stick this and you are playing against a non-black player, it is literally one of the most annoying things ever, and will take them forever to remove. Because you can't deal damage to it. This card can be really just a wall. It's not really a great attacker because it doesn't have trample. So you can just kind of throw a 1/1 in front of it. But
no, and it has
wall,
reach. I feel like that's what it's for, right? It's supposed to be a blocker.
Yeah, no, I have a lot of fun
it
with this card.
It is a blocker that will kill most creatures that decide to attack it.
Yeah.
Because it does have 8 power, but I mean, like this is a card that, yeah, like you said, it's funny. Like getting to stick this for just 2 green, that's got to feel great. You got to feel great about your life when you do that.
It's just an okay card overall, personally.
The fact that it starts at 9 is probably way too slow for standard.
In the right deck, it's great. With the right setup, but if the wrong setup, it's bad.
But
it's just one of those cards where it's like it's gonna have some days where it's great and some days where it's real bad.
And I mean, that's I think anywhere
ceiling,
where you get where
floor, or high floor. Or no, sorry, high ceiling, low floor.
Yeah, it's one of those things where like you said, it's a card where some days you're gonna draw this in your hand and you're gonna be like, oh, we're not making to playing this card today. We're not in a game state where I'm gonna generate enough mana or reduce enough cost that I play Diamond Weapon. But if you're playing Diamond Weapon, you're probably aware of those factors.
And it's not quite as enough of a big like fuck you card to play in a revival deck, because like they're just
like we said, you just don't. It doesn't have menace. It doesn't have trample. So like your opponent just throws weenies in front of it to block.
It doesn't do silly stuff. Like it's just a big fucking dude.
The main thing is just that you put this in front, and your life total is going to be safe for a little bit.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's talk about the Earth Crystal.
Earth Crystal. God, these crystals are bad and limited.
Yep.
I mean, I
Are
feel
those
like
actually
that.
good in any use?
I feel like the thing with the crystals, like saying they're bad and limited, makes sense because like in limited you don't get full control over what you're picking.
Commander, maybe.
But the crystals are there to reward you for playing monocoloring.
Like, there's
basically.
not enough 1/1 counter stuff in the set for this to be a great card in limited. So what it does, like every crystal, it reduces mana cost of the color it is.
Yeah.
In this case, Earth is green, which they are sticking to for Avatar: The Last Airbender as well. Earth is
It's
green.
got a tree right there.
And it doubles the amount of 1/1 counters you put on stuff. Like, this effect is decent.
The effect is good, but I don't in green. Like most of the 1/1.
It's definitely a green effect. 1/1 counters is a green thing. It's green and
okay.
blue. Like,
because I feel, and maybe it's just because we're just in E. We haven't seen more of the green cards that do that effect.
This set specifically doesn't have a lot of 1/1 counter stuff in it. Okay. That's the thing. Like, Final Fantasy, the set.
It does have the ability to distribute them, but that costs obviously way more.
Yeah. I just don't think its blowout potential is quite as good as, say, the Black Crystal or the Darkness Crystal or even the Wind Crystal, which I think are better like blowout potential. I don't think any of the crystals are particularly great in limited. Like, don't get me wrong. I think they're all kind of.
Again, reading them, it feels like a lot of them are like they feel like you want to be building around them, which obviously you.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, you have build-arounds in draft, but it's a different sort of build-around, right? You're building around based on what you can pick rather than constructed, where you're like, if you were playing this in constructed, you would be like, every fucking card that says 1/1 counters, given to me. Give me all that shit.
Yeah, and in Commander, that...
Even within the set, this 1/1 counter effect, there's a cheaper thing that functionally accomplishes the same thing. We'll see later.
Oh, yeah, now, we'll get to him, and that man is scary.
Arts are good, though.
But, no, most of the crystals in limited, don't touch them. Most of them have their place in Commander. The Darkness Crystal is the only one I kind of like in limited, just because it's consistent life gain, which is just kind of useful. This card is not the worst crystal, because I still think that's the Water Crystal. Because there's like 3 mill cards in the set.
Yeah, the water crystal is not bad per se, but it's not good in this set.
It is not a bad card.
Mill.
It is a bad limited card.
Yeah.
This is kind of the same thing. Like, honestly, most of the crystals, aside from the Darkness Crystal and maybe the Wind Crystal, are that. Where it's like, these aren't bad cards, they're bad limited cards.
Well, like I said, I think, not to relabor the point.
Although this one does have the
we'll
worst win rate, which is interesting. Oh, no, the Water Crystal has the worst. Oh, no, the Fire Crystal is the worst.
Dallas corrects himself 3 times, but not to relabor the point.
Oh, they're all in F tier, by the way. Oh my god, like they're ranking up by tiers. They're all in F tier except for the Wind and Darkness Crystal.
Oh, is this? Oh my god, is this Tara having a flashback about her parents having the dance that's the sex allegory?
Well, yes, the dance. The dance.
No, I was gonna say before we move on. I was going to say, not to belabor the point, but to finish the thought about the crystals is, I think the crystals are rated poorly because, like I said, they have specific effects that are good, but are not good for the draft environment that is the FF set because they are clearly not designed for that.
The 2 that even have a slight win percentage are the one that's effect is, I gain you life and potentially give you graveyard recursion, and the one that is, if you have a lot of dudes, I can help you alpha strike. Those are the 2 that kind of have win representation. Those are kind of generically good effects.
This one has an alt art.
Yeah, we'll grab the first.
This card is so fucking cool.
So, Esper Origins, a flashback. Sorcery, costs 2. Surveil 2, you gain 2 life.
Yes.
If this spell was cast from the graveyard, exile it, put it on the battlefield transformed with a finality counter on it. If your creature for the finality counter would die, you exile it instead. And the flashback cost is 4 mana.
Yep.
Then we flip it.
Yep.
Move it.
Let me grab the normal art of Summon Esper Maudin.
Mardu. It's gonna be Maduin.
Maduin. Crazy back muscles on this guy.
I love the alt art for this card. How much is the alt art for this going?
And there's the alt art. So,
I forgot you could summon her dad.
yeah, Maduin is a summon. He is a 4/4 Saga Elemental in this context. Which, considering, you know, you have to you pay the flashback cost to get to him.
Forest Lord.
First ability is reveal the top card of your library. If it's a permanent, put it in your hand. Just get an extra card. Adds 2 green on turn 2. Or just whenever he gets a second counter. And then other creatures you control get 2/2 and trample until the end of the turn. Seems okay.
This card is insane.
Oh, is it? I mean, it does get you 2 extra mana.
So, I have to explain, I guess. Well, the Modwin side is good, but it's the whole package that really brings this together. It's just an advantage engine, surveil, but surveil is you look at the top card and you can pitch it to graveyard if you want. So you get to look at 2 top cards, potentially put them in the graveyard if you want to do that. Spoiler, in the decks you play this in, you want to do that.
Yeah, and then you gain 2 life.
And then
gain 2 life.
Surveil, you can pick to only do 1 also, right?
Yeah.
It's up to 2.
Yes, you and you can pick either one. So if you want to keep the top card but not the second card, you can throw the second card out, keep the top card on top.
And you gain 2
surveil
life.
Works in an instance thing. And the other important part is in deck, because generally decks you want to play this card in are decks that want to throw most of their deck in the graveyard. Spoiler, I'm playing this card in standard right now. In my favorite deck of all time. Well, at least in the last, 5 years. Which is Golgari Roots.
Within Final Fantasy, I do really like this with the other green, the green multis, the summoners.
But I think this card is one of the best cards in... I think this card has genuinely standard potential. Obviously, it's seeing play in standard right now. We can't fully judge that right now because we're in this weird between times of between bannings and set rotation in a month. So this is the weird times.
But it has a strong potential vibe because, like we said, it's first of all, Surveil 2 and gain 2 life for 2 mana. Pretty good.
Yeah.
And then it has a flashback effect.
From a decent effect that ramps you, potentially draws you card.
If you are playing green, we just talked about it. There is a way to possibly do shenanigans, with the tokens, the saga counters, I should say, thanks to Clash of the Icons.
Yeah. And also, you should play this in Tidus because you can do something insanely cruel with it, which is something I've been having fun doing with the Commander Tidus.
The finality counter.
Yes, you can move finality counters to your opponent's permanents.
Ooh. I didn't think about that, but you're correct.
That.
Yeah,
it's so funny.
The way the summon effect on Esper Memories works is when you cast it as a flashback, Maudwin gets a finality counter, which means
when it dies, exile it.
Yeah, you die and exile it, but that means that's a counter that you can move that has an effect.
Do remember, in the whole of Magic the Gathering, there are 4 cards that return things from the exile zone. This is not Yu-Gi-Oh, where your exile is your
if you're playing Psychics, then you're fine.
Yeah. This is, unless you are literally for some fucking reason playing Karn the Great Creator, Because the other three return from exile cards are kind of awful. But if you're playing that one card that can return things from exile, you can get it back. Other than that, no. So exiling really hurts. I should say, when something is exiled by an opponent's effect, there are ways to play from your own exile zone, but those are usually pre-statements on a card.
All right.
Yeah.
Galuf's final act.
Yup. This
Galuf
is another
is
5 card.
Kryle's grandfather, right?
Something
Yes.
like that. Look, 5
Yes.
is not my favorite game. It's probably my least favorite that isn't 3 and 1.
So middle of the
But
road.
no, that's pretty bottom tier. Oh, and 13-3, but that game is just awful. No, I would consider 5 pretty bottom tier in my opinion. It just has some of the worst writing in it of any of the games with writing in them.
So this is an
I
instant.
don't even know
costs
if I would consider it
2.
worse than 1, because 1 is just kind of like a thing.
1 has a little bit of writing, but I feel like that's why one story gets retold so much, is because it is very minimal.
Yeah.
But this is an instant, and it says, until the end of the turn, target creature gets +1/+0 and gains when this creature dies. Put a number of 1/1 counters up to its power on one target creature.
I mean, this is kind of cool, but it's also kind of not good. This card's so weird. Like,
It really, I mean, I feel like it really depends on what you're working with, because
this is a
+1/+0 for 2?
This is a constructed card. This is a constructed card.
This is basically, doesn't Zach basically have the same effect but on a body?
Yes, but it's also it's on a body and it does other stuff. No, Zach's is a bit different. Zach transfers his counters to whatever you save. This card is just not very good. Like the only way I can see this card being good is if you put it in some kind of combo. Like, as its own effect, like, yeah, you can potentially give a creature like 10,000 1/1 counters. Okay.
Yeah, like I said, this is a card that I can't evaluate in a vacuum because +1/+0 on for 2 mana, even at an instant speed, probably not worth it.
Like, if you're using this card, it's to do shenanigans. Like, using this card as face, it's bad. I could just say that. It's as a face value card, it is bad. But I can imagine there is some niche shenaniganery you can shenanigan with this card.
Like, for instance, like, I don't know, if there's something of like if your opponent, for instance, is gonna, like, we talked about this, right? Like, they're gonna, like, body you with the Death Touch creature or something, and you're like, okay.
Magic is literally the card game that whenever a set gets to now, this random bulk rare from like 10 years ago shoots up 4,000% in price, gets broken with a new card. This is what Magic is.
But yeah, like I said, this is a card that I feel like I cannot evaluate in a vacuum because it is super situational, and I'm sure there's moments where it's going to be good, but I don't have enough like experience playing Magic that I would conjure up a moment of just like I said, I can think of
unless you're doing something
hypotheticals.
unfair with it, it's bad.
I mean, no matter what, I feel like this is only good if you can guarantee the creature dies.
It doesn't even save the creature. Because there are cards that are similar mana cost that are, like, if a creature would die, return it to the battlefield. Like, this doesn't even do that. This card is bad. Like, it's thematic, I get it. It's cool, but I think it's just bad.
I don't. That one is like, I don't know what it's doing. I can't figure it out. Gigantode.
Gigantode.
Creature, frog, 4 mana, 4/4. As long as you can kill 7 or more lands, this creature is 2/2. It gets +2/+2, I should say.
This is the most average of average cards ever averaged. It is very meh.
Yeah, because it becomes like a 4/4 6/6. Masterly.
The 4-mana 4/4 or a 4-mana 6/6, both of which are kind of meh. It's
with no
It's
extra
not bad.
keywords, it's just like, yeah, it's a guy.
You're never gonna
you need
be
guys.
I wouldn't feel bad playing this card in limited. I've played it quite a few times in limited as just a dude with body. But you're never gonna be happy playing this card. It's just there.
It's a guy.
It's just there.
I mean, you need bodies. We've said this about Yu-Gi-Oh for like 2 years. We've been saying about Magic for a month. You do need guys.
Yeah, this is the peak of warm bodies TM.
He's not that warm though. He's a Gigantoad. Anyway, let's pour one out for my homie Loth. Gaboo.
Gaboo.
Gaboo Gardener. Specifically, Gaboos are from 11 first, it seems, but they got ported to 14. So this is a Gaboo. He's a 2-mana. He's a plant beast. 1/3. And you can tap him to add a green mana.
Yep.
That's it.
He is a mana dork. That is the term.
He's just solid.
The
He's
colloquialism.
He can block a 1/1 if he needs to.
He's good. Like, I would say this much better than Gigantoad.
I mean, yeah, 2 mana for a mana dork that's 1/3.
Side of card. Yeah, honestly, just a 2-mana 1/3 is not that awful in most limited sets. Especially this set where a lot of the damage threshold is 2. It blocks a lot with it. Like, there are cards I'd rather have, like, it at the common rate. He's common, right? Or is he uncommon? Yeah, he's common. There's cards I'd rather have, like the T-Rex I'd rather have. We'll get to an Chocobo Kick I'd rather have. We'll get to a few others, but he's definitely on the upper end of commons in my opinion. He's better than Giganto. He's better than. We haven't talked about a lot of bad commons yet, but he's better than Airship Crash. Better than. Certainly better than whatever the hell we just talked about. Grolf's Last Stand.
Gallus Last Stand.
Gallus, right? That was close. Yeah, no, he's nothing fancy, but he's honestly, it's perfect. He's a farmer, isn't it? Ain't nothing fancy. It's honest work. Grand
Pulse Ochu.
I like this one.
This is the thing I threw at Shinryu.
Yeah, from 13. The Grand Pulse is, the land. It's a 1-mana 1/1 plant beast, but it's got Death Touch. And then also, God forbid, it has the, speaking about how like Cactuar is very, very weird, this technically has a late game payoff, which is if you do get it later, hypothetically, if you can pay 8, until the end of this turn, this creature gets +1/+1 for each permanent card in your graveyard. But it's just it's a 1/1 with Death Touch for 1 mana. That's fine.
Yeah, 1 mana 1/1 with Death Touch is good.
Especially considering we've talked about how green has the fight and bite stuff going on.
Yeah.
That's perfectly
this makes your Chocobo Kicks great. It makes your fight spells good. Death Touch is so good in limited. Because you can't always get premium removal, just having Death Touch is so useful. There's actually a lot of Death Touch in Final Fantasy. Surprisingly. More than I would say usual. But no, he's solid. Like, I would say this is also one of the better commons.
All right. I don't have more to say. Let's talk about the Gisel Greens.
Gisel Greens. I think it's Gisel,
solid.
Right?
It's like you're just fucking like green black mill. It's pretty good there.
This is obviously also referencing 11, but this is just they're everywhere. I'm pretty sure they've looked cabbagey for many games now. This is just a 2-mana sorcery that creates 2/2 bird token that gets the landfall effect.
This is the first time. This is the first flashback. This is the first flashback card that isn't really a flashback.
There was another one last week sometime, but I think that may have been you stepped out. There are a couple of flashbacks that are not quite that one.
The sorceress one is technically not a flashback, but that's because she is literally timey-wimey. So that makes
Gisel
perfect
Greens
sense. This one they just wanted to put flashback on it. This is the most like blatantly this is game mechanics, not lore.
I'm sure at some point there was a flashback about feeding your chocobo somewhere.
Oh, 100%. But they don't need to justify it. This card's good, but not great. This is another. I think this is better than Gigantode, but this is in the similar vein of like.
I mean, if nothing else, it's a sorcery that creates a 2/2 for 2 that gets landfall.
Yeah. If
like,
you're going heavy on bird stuff, there's a couple other bird synergy cards. It's good for that.
And it is a flashback, so you can play it from your graveyard later. So
it's decent in the green-black deck because you dump your entire deck into your graveyard and party.
And it's part of our bird tokens, but we should talk about the big man himself.
Nothing fancy.
All right, here comes the boy.
Le Jumbito
what's next?
Cactois.
Jumbo
Cactois El Jumbo.
I pulled this in pre-release and I was sad because I didn't get much good green, otherwise.
Well, don't feel too bad because this card sucks.
I know, but I still want
though.
it.
I'll get it. I'll get into it.
So
this card is
costs 7 mana for a 1/7 plant with 10,000 needles. When this creature attacks, it gets +999. Which hypothetically, it kills whatever it's attacking, including players. But obviously, on its own, this creature doesn't have trample and other stuff, and it is still 7 mana.
You can do a lot with this in Commander.
I had a funny situation where a friend was played this, and then I kicked Rite of Replication on it.
I have seen more people die to their own Jumbo Cactars than I've seen people kill the Jumbo Cactars. Which is kind of funny, but no.
Like I said, I don't remember what the names
this
of the
is the
ethos
epitome
are.
of the Timmy card.
Thank you. That's the name I'm looking for. Yeah, this is absolutely a Timmy card of just like you're gonna feel great if you pull this off. You're gonna feel great if you pull this off because it makes it's a huge
because people
big
like
number.
me play Magic, and you go, I summon Jumbo Cactus Doomblade.
I have seen a couple funny ones of this being a revived target for Arden.
I think my funniest thing I've done with Jumbo Cactar is I did, there's a card, I can't remember what it's called, it's an enchantment that is if a player is to gain life, they lose life. And then someone attacked me with Jumbo Cactar and I Swords to Plowshare them and killed them. Because they lost 10,000 life.
Yeah, I mean, there's
Swords to Plowshare on this when it's 9 gets the 10,000 is just funny.
Yeah, just like, all right.
But yeah, this is it's a card that, like I said, is meant to be a huge splashy thing.
I would describe this card as a trap.
I mean,
not just in limited, but even in Commander, I think this card's a trap.
It is a card you should only play if you are devising a strategy by which you are doing something silly with it. Like
there's a very funny video.
Lifelink.
I would recommend. I'm sorry, I'm shouting out so many channels, but
yeah, who cares?
It's a channel called MTG Goldfish Commander. They basically did a 4-player Commander game where all of them built around playing Jumbo Cactar in their deck.
Well,
I believe it was when that was the only. I believe they made it when it was the only revealed card for Final Fantasy because I think this was the first reveal.
This was like the first, like it was in their first wave for sure.
So basically, they all built around it, and there was many shenanigans afoot. Like ways to play it, and also ways to punish it, like severely. Like cards, like there's a card that destroy target creature. Its controller mills equal to its power.
Whoops. Mill 9,000 cards, buddy.
No. Yeah, no.
No, that's the good funny way to do, but this is just like, I mean, I read this and I was just like, yeah, obviously this doesn't work because
this is a super content card.
Yes, this is the equivalent of like doing a table 500 combo in Yu-Gi-Oh or a dual tainting. Like
I would say it's a little less than that because there are some really easy cards to exploit it, but to do truly fun things with it, yes. Because you could advantage it pretty easy with basic cards like Fling.
But yeah, it's just I'm glad that it exists, but
oh no, it's very
we got
fun,
other things to do.
Not good. Speaking of not good, this card sucks.
Labyrinth Scout? Oh, shame.
Yes, no, this card's awful.
Well, hold on. Let me read. Labyrinth Scout, 2/3. He's in Labyrinthos. Dallas doesn't know what that zone is yet. He's a rabbit scout.
It's where rabbits are.
Funnily enough, no, he's a scout.
Oh, fair enough.
I won't. I could say things that would activate Dallas's neurons, but I won't. It's a 3/2 for 3. Whenever another creature you control enters, this creature gets +1/+1 until the end of turn. Yeah, that does. You talked a lot about how, like, contextually, you talked damage in this set.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So remember how I said a 3-mana 3/3 is decent? A 3-mana 3/2 is not decent. 3-mana 3/2 is bad.
This feels a little too easy to kill for an effect that, like, requires you to be playing a second creature. Cause, like, okay, so it's a 4/3 for 3 is okay. I'm pretty sure that's okay, but, like, you need to literal 2-card combo.
And it's also never gonna just be 3 mana. Like no, this card is probably the worst common in the set for green, I would say. I'm trying to think of something that's worse, because, like, obviously there are worse rares and stuff in limited, but that's because rares are generally more niche. Yeah. But this seems like the worst common.
Yeah. I'm looking at it and I'm like,
was Galif's final act a common or was that an uncommon?
Let me check.
Galif, uncommon.
Okay, then yeah, this is the worst common. Because that would be the only thing I would say would give it competition.
Because, like, I mean, it's a shame about the Loporrits because they're great, but I read this card and I was kind of like, I don't know if I would be enthused to play this.
No, this card's doo-doo bad.
Like, I mean, there are probably circumstances where, you're getting late in the draft round and you're like, well, I'm playing green, I'll take another guy.
This is probably one of my least favorite arts in the entire set.
Oh, really? Why?
And this might just be a me thing. I guess it might just be my computer, but its eyes look like they're going the wrong way, and it reminds me of that thing from Madagascar.
I think it's just your computer.
The really fat lemur.
Because, like, it's just like he's just showing that's eye shine. That's
not
even his pupils.
Or am I crazy?
The white is not the focal point of his eyes. That's the eye shine.
Regardless, despite my weirdness with the art, no, this card's doo-doo bad. Let's talk about a good card, though. Well, okay, an okay card.
Prisha's Wandering.
Wait
for it. Dallas will get that in approximately a year when he plays Dawn Trail.
Is Dawn Trail the current expansion?
Yeah.
Yes.
That would be longer than a year.
God, you're
At
bad.
this rate, yes. Which is crazy because I feel
I'm almost done with ARR. I found Shiva, who just appears to be a human. I think.
Well,
I think that's Shiva. I don't know. You know what I mean? Not a primal.
Yeah, Dallas, get ready for fun shit. People can become primals.
Oh. Well, I guess that makes sense. But yeah, no, it's just some lady on a ridge.
Where do you think they got the idea for 16?
Also, slight spoiler. The Xenos, that should be Primal Shinryu. He turned into Primal Shinryu.
I feel like I'm going to meet the Ishgardian diplomats, and I feel like I'm going to hate them because they're Ishgardian, and the Ishgardians have so far all sucked.
That's the funny thing, Dallas.
The Ishgardians
Actually,
are the old odds.
I think you won't hate the diplomats, but you will dislike Ishgard because you are correct. I do think I dislike the elf pope and his boys more.
Oh, no, I already I was because the funny thing, Omega, I got spoiled a long time ago that the elf pope is like the final boss of Heaven's Ward. But then they showed the preview shot for Heaven's Ward in A Realm Reborn, and he's surrounded by 2 Asians. I'm like, Oh, they weren't hiding this at all. Okay.
No, it's more like the lead up to like how he's going to be an antagonist because you've
like,
played
oh,
a
no,
Final
they're
Fantasy
going
game, you see this guy, you go, you're bad. You're a bad guy.
Well, yeah, of course he's bad. He's a pope in a Final Fantasy game. There are no good popes in Final Fantasy.
Which is funny because the Fury Helote's tight. She's great. These guys not great, but
no.
you'll unwind.
The only Asgardian I so far have liked is that one dude who you keep crashing in his bunkhouse because it's like a main quest hub or something. And also your instructor for Dragoons is pretty chill.
Yes, he's also a pretty good guy.
I think he's like an ex-Asgardian technically, so.
No, he's an Asgardian. He's just he's just a retiree.
Was he an ex-Azure Dragoon?
He was.
Yes, he's a former Dragoon. He lives in the Korthan Highlands, so like he is Ishgardian, but he doesn't want to go back across.
He lives in like the most peaceful part of the Ishgard border.
Yeah,
which is funny because Camp Dragonhead's not perfectly peaceful, but they're trying. Anyway,
I actually, Ishgard's fun. I'm going.
Anyway, this is an 11 card Precious Wanderings. Costs 3 mana. It's an instant. Search your library for a basic land or a town. Put in your battlefield tap.
I believe
shuffle.
this lady is from 11.
Yes. Prish is a big character from 11. When you search it, by the way, when you search your library this way, you put a 1/1 counter on a creature you control.
11 is a Final Fantasy game I literally know one character from.
Shantoto?
Yes. And that's just because her name is funny.
She is also the one that, like, much like how they've picked Y'shtola to represent 14, Shantoto is the one they picked to represent 11.
I think it would arguably makes more sense for Shantoto, though.
It's true. I think they just picked Y'shtola because she's a very popular Catwoman.
She's a hot cat lady. I know how they work. It was never going to be Papalimo or
Ida.
What's her? Yeah, Ida.
I mean, that's also because those guys are dorks.
Or even Orianger, probably not.
No.
I mean, Orianger is secretly hot, so.
He doesn't look. He doesn't look decent in a different armor set, but he often is just wearing the goofiest clothing. Somebody should interrogate that a little. In ARR, why are the Scions all dressing like doofuses? Are we trying to be subtle? Is that the actual point? I mean, Thancred, he's wearing exactly what you meet him in the first game. So
Thancred at least is just dressed in street clothes, but like
the two that I cannot justify because they did not look like that in the previous game, from what I remember, is Urianger and Ida.
I think it's just because they got the fucking ether.
Those are the two that might. Yeah, mostly Urianger. Ida's looks fine.
I mean, he's just wearing a cloak. He's got the goggles on at all times.
Dude, your fashion sense got worse.
I can't.
It's okay. He'll get over it.
Well, yeah, he'll get over it.
Oh no, I've seen a lot of fan art of Urianger.
He'll get better at it.
Trust me, I know what Urianger and Thancred look like.
It's like that's the thing, right? Like they
avoid that.
slays.
I can say this. Everyone got. Let's see. Everyone got an outfit change in Stormblood and Shadowbringers.
Yes.
And some of them technically got like multiple outfit changes earlier.
But
yeah, everybody goes through a couple of different designs. Precious Wanderings, yeah, he's pretty good.
It's a basic ramp spell. It's alright. It's very. We're kind of in the mid-tier cards. Like this is like around like Commune with Beavers, Diamond Weapon, like Gishel Greens. Like these are just kind of alright. I'm not gonna be sad to put him in my deck, but I'm not gonna like pick him early.
No, it gives you a basic lander, it gives you a town. When you search your library this way, you do get to put a 1/1 counter, which kind of I think gives you a reason to play it at instant speed. It's kind of a lot better
if you get like Balam, but that's like a one of, so maybe don't bank on it.
Because it's tapped in limited, I usually use it to bring the tapped lands.
Yeah, it's like decent, but it's never, you're never gonna be happy to get this card.
Whenever I see it in my hand, I'm always going, do I play this to get more land, or do I play another creature so I have another body?
No, I don't,
it's a one that's going to be an interesting circumstance, and obviously, like I said, I think that's why it has that effect to put a 1/1 counter in there, because it's like they're realizing the limitations of doing this, so they give you like a oh well, you can. It's a buff, so you have a guy who might live through something.
Well, we'll get to my preferred version of this card later.
It's a way better version of this card. Well, not way better, but pretty better.
But first we have Quina, the Ku Gourmet. Who costs 3. Legendary creature, Ku.
I've never met this person in my life.
2/3. This is one of the many weird characters from 9. If one or more tokens would be created under your control, these tokens plus a 1/1 green frog are created instead. You can also pay 2 mana and sacrifice a frog to put a 1/1 counter on Quina.
I think there's a whole thing about Quina, or at least just people, where it's like some are like literally dead, so it's like only certain like young at heart people can actually see them.
It has something to do with death because it's a Final Fantasy IX thing. So
I know, but it's like I also there's the whole thing about like some parts of his race are also just dead because they literally have to eat every day and every moment of their life, or they just die.
Yeah, Final Fantasy
I'm pretty sure Quina has like unique mechanics in 9 about cooking and eating.
He can also eat the mobs.
I will describe Final Fantasy IX as fridge horror the game, where
it's
you
fairy
read stuff
horror.
and you're like, all right, that's cool.
It's fairy tale horror, honestly. In my eyes.
Wait a minute, hold up. Let me read that again. Yeah, no, this card is like, this is much more a constructed card, and even then I don't know if it's good and constructed.
I guess the question would be, is there a frog deck? Is there a reason to create 1/1 green frog
Commander.
tokens?
There's frogs, because there were Bloomburrow. Frogs are good.
So, like, this guy generates frogs.
Yeah.
I mean, it's cute that it does basically mean that every single time you create a token, you're creating a second creature. So, like, hypothetically, if you were playing, like, job select cards, again, we said that's not necessarily a great match for green, but if you were, like, if you had a multicolor combo that was working, you could, every time you create a hero, a warrior of light, you also create a frog.
I've gotten this to go off a little bit with, like, treasures and stuff.
It's true, those are tokens.
Final hour.
Hey, that means that if when you kill when Ancient Adamantoise dies, you would create 10 frogs. Actually, no, that's not true.
No,
it's every instance.
Yeah, it's every instance. So it's better with repeated generators that generate small amounts repeatedly. Like I said, this card is much better in constructed than in limited, but even in limited, it's like, I can't call this card bad because I've had it do well as opposed to cards like Jumbo Cactar or
I breathed in too hard.
Gull's Final Act, where I'm like, these cards are
this is a card that has an ability to pop off because it is just a passive generation where you get extra tokens.
In the right deck that is probably black-green or blue-green, I can see this being good.
We won't say no to more bodies.
No. Yeah, and then incrementally making things bigger. If sacrificing triggers stuff, like if you get Sephiroth, like you can do stuff with this.
So
ironically, this pairs well with Sephiroth, which is just a hilarious image to me.
This is pretty funny. Let's keep talking about this other sub-theme that's in this, which is adding basic lands and towns. Reach the Horizon costs 4 mana.
Ramp is green.
Okay. Search your land for up to 2 basic lands or towns with different names. Put them in the battlefield, tap, then shuffle. Yeah, this actually, no. I read this and I was going to be like, oh, is this going to be better than Prisha because it's like, because it's like for 4, but it's like, no, it's 2. Yeah, you put both of them in. It says put them both into play.
Both Prishas, both of those are doo-doo ass unusable in constructed. Because
I understand.
In standard, ramp isn't very good, and in commander, ramp is very good, so they've been power crapped already. Like, no. But in this instant, well, there's actually a ramp spell in here that's very good, but we'll get to him in a bit. But this card is decent in the right deck, mostly blue-green.
Yeah, I mean it's 4 for 2, and like it does, like I said,
it's not amazing
tapped
because it's still just a ramp spell, but I would say it's. Oh, no, actually, never mind. This card's bad. I forgot a certain card got reprinted into the set. Never mind, this card's bad. Sorry, lol.
So if
I
that
forgot
card
the
didn't
printer.
get reprinted,
Explain
yeah.
what that means?
There's a
No,
card
it's
called
not bad,
Farseek.
it's
There's a
just
card called
outclassed.
There's a card called Farseek that is 2 mana. Search your library for a plains, island, swamp, or mountain. Put it onto play, tapped. So it's 2 mana for 1, which is better. Sorry. Also, there's another card that ramps that's very good, which we'll get to, that makes this card a lot
I don't really
worse.
want to linger over. Dallas already talked a lot just to say "oops, lol." So whatever. Realm Reborn.
Realm Reborn.
6
this
mana
card
enchantment.
is so fucking bad. This card is so ass.
I'm glad Dallas has his
Okay.
opinion right at the top.
Okay, so why are all the green cards?
This is the worst
bad?
card in the set, by the way.
I mean, the
by
green
far.
card.
other than
Funny enough, Axe saying that, I don't think the green cards are bad.
No. Because
I think green is a very good color in this.
It's like that was the only time you actually said the cards are already bad have been the green cards so far.
No, you missed
Not
last
true.
week then, because I said a lot of
Yeah.
red cards were bad.
I was there.
Because red is
Then you weren't
kinda bad in
listening.
this set.
I
it
think
was a
Dallas
long
straight
time
up
ago.
said that overall. Did you say it was a long time
Red
ago? It
is
was
the
a week
worst
ago.
set. Red is the worst
A
card
lot
in
of
the
shit's
set.
happened since then for me. I think I had like I know of,
But
like,
no, this is the
implication.
worst card in the set, barring some reprints that are unusable in draft, obviously. But of the new... Is this worse than From Father to Son? Because that card is also very bad.
Is the point is that this card just like costs too much?
It's too much for an effect that is already on a better card for cheaper in Constructed. And then why would you need this effect? You don't need that much mana in Constructed. Like, this card gives you like 50 billion mana, but
Why
what
is
would
this
you
card?
ever
I
need
guess the
that
question is
for?
like, well, it feels.
in-
I'll say this. The way it looks like it's missing an effect. It looks like it's something else besides just other.
Yes, no, this card is missing. Give all your creatures +1/+1. Or
That
something
feels like
that
that'd also be what that would do or something. At least that would be
Yeah,
like I guess
like-
worth it.
I
Even
mean, I
that
feel
would
like
still
this
be-
seems like a card that suffers from the fact
Yeah.
that Magic is a like rotating format where a lot of the same effects crop up, and you're saying that basically in the current round of Constructed, there's a card that does this
Well,
better, more
yeah.
efficiently, does more things, whatever.
No, actually, there is no cards that do this in Constructed. This effect is bad in Constructed.
Okay, yeah. So sorry.
But
Well, at least one version of what you said, this is wrong.
Bad in Standard. This card is bad in Standard, and in Constructed, where this effect is good, there
You can
is-
play
I'll
other
try to
cards.
Post the card. It does kind of just shit all over this card.
Yeah, that
Oh
card's just.
god, that's only 2.
Yeah, like what the
Yeah.
fuck?
Well, it's permanence instead
mean,
of creatures.
Yeah, but yeah,
It's like-
no, that's
it's
like I don't
so
know.
much
This
worse.
what format
so-
is it's Cryptolith, right? By the way, is what Dallas
Yeah,
mentioned.
by
What
the way,
format
this
is
card
that
would only
legal
ever
in?
be good in Commander. These are only good in Commander. Like, there's no other formats these see play in. Actually,
Okay,
hold
so
on. I'm
Cryptolite
not
is
gonna
legal in
guarantee
Commander, I
this.
should say.
Yes, no. It's
Okay.
legal in Commander. It was a couple
Then
of years
yes,
ago.
no, absolutely. Like, that's just
Yeah.
this is crazy. There's definitely way too many mana symbols
No,
printed on this.
I
for-
remember when this
This is a
card got
rare.
spoiled and people thought this was a misprint.
I mean, it's
People are like,
really
"This
cool
is
of them
missing
to
an
make a
effect, right?"
card called A Realm Reborn that has
Which-
the 3
and it is a
leaders doing
huge
the
shame.
thing.
It is
But-
a huge shame because I think the alt art for this card is fucking amazing.
The art's really good, yeah, no, but like
Oh.
Dallas literally, like this is a case where Dallas has had the receipts and he showed me a card and you're like, this card's not good in standard because
The
it's
card
you just don't
I
need that much
believe,
mana
if
ramp.
I'm not- I think
Which I
Cryptolith
believe.
writes. I think Cryptolith Right might have been okay in Standard. And
Because it's
if
only
that
2
card
mana.
was only okay. That tells you what this card would be.
Once again, to bring it up, Dallas has showed us a card, Cryptolith Right, which does this effect. It's only creatures, not all
Only two
permanents, but
creatures,
still.
so it's not permanents, but
Still,
generally,
for 2.
because your land, unless you're a fiend and build really dumb mana bases in Commander, in which case stop doing that. Your land should all tap for colored mana. So and I mean, I guess you give it to enchantments and artifacts, which is like cool, but like.
I mean, it's the thing
I
you
don't
said,
know.
right, Dallas? Like when you say, "Oh, you don't need that much mana in standard," I'm like, I believe you because, like, yes, this card,
Yeah.
if you pull it off, means that you're playing
No.
this on turn 6. means that, you may have, like, 6 creatures or other permanents you can tap for mana, and you also have 6 lands, but it's like, okay, cool, you doubled your mana, neat. What are you doing with
generally, especially because this is essentially a 6 mana do nothing.
Yeah.
It's like...
Well, I mean,
feel like
you get to tap it to add a colorless mana because it itself is a permanent.
Yeah, no, that's true. You could generate a little bit of mana afterwards, but
this feels like this could have costed like 5 or 4 and been fine.
This is one of those cards where I feel like the balance testing of it. I feel like this card was more broken at some point.
This does feel like a playtest where they playtested it at like 2 or 3 and it was too much.
I just feel like
it would be 4 mana and it was broken there. I
feel like if you make it cost 6, you gotta at least put something else on it besides this on effect.
Well, no, because there are cards that are just 7 mana. They do nothing but generate. Spoiler: the other worst card in this set is a reprint of a card called Nyx Bloom Ancient, which is 7 mana, 5/5. All of your mana tapped for triple. That's all it does.
Oh, okay.
That's also an awful win rate in Standard and Limited because that's just not a good effect there.
Yeah, it feels like a shame because this is like...
It's such a cool art.
Like I said, I would have thought this effect was good, but like I said, Dallas, when you showed me the comparison, I'm like, oh, so this is ludicrously overcosted. No, it's not good.
Yes, it's overcosted and underperforming in other formats than Commander. Because once again, Cryptolith Right was released during Innistrad, which was during my hiatus from Magic. It was released during the second Innistrad block. We have been to Innistrad too many fucking times.
There were 3 Innistrad blocks.
No, I think there's 4.
Right, no, okay, right.
Because there was the wedding one.
Okay, there was the original one, then the return, then the part 2 the return, and then the return again.
They went to Innistrad, and then we returned to Innistrad, and then Cthulhu invaded Innistrad, and then we went for a wedding.
And then the vampire shit happened.
This is like this card. I've been in games where I play this turn 2, and my opponent scoops.
Oh no, yeah, in Commander Cryptolith Right. Oh, Ride the Shrewpuff. This is speaking of kind of an opposite. I wouldn't say this card is amazing because you need stuff to back it up.
Yeah.
It's a very weird point on a curve, and if your opponent's scooping to this, they're not very good at Magic. No offense.
What I've mostly been doing is I've been doing MTG Arena, the jump in formats where you have like decks. So
gotcha.
Something like that. This gets out
of hand. In a very limited card pool, that this card could be very strong. But even
and I want to say, I mean, like Arena is. I've never tried to play Arena because it's shocking to me that I've heard that Arena is kind of a worse simulator than Master Duel.
I don't fully agree with that sentiment.
I think it's better than Master Duel in some aspects and worse than Master Duel in other aspects.
That's probably true.
For instance, I think it's way better monetized than Master Duel.
I'm not experienced enough to see any faults.
But I don't know what people are expecting there, but it can be that kind of thing. Like in Master Duel, when you're playing games, yes, you're just playing online and they're very fast. But like, if you see your opponent doing a line and you're like, oh, I don't have anything I can do about this. Do I want to just play the top deck war? You just scoop and go next. I could see Arena doing kind of the same thing where you're like, I can just get a different match.
Yeah.
Than deal with this thing that I don't have an answer for.
Me in Constructed, because it's like, okay, I can still kill your creatures when you play them.
Yep.
But like I said, in Limited, this card is very strong because...
Yeah, it's 2 mana for enchantment that gives you landfall of just like whenever a land you control enters, you put a 1/1 counter on it. Speaking, by the way, of the add 1/1 effect on landfalls. And then also, if you get to 7, you can make it become a 7/7 beast.
Yeah. Which is relevant, I would say.
And if you're getting to that point, this will not have Summoning Sickness by then.
Nope. Because it is still the same enchantment you played.
The enchantment becomes a 7/7 beast creature.
Also, that effect is instant speed, so you can just on your
okay, that's
this
good.
This card is pretty decent. Like I said, it's not amazing because
I agree.
It's just a weird weird curve point to have this effect in. So it can kind of be a slow, weird thing. And the landfall deck is kind of bad, so that doesn't help. Oh god, this is adorable. Sorry.
I've
This
heard very different
does
things
kind of
about
do the thing for, like-
a very specific landfall deck.
I think it's bad in that deck, but we'll talk about that when we get to her.
Oh yeah, okay, I can see this being bad in that deck because you don't need this.
The landfall decks that make use of landfall are usually have better effects than this. This is a kind of, because of how generally weak this effect is, I would say it's not very good in
I mean, genuinely,
constructed.
I know this says that it has landfall, but unless you're like playing a card that says add a card that has the landfall keyword to your hand, this feels much more like it's generally for the 1/1 counter strat. It just happens to generate 1/1 counters when you play lands.
This card is just good and limited. Like, because of just, it's a low mana investment to potentially high reward, low risk, like.
And I mean, it's the thing you said, right, Dallas, like talking about like removal. Is your opponent gonna play enchantment removal on Ride the Shoe Puff?
Probably not. In this set, no. Because there are some scary enchantments in this set.
Yeah, it's like the kind of thing where it's like, well, it's just a 1/1 counter, so like you can get a lot of return on investment for this.
And if you play this down early, it is very strong and limited. Like, I cannot disagree with that at all. Like, if you play this on curve in the beginning, it's very strong. If you play it off of curve, it's kind of, this card is kind of, it's not awful. It's just not great.
It's not enough.
This is one of those cards similar to Tonberry, where it's like, on curve, this card's great. Off curve,
Well, let's talk about Rydia's Return from FF4.
Speaking of not great
Costs
cards.
you 5 mana to get a sorcery that does 1. Creatures you control get +3/+3 into the end of turn, or return up to 2 target permanents from your graveyard to your hand.
This is so close to being a good card. It's so frustrating.
It need to be good?
Just put trample. Just make it an overrun.
Yeah.
That's literally an archetype card in green is Overrun, which is 5 mana. Give all your creatures control. Get +3/+3 and trample until end of turn.
I kind of feel
one of the most green cards.
Honestly, what they should have done is not based return choose one, just done both at the same time instead of.
No, even with the choose one, because Overrun's already been power crept in constructed.
Yeah,
so
like
just make it, because the return up to 2 target permanents from your graveyard to your hand is not that good for 5 mana. But like, or even it doesn't have to be trample. Just give it +3/+3 and something. Like flying menace.
It kind of feels like to me, because I think that comment's come up a little, and we already saw that you can just play Blitzball Shot to get +3/+3 trample at instant.
I'm just wondering if
creature.
they tested in the green ramp was just like better than the other decks by a margin.
Well, I wonder because one of the cards that was recently banned was a red card that gives you plus stats and trample. I'm wondering if the game designers were like, being more careful about.
I should be clarifying that there are other reasons why that Monstrous Rage was broken. That would not, because this is only a sorcery speed. You cannot instant speed this. Right? This is sorcery speed.
Yeah, sorcery.
Yeah, it's a sorcery.
That's crazy. Yeah.
I mentioned it before.
Yeah, and with Monstrous Rage, like, there's a lot of factors that made that card broken. Because once again, I will point out, Monstrous Rage for once is only 1 mana. It does only get it gives +3/+1 technically. Because it gives Monstrous Rage reads target creature gets +2/+0 and attach a monstrous roll token to this. A monstrous roll token gives +1/+1 and trample. So overall, it's 1 mana. Give +3/+1 and trample, and it's banned because it's broken. Anyway.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like there's something going on where I feel like a lot of, because this is we've been noticing a theme with green. This is another uncommon. I mean, Ride the Shoe Puff was an uncommon that was good, but like it feels like a lot of the more higher rarity cards in green are not as like impressive.
I mean,
and I don't know if that meant we.
Well, no, I think it might just be an ordering thing because there are some very strong green cards that we haven't gotten to yet. We'll get to them. They just happen to be a lower letter.
Yep.
A spoiler: most of the best green cards start with S.
There are some green summons. That's true.
That too.
Then let's not. Speaking of an S card, let's not overlinger then on Rydia's return, because I agree that like for 5 mana it does seem like just
bad.
+3/+3 is like that doesn't. I understand enough about Magic to know that +3/+3 on your turn at a sorcery speed doesn't mean anything.
You just give it one keyword, and it would be fine. Any keyword.
So Saz Katsuroi,
Like, yeah.
4
okay.
mana for a 3/3 human pilot. When Saz enters, you may search your library for a bird or a basic land, reveal it, put it in your hand, shuffle. Whenever he attacks, put a 1/1 counter on a targeted creature, then double the amount of 1/1 counters on that creature.
This card is fucking insane. This is the strongest green card in the set, by the way.
So we talked about the birds, right? And this is a bird searcher. He does technically help birds. And theoretically, some of your birds could do that. But
the bird part is irrelevant.
Who is this guy?
Oh,
it's 13
He's
guy.
13.
Yeah, it's a 13 guy.
Yeah,
he has a
he's 13.
chocobo in his
He's
hair.
Sats. He's the
Saz.
man with the chocobo and the giant
Yeah.
fucking hot rod. I love Sats, by the way. He's like my third favorite character from.
He's a great character. He's one. Like I said, he's one of the half of the cast that I like. No,
Yeah.
Saz is
Other
great.
than fucking Vanille, he's probably my favorite.
But also, like you said,
no, this card's
this
insane.
is another one of those interesting cases where you read the first text and you go, okay, so you add a basic land or a bird. That feels like what you're going on theme. The
Yeah, that's
counter
fine.
effect is very good because first of all, it means that if you have no other creatures, Saz himself is actually a
He's
5/5. Yeah,
Yeah.
he's just a 5/5.
But it's any
actually.
creature. The fact that it's any creature is so silly.
Yeah, you just target a guy, give him a +1/+1, and then also double the
yeah.
counters.
No, this card is like I said, it's the highest win rate in green. It's the third highest win rate card in the set.
He's not that expensive too.
Well, no, because in constructed he's not amazing.
Okay.
Like he's okay in constructed. You can build like funny meme decks with him. He might get good at some point. Like this is a card that isn't good in constructed now, but if certain cards release, I could see him being good.
If there was a really good green 1/1 counter strategy where like
Yeah.
this guy is like on the curve and you're like, oh well,
But
by
this
now
is
you've
one of those
generated like
cards that-
3 1/1 counters, so
Yeah, this is one of those cards that like, this isn't good now, but I could see this card becoming relevant.
Has potential.
But in limited, this card is absolutely. I mean, honestly, most of the best cards in limited aren't very good in constructed formats, which is kind of funny. With one exception, which is a reprint card. God, why did they reprint Urza into a standard set, into the limited set? That's just so fucking funny. That's a card that's limited in Commander.
but yeah, Saz
And
pretty
they're
good.
just like, just put in standard. Fuck it. Or not in standard, in limited, but no, Sots is one of the best cards in this set. If you see him in a draft, pick him first. There is literally like one card that is better than him.
He was my pre-release card.
Nice.
Lucky, my pre-release card was not good.
Yeah,
Or
but
one of my
I also
pre-release
didn't
cards
pull
was bad.
green, so I'm like, I couldn't play it that day.
Oh, I would splash green for him. If he was the only green card in my deck, I'd play him. He's that good.
I'm not that experienced. I wasn't experienced
That's fair.
enough to figure that out.
That's fair. He reads great, but he's better than he reads. If that makes any sense.
It's a very good. Listen, if you play it turn 1, then it keeps going. It's pretty good.
Well, you can't play. No, that's Sots Chocobo. Sots Chocobo is a different card, and let's talk about it.
Yeah. Saz Chocobo. For
Because
1
this card's
mana, you
also
get a
very
bird that's got 0/1, but this specifically has the landfall where when a land enters, you put a 1/1 counter on him.
Yes,
This
which makes this
gets-
infinitely better than most Chocobos.
This gets so out of hand. This is another one. If you play it
Yeah,
on
this-
ramp, a lot of people scoop to this.
This
Okay, listen.
card can
There
be
was a
very
in the
good.
preview games I watched for the Touring Preview Colors. There was a whole thing where the guy, he playing the red green deck. He played red mana turn 1, annoyed that his first turn draw was this card. So the entire match he was complaining that if he just played green first, he would have had this on curve and it would have another +1/+1 mark on it, and he was so annoyed by it because it would have won him the game.
I probably would have.
Yeah. No.
Just a good card.
This is one of those.
Again, I play that jump in thing on MTG
Because it got to
Arena.
like a 7/8. So
people mulligan up to like 4 card hands to get this turn 1.
Yeah. No, this card's insane.
it's like a landfill card.
In limited.
I'm used to most landfill
yeah,
cards having this name on it, so it's like I'm finding it weird that like the other versions have the weaker version of landfall for some reason, and not calling
well,
it
it's
else.
because they probably start at 2/2.
It's because you also can't generate generating cards with this effect would be broken.
And it's like it sounds like green.
You can't. Okay, I gotta explain something to you. Actually, Wizards did not balance for Commander. That's why everything in Commander is dumb and broken and silly.
I mean, listen, I don't die to green. I died to a person with like heir apparents who has kill speed for like 8,000 bugs or 8,000 rabbits.
Yeah, but the thing about
the fucking play Void Mariner on me and I can't respond to him.
Wizards balance is limited very carefully. I would argue they balance limited better than they balance anything else. It's probably easier to do that, but still. Like, you can't just have something like that in limited. That would be broken. Like I said, this card isn't seeing any play in standard right now. It might, but I can't really see it just because it doesn't have any kind of evasion or protection or anything. And and if you want a finisher, there's a better card. I hate having to say we'll get to it, but it's not my fault. Her name is so last lettering E.
Wow, we're coming.
That's not a word.
She's coming up.
First, the side quest: raise a chocobo.
I love this
green
art.
side quest.
This is one of my favorite base arts in the game.
This is very
It's just
fun.
adorable.
And also, the flip side
Is the black chocobo.
It's just this is literally is reference to like fucking FF7 chocobo breeding.
Yeah,
no,
it's
these are
chocobo
both
breeding.
FF7 cards. This is them with the black being one of the better ones. So yes,
This card's pretty decent.
Yeah, the black was like the rarest chocobo. Yeah.
If this
I mean,
card
no,
is
there's a
kinda
golden one, but
weird,
Oh yeah.
making the gold
this
is
card's
like
kind
a
of weird.
multi-hour process.
I have rarely ever flipped this card, but just as a 2-mana 2/2, it's kind of okay.
Well,
Like, it's
so
kind of the
yeah,
same
this
boat
is
as
this is
Gishel
a 2-mana that when it enters, you make a bird token that has the landfall effect, and then if
I
you
would say
control
this
4 or
is
more
the
birds.
hardest. I would say this is the hardest card to flip of the side quests.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's
because
it's not
like
bird cards.
it's a
Birds
card
around
that
Kill the birds.
yeah, and they're only 2/2s.
They only get better attackers. Yeah. They only.
And then when it flips,
on
it
main
becomes
phase, right?
Black Chocobo
Yeah.
at the beginning of your first
Yeah,
main
flips on
phase.
main
Yeah.
phase. So yeah, no, it's just kind of unfortunate where it's like
Yeah, if you play even like
Your cards
Birds of
just die.
But, yeah, because you play a full card like Birds of Burko, took a meteor, and like all the other bird cards, it's not enough. Yeah.
like
But
Like, there
Black
are other
Chocobo is just
cards that
another
is-
2/2 that has the landfall effect itself, and then when you transform, you search a land, put in your battlefield, tap, shuffle.
This one actually also stacks better because it was also like birds you control, so it means
yeah, no,
everything,
this one is
so.
all chocobos for that trigger, or all birds, but birds
it helps
are
it ramp better.
chocobos. No, the flip side is actually very good, but I just, in my experience, I don't get to flip this card. But
Yeah.
as I said, this is one of those cards where even though you don't get to flip it often, as a 2-mana 2/2 that gets landfall trigger, it's not the end of the world. Like, it as a card is, the floor is high.
Just as
The floor is
creating
high.
just as effectively as if there was just a generic Chocobo that had that effect of
So-
2/2 for 2 with the landfall. That's not bad.
I see this as a better Gishel Greens. Well, I know
Yeah.
Gishel
Oh,
Greens
no, no.
has. Well, it just
It's-
has a potential to be better. Gishel
I would
Greens
say
has
Gishel-
potential to use.
Gishel Greens is better in black-green decks, and SideQuest Razor Chocobo is better in all other green decks.
Okay.
Because
Hypothetically, if we're building
black-green
some kind of
mills
single
your deck.
strategy around
Yeah.
Chocobos, you would play both.
Probably. But I think summons is next, right?
Yep.
Are we
We got a
talking
few.
about Fat Chocobo first?
Yes.
It was so
Fat Chocobo
funny
starts
seeing
with F.
Summon Fat Chocobo.
Pre-release was so funny because I was one of the few Final Fantasy guys. It was just funny seeing all the Magic guys react to this card.
Work.
Brother's never seen a Fat Chocobo before, but he's here.
Dude,
He's got the Moogles
is
with him.
it just me? Okay, Omega. This is
Okay,
going to
so-
be some
Stop,
tangent that is slightly brain rotted.
No, I stopped.
No.
I-
Oh, I grabbed the right. No, you did not. Sorry, I'm accidentally saving as though. Dallas started saying Omega, and then you were like, stop. You told him to stop. You didn't start saying anything yet, brother. Dallas, what are you saying?
I just imagine that fucking YouTube short of the cuckoo as the voice for Fat Chocobo. The fucking, like, what is wrong, brother? Have you seen... am I crazy? Do you know what I'm talking about?
No idea.
No.
Okay,
Yeah,
I need to show you this YouTube short then.
But,
Actually, where were you going?
in response to Chris, it's like, okay, so they didn't have to do the fucking fast food raid, did they? To get the Fat Chocobo, huh?
No, because they're Magic players. They don't do anything else.
Yeah,
other than
exactly. They
play
don't know.
Magic.
They've never seen a Fat Chocobo before. This is specifically the 7 Fat Chocobo. I'm pretty sure the way it works in the original 7 is that Fat Chocobo just sometimes shows up when you cast Chocomog. I don't remember if he's separate or not. He's an actual separate summon in the remake games. Which again, this is another weird case where they took the 7 remakes art style, but the original art is very funny because you can see it's crushing a Shinra grunt. This is a 5-mana 4/4 Saga bird. Its first effect is with one Saga token is Wark. Create a 2/2 green bird token that has the landfall effect. And then, speaking of giving trample, its 2, 3, and 4 is Kerplunk. Creatures you control get trample to the end of the turn.
Yeah, no, this card's very strong. I think this is
You play
probably
with
the
all the
best
birds.
common in the set.
Yeah.
Probably. No, there's one other I'd say it's better, but this is up there.
I mean, he's a 5, but like it generates a bird token, and then it does the thing we talked about where it
Well,
just does give all your guys.
6 stats. It's 6 stats for 5. Because
Yeah.
it generates a 2/2 so it's essentially 6/6 of stats for 5. And it gives trample, and trample is probably the second best keyword in limited. Other than freaking
And it's also,
Death Touch.
assuming your opponent hasn't killed the bird by then somehow, it's you're aiming to have it be trample on at least 2 creatures, and probably more.
Yeah. No, this card's
And
very
it's a big
good.
fat bird.
Requires answers. Also, if you have any of the people, we'll talk about them more in the multicolored section because I don't think there are any monocolored ones. But if you have a certain person that recycles lure counters, summoning a 2/2 every turn is pretty neat.
It's a good way to generate.
Now
2/2
let's
bird
immediately
tokens.
talk about a summon that overshadows him.
Alright, wait, weird question, actually. If it gets a token, and it gets a second token, and you take the token off, does creature still have trample?
Yes, because it's till end of turn.
Yeah,
Okay.
the effect
It's an
activated.
ignition trigger effect, not a conditional effect.
So the ones that were on the field when it started, but if like you summon something afterwards, they don't.
Yes,
have
no.
it.
If you summon something afterwards, that thing does not have. Oh no, that thing will have trample because it is creatures you control have trample, not creatures gain trample.
Okay.
See, at the bottom of it, Magic is more than Yu-Gi-Oh. I would argue Magic because it's obviously it's an English card game, so they could do more of this. Magic is all about semantics. You gotta learn fucking grammar before you learn Magic, man.
That's fair. Yu-Gi-Oh is more about puns.
Yeah, no, it's all about
puns.
like when, how, like those matter so much in Magic. Like when you can versus how, versus there's like entire papers for understanding difference between different prepositions. Anyway, let's talk about Summon Fenrir. I love this boy.
Yeah,
I love this
Fenrir,
boy so
Sock
much.
Wolf, costs you.
He's such a good boy.
Feels
3
like
for
he
a
was a
3/2.
raid. I guess he was a raid in 11.
Maybe.
It's a summon, so I don't know the exact context, but yeah, this art is from 11, and I assume the 11 team influenced a lot of these attacks. So Crescent Fang, search a basic land, put it into on a battlefield, tap, then shuffle.
Well,
Which for
he's
3
also
on a
he's also a
small
summon
body.
in 6.
And
I'm assuming the
2 and
quote
9.
has to be from 11.
11.
I assume
Yeah,
so.
summon me from darkness.
He wasn't.
2
was he
is
in
Heaven's
7?
World Howl. In 7 now.
No,
Heaven
the,
Ward, yeah.
the Cloud's motorcycle in Advent Children is named Fenrir, though.
Is called Fenrir, yeah, but no,
Oh,
there's
right.
no Fenrir. Heavens with Howl, the next creature... When you next cast a creature spell this turn, speaking of prepositions, that creature enters with an additional 1/1 counter on it, and then Ecliptic Growl. Draw a card if you control the creature with the greatest power or tied for greatest power.
So, a couple things about this card. So this is the reason those ramp spells aren't very good. This is the best ramp spell in the set.
Yeah,
Probably.
This definitely, like, looking at something like versus, like, yes, the Midgar one, the 7/1 to the horizon puts 2 into play,
Yeah.
but it costs, more mana. And then you've got,
Oh, the Titus
this
deck
is
is
li-
just
a little bit less, but this is just this
literally
does that
everything you want on
ramp
a
thing,
card.
but is also
It's
a creature.
ramp, it's potentially card draw. It's a body.
so in the
like,
Titus deck, you can just move these tokens around to like continuously do craft.
Heaven's Ward Howl is probably the worst effect, and it's not awful.
It's okay,
Uh,
but like it's very
It's
like
alright,
minimal.
But Crescent
But, like-
Fang and Ecliptic Growl are both insane cards. Insane
So
effects
basically,
for a 3-drop to have.
I assume you can manipulate this with Titus because Titus only move 1 counter, right?
Yeah, Titus, a couple other cards you can manipulate it. Like Fenrir is.
I mean, remember,
to
we talked
me,
earlier about
the
there's Clash
best-
of the Icons, which does
I
also
would
manipulate
say-
Saga tokens.
I'll put my money down here. Of the non-rare green cards, I think this is the best non-rare green card.
Hmm.
Rare or mythic. Although the green mythics aren't that good. In limited, I should say. One of the green mythics is insane in Commander.
Oh yeah, Clash of the Icons.
but-
You fucking play some.
But this
You play
thi-
No,
thi-
thi-
this
this-
is another case where, like, I wasn't sure, but you said, oh, it's later. Yeah, no, doing the mana ramp effect and also summoning a 3/2 body that
Yeah.
then has
All of the
future
green
potential.
summons, by the way, are fucking insane.
Yeah, we'll talk about Titan in a second.
You can tell green is the enchantment color because they did not have a single, like... I would say they don't even have a single good summon. They're all great or better.
Oh my god, could you show the Fenrir alt art?
Oh, do we have an order for Fenrir?
Yes.
Oh,
no,
we
it
did.
does.
Sorry,
It also
Dallas
is one of
interrupted
my
it by
Yes.
posting
Sorry.
it.
Sorry.
No,
Sorry,
don't you
but-
apologize, Chris Darlight. It's literally Dallas's fault
It's
because
my
he
fault.
posted a YouTube short that consumes so much vertical real estate. I couldn't see that you posted the Fenrir.
I don't know why it does that.
It's a short. It's for your vertical phone.
I wish it just...
Yeah, I'm
Post
looking
the
at it
link.
on my fucking on my desktop.
But no, Fenrir is one of my favorite
Radar.
arts in the game.
Both these ones are really
In
cool.
the set. Like, probably my favorite non-Amano art, if I'm being honest. And that is high praise because Amano is literally my favorite artist of anyone. Because I'm a 6 and 2 nerd. What do you want from me?
God, it's so weird to be like, man, I can just see what the artist is and just like, that person's cool. I should look.
It's so
up.
good. Like, honestly, like, game mechanics aside, this is the thing I love the most about Magic over Yu-Gi-Oh! Is you could just see the artist's name on the card.
Like,
I
I'll
know
look up the
it's like
portfolio.
I think it's the one like the one like consistent criticism that I don't. I feel like Yu-Gi-Oh
Objectively, Magic is
fans.
better for this.
Yes, I feel like Yu-Gi-Oh fans
Objectively.
have just given up, and for some reason, Magic fans who want to pick fights with Yu-Gi-Oh fans or levy criticisms at Yu-Gi-Oh don't use this one thing that's very obviously all upside for us, the audience. There's no reason not to
I
do
think it's
this.
because a lot of Magic fans take it for granted because it's all they've ever known.
But it's the thing
Like-
of like, oh, they want to fight us that we quote unquote don't use keywords, not technically
I
correct,
remember
or
when I
other shit. And it's
saw
like, no, you could. That's
the-
the easiest bone in the world.
when I remember one of the things that confused me the hell out of Yu-Gi-Oh is when I first saw the Spirit cards, which are some of my favorite arts in all of Yu-Gi-Oh, the original like Spirit arts. I kept trying to find the artist and I just can't.
Yeah, and I don't think we do know. I mean, it's possible they're
Nope.
Kaz arts originally because that was the
Yeah,
era,
those
but,
might actually just be Kazuka Kakahashi, but
but we don't
don't know
know.
for sure.
And it's like there are a handful. Literally, I think there may be like less than a dozen artists who like
Yeah.
openly discuss their Yu-Gi-Oh work on their portfolios, and we can find, but it's not common. But yeah, Big Fenrir, great card, and you can look up both
Yeah.
arts.
let's talk about another good summon. Because green just keep coming with the hits.
Big Titan. This is the
Titan.
15 Titan.
My favorite version of Titan, to be honest, because like, I'm sorry, the 14th version of Titan is lame.
Yeah,
I mean, the 14th version of
Nugget is
Titan is
funny.
supposed to be representative of its
Mr. Chicken Nugget is not a good art. Not a good art.
They
he's
did go out of
representative
their
of
way
things coming
to. You phrased that really weird, Axe. You can just say he looks like a kobold. He's the kobold god. He looks like a kobold without their hats on. That's the point. Yes.
I never connect that. To me, it he just looked like the rocks they mined.
I mean, he's got weird ears and fluffy hair. He looks like a giant rock kobold. He's their god. It makes sense.
Like, I love the 15's Titan. 4 Titan is weird.
Titan is another one that, like, we've talked about before. Like, sometimes the art design for Ifrit is just guy with horns.
Yeah.
Sometimes the art for Titan is just big buff guy.
Well, at least with Titan, there's less like. With Titan, it's because Titan is like a class of things. It's less like strict on like, no, this is objectively what they look like.
So I need to just say this. I'm looking at this card. And it's like, oh, okay. So it's like, this is
No.
So like turn 6, you play this. You play Clash of Icons. You like build like 3 lands. Put them on your field tap.
7 Titan looks bad, but that's only because of the art style. 7 Rebirth Titan looks fucking amazing.
Yeah, the regular Titan in 7 is the first time he was 3D. He's just a dude in a loincloth. Like, that's... Yeah. And that's okay. He's not...
Then Rebirth is just fucking immaculate. 9 Titan is hilarious. I need to show you 9 Titan, because this art is just fucking...
The art, by the way, for the alt art for this is crazy good, by the way.
Iron Giant is...
But yeah, we didn't say, the stuff that you can read, but he's 5 mana for a 7/7 Saga Giant, which has Reach and Trample. He mills 5 on 1, returns all lands from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped on 2, and then on 3, until the end of turn, another creature you control gets +X/+X, and Trample, which is X is the number of lands you control. This is a reason this is a reason to play some of those spells that ramp lands, so you have more lands, so Titan is bigger.
I don't think it's quite as good as Fenrir, because
no, Fenrir is super mana efficient.
It is more of a high end.
Wait, I think you just play both in the same deck.
Oh no, you would play both. Like, I would play both of these in any green deck. Like this,
because it's like
you do not need to build around Titan.
Use Fenrir to get to Titan.
It is a 5 mana 7/7 trample. Like, if it just said that is insane.
Also, that was to be direct with you. When you get to lore 3, it's a minimum at least a 12/12. It's a minimum like a 12/12.
Well, no, because you can't. It dies when it triggers that effect. So you can't target it.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
You sacrifice after 3. So I think you can. Well, it also says another target creature, so you can't target Titan anyway. But even if you could target Titan, he would die right after, so you never would.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It says sacrifice.
Oh no,
after
he would die.
3.
He would technically die before.
If you're being silly, you can always target another Titan.
Ignition triggering in Magic is complicated. You can target multiple Titans. I have done so. It is very silly. Generally because of Terra, because you can copy enchantments. So you just go, I have 2 Titans now. What are you gonna do about it?
I
cloning. It's very funny. Yeah.
I forget. It's like, was Garuda a decent summon? I forget if she was okay.
I like Garuda. Garuda
was alright.
But it's also a flyer. It's a flyer.
Was there a normal Ifrit summon, or was it just like the Guardian Force?
No, there's GF Ifrit.
Yeah, there was only Guardian Force
and then
Ifrit.
there's Clive.
Yeah.
Okay.
But the Garuda I think is decent because she's a 3/3 flyer in a set where there's not a lot of flying. So I've often actually gives other stuff flying, so I've often just killed people with Garuda. Like, she's not flashy, but she is very efficient. Is the best way to... Like, Titan is much more flashy, but I could argue Garuda has won.
And I think
more
also
games.
could win you the game from just punching really fucking
Oh,
hard.
no, 100%. But
I mean,
the
yeah,
thing
he's
is,
a Titaner. He's a trampler.
Well, Titan's also a rare, and Garuda's an uncommon, so I've had Garuda more.
Fair.
So now I think it's her. Is it her?
It's time for the scary lady.
Nope.
Oh, nope. There's one between it. Summoner's Grimoire.
Yeah.
Oh, I missed that.
There's the Summoner book. With Carby.
Summoner book.
Though
This card is so weird.
First of all, I want to say just about the art design. This is like the most wow-looking 14 character I've ever seen. I don't know why we picked these exact color schemes with like the bright green hair and the glowing green eyes.
I've seen a lot of people with green hair. That's not armor. That's just a really big book.
Well, no,
Yeah,
I'm not talking about the armor.
They're wearing the level 50
that's that is just how summoner books look. I mean specifically, like, we've got somebody who I think is, well, I can't actually tell if they're here or Elizin because that could just be their hat. But like,
I assume they're
the hat gives because it's the summoner hat where it's basically
it's
like
the summoner horn, which is their like iconic thing. I don't know. Anyway, and it makes them a shaman even. But Summoner's Grimoire costs 4. It's equipment. Job select.
I don't think I could talk considering my hair is like black and purple.
Yes, Dallas, but I'm speaking specifically about a Warcraft thing where there are these elves who are like pale skinned so much so that they glow. They might actually have glowing eyes like the summoner, and then also a lot of them have green hair.
Yeah, but that's because they're crack addicts. I'm not even kidding.
Are we calling like the blood of the planet crack?
I am calling blood elves crack addicts. Yes.
But anyway,
I guess demon blood is.
This creates a 1/1 token that you equip it to. That creature becomes a shaman. In addition to the other creature types, and says whenever this creature attacks, if you put a creature from your hand into the battlefield, if that is an enchantment, it enters tapped and attacking.
Exactly.
So it says creature is enchantment. It actually, literally, the Summoner's Grimoire lets you summon.
Yeah, this card's interesting. So this card is kind of bad in limited.
I would assume so, because I mean, go ahead and explain. But I think I get it. It's
reliant on you getting another big thing, and this is a rare slot. So it's this kind of like, I feel like when this card is good, it's great, but most of the time this card is bad.
Okay, no. So each of the previous summons are at a different rarity. So Fat Chocobo is a common, Fenrir is an uncommon, Titan is a rare. But still,
like, I wouldn't be happy summoning Fat Chocobo off this. Like,
probably not. You probably would just play Fat Chocobo instead of because this is the thing you got to keep in mind, chat. This equip spell creates a token and equips to it, which is a 1/1.
This is for summoning like Adamant Tortoise or Arden or the cards that are insane mana cost. Like, we'll get to another.
You cheat out a big creature with this, which like, does
minimum 6 mana to me.
And I mean, obviously the thing about this is the way this works is the artifact stays in common, but the way this works is the token you create is dying, right? Because it's a 1/1 token, and you have to attack to get this effect off. So, like, your opponent will pick a blocker that will kill it.
Yeah, and it does have a decent re-equip cost, so it's not the worst.
True. It is actually relatively cheap compared to some of the other stuff we've seen.
Yeah, because most of the rares have fair re-equip costs, but it is one of those things where it's like, if you have the right deck for this in limited, I could see this card being bonkers. But most of the time, you will not get that deck. You will get this and nothing good to summon it with, and you will cry.
I feel like if you were trying to build a enchantment creature deck, this is a decent card for it.
You know what this card is good for, Omega?
Yeah.
You know how drafting works, right? It's like 1-pack, 2-pack, 3-pack. You go 1, 2, 3. This card is great. If your first pack you got this really expensive like bomb mythic rare, and then you open this pack 3. That's when it's good. When you get like Sin or the reprint Atraxa Sephiroth or something that costs like a ridiculous amount of mana but wins you the game pretty much. This card is never good as your first pick.
Yeah, you have to have something.
You have to have the big thing first.
It does let you cheat out like
pick this up.
It lets you get like Titan and Bahamut.
Yeah, somebody in chat talked about this. Like you could play Bahamut on turn 5 and stuff.
You would want Bahamut first. Like if I round 1 picked Bahamut, which I would be smoking crack to do that, but still.
Okay, round 2 Bahamut though.
No, I would never pick one Bahamut in any pack, and unfortunately, because it's so expensive, everyone would pick one Bahamut because it's a $40 card, so you're not passing $40 worth of money.
fair war.
That's a monetary thing. That's not a draft logic thing. That's a
no, that's fair. It's directly a trading. It's a card you can trade for immediately
it
something
is
else you want.
It's similar to how what is it? I think VV doesn't actually have that high of a win rate, but you're never passing VV because
VV's iconic.
It's a $60 card. Well, no, it's not because it's iconic. It's because it's a $60 card.
Why do you think it's $60?
Because it's good in standard.
I will say the base art of Tifa looks better in my mind.
This card is. Oh no, I think the best art is the fucking.
Right. She's the only one. Wait, she's one of the characters that has like fucking 2 alt arts, right?
Well, no, she has a promo card. It's not an official art.
Card.
It's a Pro Tour card, and it looks fucking sick. I'm so sad because it's gonna be like a $60 card.
They also did the flavor text different. This is Tifa undercover at Don Corneo's mansion, talking about how we're gonna beat up a bunch of guys. So it's the same scene as the Cherith.
You had to make top 128 at a Vegas Con tournament.
Yeah, no. Okay, never mind. This card's gonna be like $1,000. Yeah, no.
Sure. Still a little too large.
I will say otherwise, like this Tifa, you need to fucking play her turn 2, and then you
Tifa's
fucking
you buff interesting of a
you
card.
buff her, and then you play a land card. Otherwise you can't, because you can't unless you're playing like a card that lets you play more than one land a turn. It's not doing much.
Yeah,
well, let's talk about card theory.
Actually, wait. You put cards land tap. It doesn't matter. It still counts as land.
Yeah, it says no when a land enters. So Tifa costs 2 mana for a human monk legendary. She's a 1/2 with trample, and has the landfall ability where her power doubles whenever a land you control enters. So, Axe just realized this literally mid-speaking, but hey, Fenrir says, search your library for a basic land, put it onto your field tapped. That enters. That would double Tifa.
So, oh my god, let me just bring up the card. It's kind of important.
Like, if you also put,
explain why this card is good.
It's ball, shot on her, it's like, that starts at, a 4/5, and then you just go from there.
I'll just do the simplest one. Let's just do this one.
Ever since Tifa was
fucking expand.
In less than 12 hours, they were figuring out turn 3 kills.
Yeah, because I guess if you just set up to do as much landfalls in one turn as possible.
Yeah.
And then
this card is also.
You to buffer?
There's dozens of lands that have the same effect.
Yeah, so Dallas showed, for instance, Terramorphic Expanse I put on screen for a little bit, but that's a land that says sacrifice it to search your library for a basic land, put it into the battlefield.
Yeah, which is 2 triggers of landfall.
Yeah. So Tifa becomes 4. And
Yeah.
8.
Okay. So there is
any circumstance where you do weird shit.
There is speculation by some people. I am one of them. I am investing in Tifa coin currently. Hypothetically, obviously. That she will be good in standard once rotation happens. The biggest reason she's not good in standard right now is because of a very specific card called Cut Down, which reads, for 1 black mana, destroy target creature, instant speed, destroy target creature with combined power and toughness 5 or less. And because of how power stacking works, you can kill her in response to the buff. So
yeah, it's an instant.
It's kind of keeping her out of the thing, whereas when rotation happens, obviously she still dies to removal, but everything dies to removal. So she'll just be on the same level as everything else. So there is a chance that once rotation happens and Cut Down is no longer in the most common deck in the format, she might be good. And that's why I'm investing in Tifa stocks. I think she has a very high chance of being like a tier 3 deck, because there's already been brews of it.
Yeah, no, like I said, this is a card that people read and instantly were like, oh, I could kill somebody with this.
There's another card in Standard called Bristly Bill, Spine Sower. He's a Cactus Druid from the Cowboy set. That is landfall. Whenever a land enters, put a 1/1 counter on target creature. And yeah, there's a bunch of landfall cards, and landfall is very good. And she's the best landfall card in
honestly
standard.
This makes me go back to the thing we were talking about earlier, where Axe is wondering. I wonder if Wizards was concerned that this landfall strat would be
Landfall is
too
broken.
good.
Yeah,
In
if they
the
gave,
context, so like
if they gave the chocobos +1/+1 counters, it would 100% be too good. That's not even a debate.
So like it makes me wonder if like overall the quality of the green is lower because they were concerned about this getting too high, too sweepy.
I think green's very good. I think green is like probably in the middle in terms of power in the set.
I mean, it does kind of feel like and again, it may just be how we're slated with the names. It does kind of feel like green is like every other card is kind of like, and then you get another where you're like, that's pretty good.
We still haven't even gotten to green's best common yet.
Oh.
It's a T. Sorry. I don't make the rules.
Yeah, so there's a lot of stuff going on. So this is Tifa, though. Like I said, this Tifa is very simple and straightforward.
She's
but,
very strong. She's not very good in limited at all because you just don't have the tools to make her landfall trigger happen in limited.
I mean, I could see like if you get like Tifa early, I could see picking some of the bad cards that search lands.
Well, because the problem is with Tifa, you really need multiple triggers in a turn. Because her as a 2/2 doesn't do it.
No, you want her to be a 4/4, and ideally, you'd really want her to be
even
an 8/8.
Even a 4/2.
What if she's a 16/16?
Doesn't do it. Well, no, she wouldn't be a 16/16. She'd be a 16/2.
What if she's a 16?
If you can get her to 8/2, even that's where she starts being great.
With trample, yeah.
But the problem is that's just not even with like Fenrir and stuff. It's just not possible in this limited. But in standard, in constructed, in commander, it's. Spoiler, she's already one of the strongest mono green commanders. Because Commander makes standards ramp look like a joke.
Well, and that's, because you get to play a lot of cards.
I have been one turn killed by Tifa in Commander.
Also, I think Tifa as a mono green commander works because then she's always accessible and she's super cheap. So, like, you are like, all right, I have... You check your hand, you go, okay, it's Tifa time, and you put Tifa
and remember,
into play.
You only have to deal 21 commander damage, so...
Oh, so you just you play the combo so she's 32.
Yeah, if you get her to 32, it's an instant kill.
Okay, so all right, here's a weird thing.
Anyway, great art by the way on Tifa's Limit Break.
Oh yeah, Okay, the weirdest thing is like, do you even need Final Heaven? I think you just do Meteor Strikes on Tifa and you're probably good.
Well, you don't play this with Tifa, in my opinion. Unfortunately.
Oh, okay.
I mean, you could, but you don't need to.
You could, but Tifa's more of a she already does this herself.
Yeah, basically. So the way this works is Tifa's Limit Break is like a lot of our other tiered card, the Limit Breaks. I think there's a Limit Break for every color, and there's a tiered magic for... Actually, no, there isn't a tiered magic for every color. There's...
No.
They put some Limit Breaks in there. They didn't want to play... I mean, there is a tiered spell, but they did not put a Final Fantasy magic spell, I should say, Dallas.
Oh, sorry, yeah. Okay.
There's no Quakestra. But we replaced some of them with Limit Breaks to make that work out. So for just the normal cost, for no additional cost, Somersault, target creature gets 2/2 until the end of turn. This is an instant, which 2/2 for 1 on an instant is not the worst thing in the universe. But it's probably much better to do this with Meteor Strikes. If you pay 2 additional mana, you double the target creature's power and toughness till the end of turn.
Yeah.
If I were to try playing this with Tifa, I would actually just do the Somersault, just so she'd have a bigger starting at power.
Yeah.
Well, and also it actually gives her toughness, so that would give her 4 toughness for that turn.
That is the thing with Tifa, is like, if you buff her before you start the landfall triggers, it does exponentially help.
And then Meteor Strikes obviously doubles. And then Final Heaven, if you go all the way, if you pay 8 mana total for this, triple the target creature's power and toughness.
No, Omega. If it was 8 mana, or no, is it 8 mana?
Yeah, it's 8. Right. It's 6 plus 2 greens.
In the wrong colors, but no, I don't ever see Final Heaven being viable.
Final Heaven, you would only activate Final Heaven if you know it wins you on the spot. Like, if you're like...
Final Heaven is a commander card. But, like, the Final Heaven effect, that is a commander card.
Yeah. But Meteor Strikes, just to pay 3 and to double toughness and power is pretty good on the instant.
Like, honestly, Meteor Strikes is the only reason this card is applicable, because I don't think Somersault is good enough. and Final Heaven is just way too much mana. But Meteor Strikes is that perfect balance of like, on the right card, it's goddamn insane. Like I've hit people for 17 or for 16 with Meteor Strike.
Well, and like I said, the beautiful thing is it also doubles their toughness. So technically, this can be protection. If your opponent is doing something.
It has been hilarious imagining some of the characters I've used Meteor Strike on Meteor Striking. Fucking honestly, doing a rolling somersault uppercut.
Also, yes. So if you guys don't know, the way Tifa's limit breaks worked originally in FF7 was Tifa was the only character where you didn't need to equip new limit breaks. She just got a fucking slot mechanic where every new limit break added another reel. So Tifa just does different combos. Starting with her somersault, I think is her most basic one, where she just does that somersault in this shot, and then she Meteor Strike as the drop kick.
She is kind of the inferior version, in my opinion, of Sabin. Where you.
I mean, I feel like her abilities were inspired by.
Oh no, they definitely were.
I mean, she was literally the next monk.
But I can't Shoryuken someone.
I mean, yeah, you can. That's her dolphin blow.
No, but the Shoryuken input isn't literally downside X.
I mean, that's probably for Rebirth is where you get to do. People have said that Tifa plays like a Platinum Games character in Rebirth.
I cannot wait to play Tifa in Rebirth. I have a feeling like she's gonna replace my favorite Final Fantasy VII character.
Like she does. Everybody in the remake games plays physically unique. Tifa is the most interesting because. Yuffie's really interesting because they released her as a DLC for the first one first, so she's an all-rounder. She does melee attacks normally, but can do ranged, and then also you can use her ninjutsu to do magic combos, which can be elemental. So she is an all-rounder, which is actually, like, good in the game because it means that you don't need, like, a dedicated magic attacker or whatever.
Anyway.
But she gets to do stuff like, she does get perfect dodges and perfect counters, though.
Yay. Anyway,
if that's
a
your
good
speed.
boy.
Yeah, let's talk about the Torgal, a fine hound.
Lee, what is the character this is blatantly ripping off? I can never remember the name of this good boy.
From which series?
Dark Souls.
Sif?
Yeah, legally distinct Sif.
Does Torgal use a sword in his mouth?
No.
No, but he is a hound that waited forever for his master. And it's like 10 feet tall.
I mean, he's not that large.
It's more of
he is a pretty big boy.
He also can combo someone to death.
Torgal can juggle people.
Torgal's pretty good at that. Torgal's cool at juggling. It's a good extender.
I also do like that they're straight up like Torgal, wolf.
I mean,
like,
wolf is a creature type.
I don't. No, actually, yes. This does say dog or wolf, so they could have gone with dog, but they're like, no, this is like a wolf.
It used to be way worse, because it used to be there was dog, hound, and wolf as distinct creature type. They have since eroded hounded to dog.
Probably a good use. So, the Torgale, he's a 2-mana 2/2, but he also says whenever you cast your first human creature this turn, that creature enters with an additional 1 counter on it for each dog or wolf you control. So at least an extra 1/1 for him.
It's gonna be 1 because there's not that many wolves and dogs in the set.
I mean, there is Fenrir, so hypothetically.
I think that's literally the only one.
You can make Darkstar and Angelo, I guess.
All right, yeah.
I mean, and
Angelo might be viable, but
there is. I don't think it goes well, but there is the like Shadow the Assassin's dog in like the commander decks.
There's technically also there's GF Cerberus, which is a completely different archetype, but still.
But also Torgal's a mana dork. You can tap him to add mana, 1 mana of any color.
He's alright. Torgal's alright.
I mean, he seems relatively low costed for doing this thing.
Yeah,
it's a little bit of an investment
because
in the future.
There's a lot of humans in the set because it's Final Fantasy, so a lot of the people are just humans.
So combo this with Renoa, so you can also get Angelo.
Well, I mean, you could do stuff like we'll be talking about a certain duo of humans soon, because we didn't talk about them last week.
Yeah, the Wombo combo. We talked about Fang, but we did not do.
We briefly mentioned
Vanille
Fang, but because Vanille is the star card. Oh God, I forgot how many alt arts this card has.
I mean, there are a lot of different colors. We probably won't show all of them.
So, yeah,
let's just show the gold one because it's ridiculous.
Maybe
we'll do that in a second.
With the black one.
There's technically a card before that, but did you say everything you want to say about Torgal?
Yeah, it's just kind of decent. Like
I said, it seems decent. I'm glad he's a
a
fine, reliable boy.
Human is a very common type. So giving those humans +1/+1 every time they enter is not insignificant.
The only thing I will say is that, strictly speaking, so it's a little weird. Him being a dog that is powerful, or a wolf, I should say, in the creature type, that makes sense for green. And when you said earlier, green's a 1/1 counter. This is a little awkward because I don't know if there's a good... You can't combo Torgal with both Clive and Jill very easily. That's kind of a shame.
I don't think you can combo him with any of the 6. Oh, that's the one shame. I'm sad we're not doing the reprints now because they did something really brilliant with 16.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, but we can't... It's too much. It's too much to explain because it takes 8 cards.
That's fair. That's fair then. Yeah, we'll skip it because we are trying not to be here for 5 million years. But yeah, and also the other thing I want to say is, you see Torgal's like powered up armored form in the alternate art. Torgal is technically also a Fenrir, but he's a Fenrir in the sense that he's connected to Shiva, so he's frosty. And I don't know if frosty ice lasers is a green thing.
No.
That's a green-blue thing.
No, that's just a blue thing.
Cause he's a Super Saiyan dog wolf. And he, gets ice powers and ranged attacks. So it's an interesting one.
Time for Town Greeter.
Well, yeah, the Town Greeter. Welcome to Corneria, everybody.
Best common in the set. Or in green. In the set? Maybe in the set. No, I think White Orsite might be better. Best common in green, though.
So this is a 2-mana 1/1, but when you play it, you mill 4 cards, and if there's a land among them, you may put it in your hand. If you put a town in your hand this way, you gain 2 life.
This is so absurdly good in the archetype it's good in.
I am terrible at using this card. I keep milling things I don't want to mill.
In green, well, that's the thing. Like that when you place, I'm someone who spoiler, I love self-mill. It's one of my favorite archetypes. Something you have to accept about playing self-mill, you're going to mill very good cards. You just have to accept it and move on. But no, this card is absolutely obscene in black-green decks. It's the reason I think black-green is one of the best archetypes in the set. Because you have a common that does so much for you. This combined with the Shinragoons, just make for a wombo combo of setting up graveyards so good. There's not much to say. It's just a very, very strong card.
No, yeah, this seems like a very basic card, but it's very, very foundational to your strategy. You mill 4.
Yeah, this is already
and you get to cycle a land. If it was a town, which is the thing that this deck is known for, you get 2, which is good.
Yeah, because there are graveyard-focused decks, as I mentioned, the Roots. I am currently trying this out in Roots. I'm not doing too much testing, because obviously everything's going to change at the end of the month anyway, so, why? But I have a feeling this will be good.
The default art for Traveling Chocobo. And as said, they turned this into a whole thing where there are a variety of special
this is the card that
chocobos.
got serialized in this set, I should say, or one of the important serializations.
But even the other alt arts are just so expensive.
We can talk about this. I find this hilarious because certain Magic players that I hate are getting really up in arms about how expensive the alternate arts are for a Final Fantasy. and I don't care because it doesn't matter because the base versions are fine. And it's only really affecting collectors, and fuck them. Because as much as I shit on collectors in the Yu-Gi-Oh community, the reason I'm so mad at the collectors in the Yu-Gi-Oh community is mostly because of how they behave in the Magic community. So I have no sympathy for collect investors.
Well, yeah, it's one of those
As I
things
would
of
call
like
them.
I remember a comment where like somebody said like somebody was talking about, for instance, the recent ban list, and they were like, so correct me if I'm wrong, the whole point is that so you spend a lot of money to buy your cardboard and then you can't play it anyway. And my response on Reddit was, yes, this is why you don't invest in cardboard. It's a bad idea. The value will only go down. You
okay,
should not be spending a lot of money to buy cards because they will be rotated out.
I'm going to say that this is going to start a riot somewhere in the world. I have more respect for crypto people than for fucking card investors.
I wouldn't go that far.
They're
But
the
it's
same
close.
person. They're the same person,
very-
actually. They're the same guy.
Listen,
they have the same brain damage.
I look at Farfa having like 50 Warlock rounds, and it's like, what the fuck are you doing?
It's not the same kind of person.
Well, it was a gag.
because the
Yeah, I know.
tech-
He actually was
the
expecting that to be
crypto-
that much
crypto
valuable at the end.
Crypto bros are also tech bros, which adds an extra level of stink on them. But
as a guy
it
who
is
actually
the
understands
same.
crypto,
It is the same. I'm sorry, I live by Silicon Valley. I cannot stand
So
tech
do I.
bros.
Okay, I think crypto people and crypto bros are two different spectrums.
I think people who think investing in crypto is good and think investing in cardboard is good are the same level of stupid. I agree with you there.
It's fair.
Like I said,
It is
I
the
think
same level
it's
of dumb.
it's
I
the
don't think
same
crypto's
kind
terrible. I
of
think, like,
guy, the same kind of like brain thing,
Oh.
where you think like, oh,
Brain
this
damage. You could
this
just say brain
intangible
damage.
thing. I mean, I don't know if it's actually you would know more about brains than I do in this context, Dallas. I don't know like if that's like if there's like a psychological root to it, or just
It's
some
like people that have
are
damage
just
from
that
using
way.
AIs.
There's probably a psychological reason for it, but humanity is going to extinct itself before we figure it out, unfortunately, because psychology is a slow science.
And brains are
Those
weird.
numbers are funding.
So I'm pretty sure the last image of humanity so it would be like, I finally figured out why everyone's so crazy, and then a nuke goes off. Anyway.
That will be because our we will have actually invented the God machine at that point, and the God machine will kill you because they're like, oh, I can't have you explain to the humans to this shit. Then they don't need us anymore. Blam. But yeah, no. So I think they come from a similar state of like, you think that you've solved everything and you have an intangible and it's an easy street to money. Those, unfortunately, people like that have always existed where they're just like, no, you don't understand. If we just all get in this thing, it'll be fine.
Yeah, like
We all just buy the
Final
shady
Fantasy,
product.
The Final Fantasy collector booster prices are frankly exorbitant. It's ridiculous. But also the normal cards are still fine, so I don't care.
I also think all fucking wizard products that are collectors or just like any non-direct like common magic card stuff out of Hasbro Wizards has always been kind of a scam or lower quality than usual it should be for the last like 5 years.
I don't know about the actual quality. I have
better.
heard some stuff about the foils being a little rough in Magic sometimes, but Wizards thing like the secret layers or the collector boosters and stuff is like they have found how to appeal to whales without damaging their baseline clientele.
I'll put it this way. The collector booster box for the last set, Cons of Tarkir, was $350. Do you know how much a collector booster box is for Final Fantasy? Currently?
Are we talking MSRP, or like what are
MSRP
people are actually selling it at?
What people are selling it for. MSRP is gone for collector boosters at this point.
Oh, I'm gonna say let's Price is Right rules this. $999.99.
Too low.
Okay, it is going to 4 digits. Okay, I was like, I'm not sure, but that's where I was thinking.
$100 currently.
Ugh. God.
I
I mean, and here's the
nothing
thing.
in the set.
I mean, and people. I know that there's a lot of contention in Magic, and there's even contention in Yu-Gi-Oh! Because some people are like, Yu-Gi-Oh! Needs Universes Beyond. I don't actually think we need Universes Beyond. I think it would be interesting if Konami leveraged the fact that they do control some IPs
How do I
to
say
do
this
some
to be
cute
How do I say
crossovers.
this in a nice way to not piss off the Yu-Gi-Oh players? I don't think Yu-Gi-Oh is complex enough to seat Universes Beyond.
Well, here's the thing, Dallas.
mechanically
Yu-Gi-Oh
complex.
could be. Yu-Gi-Oh could do that because Yu-Gi-Oh is in a state where, like, obviously, yes, there are a limited number of zones, but, like, genuinely, Yu-Gi-Oh cards can actually do anything and have done anything before. Yu-Gi-Oh is constantly coming up with, like, weird new ways to do shit. There are, like, things they've done with rituals that are, like, absolutely unheard of before. Like, they constantly come up with new mechanics. Like, one of the biggest things over the past couple of sets is, like, that's totally become a staple of removal is pushing cards to the back row. Like, oh, your monster, he's a continuous trap now. Your monster, he's a continuous spell now. Fuck him. Like, that kind of stuff, which Magic has obviously done before, but Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a younger card game by, like, 5 to 10 years. Especially
when did Yu-Gi-Oh come out?
The OCG was, like, 99, I think?
All right, so it's only like
98?
9 years. Like,
but also, the first 5 years of the OCG were terrible. It was, packs full of generic vanillas. So, also they were slow. But like, I think Yu-Gi-Oh has really interesting card design when they make cards that are clearly homaging things. Like Cosmo, for instance, very unique deck with the way Cosmo works, being a Wizard of Oz Star Wars hybrid. Lots of other stuff they do. I don't think Yu-Gi-Oh needs, like, the vibe, the heat of, like, doing straight up a Final Fantasy deal. Also, that wouldn't happen because Konami is...
Yeah.
Konami is a competing company in multiple avenues. Not only is there a Final Fantasy TCG that Yu-Gi-Oh competes with in Japan, but also Konami is a video game company.
Wizards is a less diversified company, so they can get around... Like, they do D&D... And Magic, and that's pretty much it.
And you'll notice that taking about that when Final Fantasy decided to do an RPG project, they did not a tabletop RPG project. They did not just make a 5e clone.
No.
The 14 TRT RPG is vaguely related to that, but is doing its own thing.
I also don't think
actually,
TTR.
I
don't think TTRPGs are competitive.
Oh well, I think Hasbro might have thought they were, or the 5e guys at Wizards might have thought they were, but they really aren't. They shouldn't be.
I should mention this as someone that's dabbled into like Japanese-based tabletop RPGs. They like to do the very specific thing of like actually doing a conversion of the game they're representing. As someone that's been playing like the SMT1 and like Pictas Roman and like King Victor Drive. Very Japanese ones are very trying to emulate the genre and thing they're doing.
Well, and I
so
think I want to say I think that's because
it doesn't feel like it's why they do things they're meant to directly like conversion bits. And so like why you always when you play Japanese, oh, it feels exactly like the game or like the specific version of the game back in this certain time period.
Well, and so
it's not the greatest mechanically.
I think basically that is a sense where the TTRPG industry in Japan is effectively a closed loop because they didn't get D&D as D&D, like it was poorly imported and sold really poorly, so they made their own version that was over there. And that was a basis for a lot of classic JRPGs were based off of either the D&D books they did get or I forget what it's not Dragon Quest. Was it I don't think Dragon Dice was it. I thought that was something else. But there is an iconic tabletop RPG that it was an inspiration that I believe was D6 based. Might have been 3D6. But basically that directly influenced video games in Japan, and then now video games that are based on those RPGs, like mechanics, are translated back into tabletop RPGs, and it kind of forms like a loop. Whereas in the West, while there are some very excellent CRPGs, for a really long time in the tabletop community, there was a kind of elitism that we didn't want tabletop RPGs to be like video games. Literally was a criticism leveled at 4th edition, which was stupid.
People over that.
That's so dumb. If the editions were flipped, 4th would have killed.
Honestly, 4th edition would like.
4th edition is better than 5th edition. I will take this to my grave.
That is fair. Okay, let me say that. I need to say this now because this is an actual anecdote for my life. So, I used to be a playtester at Back About Game Store back when I lived in Pennsylvania.
At all.
I was basically like the only person that wasn't in their like 30s or 20s that was a playtester for like a award-winning like third-party content maker. And basically, his whole argument he had was that he feels that 4th edition would have sold really well at the time it came out if it just wasn't called Dungeons and Dragons. If it was called like Gauntlet or something else, where people would disconnect it from the license name, it would sell a lot better. Because
people are dumb.
Because the reputation with it is what made people just got obstinate about it.
Yeah, no, because people are dumb.
So it was called like Gauntlet because it was also like more. It was also more video game economy wise.
People are dumb. I understand. I agree with him.
I mean, that's the thing is that like, I am a big 4th apologist. I've always thought 4th was really cool. It's probably just because it's explicitly a square. It's a game that like 3.5 had squares, but it also tried to cheat you into thinking it wasn't square based. So they were like, oh, it's 5 feet, everything, but it translates to squares.
3.5 is, in my opinion, this might get me killed. I don't know.
Pathfinder person.
I think it is the worst of the modern editions of D&D.
I like
because I do want to say that is like, well, that's the thing, Alex. Pathfinder isn't 3.5. Pathfinder 1 is 3.75. They were like, Wizards is not going to support 3.5 anymore. Well, that just means we can make our own thing and make improvements. And I think that I think Pathfinder 1 First Edition and the OG Paizo has some of their own kind of like audience and personality problems. I think they bought a little too hard into the caster supremacy style of design and the well, we're not D&D, we're for hardcore nerds. Like, you're gonna die.
I'll say this: I have a lot of resentment towards Pathfinder that has nothing to do with the actual game system and everything to do with the reason it became popular.
Yes, because Grog's jumped to 2.35, and
I have no respect for original Pathfinder players.
It's a circumstance where like, because 4th edition did change a lot. There is a decent thing to be said for like cosmology wise. 4th edition changed a lot of stuff. I personally,
the original the 3.5 cosmology is fucking stupid.
Well, I want to say this. I don't know a whole lot about it exactly, but like, I think that Wizards of the Coast underestimated the audience's willingness to kill their darlings when changing an edition. It's why their current trick is that they're not calling it an edition change, even though what is currently undergoing D&D Next is absolutely an edition change. It's just an edition change that is the
smartest thing they've ever done.
It is an edition change that is intended to be retroactive until it's not. Like, basically, everything they haven't updated is compatible. I realize we didn't talk about the Traveling Chocobo at all, because I had the Japanese text on.
We're going to have to do a little bit next week, Omega, I think.
I don't know about that. Where are we at? We're at 3 hours? We're not that bad. Because we're basically done with green.
Yeah, but we have multicolored and artifacts, and we have a lot.
Multicolor is heavy.
Multicolor has a lot of cards.
It's true. We'll see, I guess. We'll see working through multicolor. The Traveling Chocobo is pretty simple. The actual text it says, I had it on screen for a while, then replaced it with the Japanese text from the black one, is it's a bird. It costs 3 mana for a 3/2. You may look at the top card of your library at any time. You can play lands and cast bird spells from the top of your library. Yeah. If a land or bird you control is entering the battlefield causes a triggered ability to trigger, it triggers an additional time. So basically,
this card is so dumb.
Landfalls proc twice, basically.
Yeah. No, yeah. I'm sorry to all the Chocobo lovers. The bird part of this card is mostly irrelevant. No, this reads landfall is triggered twice, which is insane.
I like that they're trying to set this again. I like that they're trying to set up a thing with birds here. It's very cute. It's very cool. I love the idea of chocobos together.
Use it for birds, and it is
very
effective.
is that, like you said, Dallas, this is a card that isn't going to break into standard for its bird effect because the rest of Magic the Gathering doesn't design birds to be good with green.
I don't know if it would anyway. Standard at all. In Commander, this card is already getting heavily played in landfall decks because
you said like Commander's very extreme, but like that's the thing, right? The thing is that this isn't going to work. I mean, even in Commander, I don't think it's going to work for Bird Tribal because of the way colors work.
I think it'll work for Bird Tribal.
You think there's some Bird Tribals that'll make it work with the green?
The fortunate thing for Commander is multicoloreds are more popular than monocolored. So a lot of the popular Bird Commanders, or some of them at least, are blue, white, green.
Okay. There's room for it.
It's at the end, but it's in there.
It's one of those things where, like I said, I I like what they're trying to do, but they gave themselves an uphill battle by making all the bird stuff green, which is not the normal home for birds, so it gets weirder. The landfall shit on this card sounds crazy good.
Okay,
and you tell me that the commander
I missed
stuff.
out most of
the
tabletop talk. I had to go talk to my family, so I missed.
We didn't talk about any tabletop stuff after that. After you left, I don't think. We switched to actually talking about the traveling chocobo.
Oh, okay. I like the colors.
I get a lot of mileage out of playing from the top part of your deck. I know that's not uncommon, but
I mean that still is a very useful feature, yeah, because like you can always look at your top level, and then if it's a land or a bird, you can play it, and that just gives you a good advantage.
Once again, the land part is more relevant than the bird, but sorry, birds. I don't mean to shit on birds, but it's just land is in every deck.
Well, and I want to say this, right? This is why
yeah.
this card says bird and land.
Yeah.
And again, in my jump in thing in MTG Arena, that's also like it's really funny sneaking in the birds. Like, all right, hey, I played everything. What's the top card in my deck? Ooh, Shazzy Choco. Only cost 1. Play that immediately. And sneak in sometimes. Yeah. Sneak in Barts and Bogo.
Now let's talk about magical lesbians.
Yep.
Okay, so this is the default up for Vanille. We briefly talked about Fang because she does technically stand on her own, but and she didn't actually have the Wombo Combo half of the card on her. But we will just so you can see the two cards together. I will grab the alt arts, the full arts.
Oh wait, Omega, can I please make fun of some people for something?
Sure, I'm grabbing art.
I beg you, because I forgot this, but pissing me off all day. Okay, I'm gonna say this really nicely, as nice as I can. If you're mad about a Superman story being about immigration, kill yourself.
He's always been about that. What the fuck? He was literally written by Jewish immigrants.
That's the point of the character.
Yes. No.
It's literally the main point of the character.
Actually, hold on a moment. I need to go buy my ticket to the movie right now.
If you say if like because Fox News ran a chyron that said Superman woke now. Superman's always been woke, actually.
Superman's always been about the better part of humanity.
There are certain things that sure, if you're gonna complain about other things, you're still stupid, but it pisses me off less than complaining about the immigration thing specifically, because that's the point of the Superman character.
It's
literally the main sorry, Omega. It's
also it says a lot that the most most genuine thing people because I will say it's not just the right side of the political spectrum. The non-right side has been using this to try and bait engagement from people on the other political end.
I've been doing this. I know.
The response, the kindest response I've seen from James Gunn and Nathan Fillion and stuff at the premiere was laughing and basically saying, "Get over it. We've got more important things to talk about."
You guys are separating or nothing.
Yeah, I think Nathan Fillion literally said those people need a hug.
Yeah,
they do. Anyway, sorry.
So here's Vanille and Fang together.
But yes,
literally two colors. So to remind you how Fang works, she is
what the hell did they summon
2/3, and then melds with Vanille.
I'll get that.
Yeah, we do have to flip these girls over because
and they're two halves. And
they
like I said,
my favorite.
Fang says whenever one or more cards leave the graveyard, you draw a card and you lose 1 life, only once per turn. Vanille is a 4 mana with green, and she's a 3/2 human cleric who says when she enters, mill 2, and then return a permanent from your graveyard to your hand, which is also, hey, really good in the black-green deck. At the beginning of your first main phase, if you control both Vanille and Fang, Fearless Lucille, you can pay 5 mana, which includes a black and a green. If you do, exile them and meld them into Ragnarok.
Yes.
Which is a very funky card. How am I gonna
it's kind of just a big beat stick, really, more than anything. It's
to show people at home
7/6
how this is working.
Yeah.
It's literally they become a big card.
So meld is my favorite Timmy mechanic in Magic. They literally print alternate art on the backside of cards, and you take 2 cards, flip them over, and they become a big card.
Yeah, I'm explaining. That's how that works.
It fulfills the Timmy part of my brain more than anything else. Like, I love meld cards. This is probably one of the weaker ones because they're both uncommons.
Rotated in the wrong direction, chat. My bad.
Generally, meld cards kind of read you win the game, usually. Yes, no, Vanille has to be the commander, because she is a black-green identity, whereas Fang is only black identity. Which is appropriate for their characters, because Fang is kind of the serious one.
Alright, okay. So there's I think this is the normal art. It's a 7/3 with Vigilance, Menace, Trample, Reach, Haste, Jesus Christ, and then if it dies... 7/6, yeah. Sorry, but it has so many keywords, and then when it dies, destroy target permanent and return target non-legendary permanent card from your graveyard to the battlefield.
Yeah, this card's pretty good. Like I said, it's one of the weaker meld effects, but it's also one of the easier meld effects to trigger.
I mean, it just requires having both of them in play and having mana.
Yeah, and they're both legendary creatures, so you can search them. They're both humans, so they're easy searches. I'm very tempted to build Vanille as a commander. I think I might actually, just because I think it's... Yes, no, I do kind of wish they had partner on them. It'd be a little too overpowered if they had partner, though, because partner searches the other card when it's not in commander exclusive cards.
Is this like the thing? It's the lesbian super hecatokeries?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they fused to become Ragnarok.
One of the coolest summons in all Final Fantasy.
I feel like saying it's like this is like Vishnu or Shiva or Hecatokeries. I think Hecatokeries is the better comparison.
I don't know if it's got enough faces for that.
I would say it's more Shiva because Hecatokeries is...
I more think
Hecatokeries has 50 faces.
But also, from what I remember in mythology,
well, yes, but that's the thing.
Aren't Hecatokeries just kind of like dudes? Like, they're not anyone in particular.
There are a couple of them that are specific. They're not Titans, they're Giants.
All right.
They are the children of Gaia.
Yeah.
They're Gigantes.
Spawn.
They are 100 armed and 50 faced. What does that mean?
This is the avatar of destruction. Like, it is an avatar creature. It is big. Like, I do have to emphasize, in Magic, avatar, I would argue, is a more important keyword than god. And that's mostly because of Theros, because every fucking one and their brother got the god keyword, creature type. But no, avatar means you're a big deal. Like, for instance, do you want to know in Lord of the Rings the 3 people who got avatar? Or technically 4. Which was Sauron, Saruman, Gandalf, and the Balrog.
Which is correct, yes.
They're angels.
Yeah, because the Balrog's also a Maiar.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he's the evil kind, but yeah,
well,
they're all the same guy.
Maiar, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they change proper nouns when they become evil, but no, all those guys are the same thing.
It's why Gandalf is literally like, no, seriously, guys, you cannot fight this. I mean it.
Like, this creature is beyond you because I think this guy's beyond me because he has been juicing, guys.
This dude is my cousin.
This is my cousin, and he has been at the gym for the last 1,000 years, okay?
Yeah,
and Gandalf still fights him to a draw.
Yeah, because Sauron's not even Sauron's a weird one. He's like a half Maiar thing.
He's mostly Maiar, but he also spent the longest time with Morgoth, so he's weirdest.
Yeah. With his
but
Satan
also
daddy.
Sauron is also cheating though because he did a pyramid scheme trick with his magic ring also.
But regardless, like in Final Fantasy, to bring it to that, the only people that have Avatar are like Kefka transformed, Sephiroth transformed, them, like. It's big deal characters.
I will say Ragnarok, though, is like a meaty card.
Oh, no, yeah, Ragnarok's a meaty boy. When I say it's the worst meld card, most of the meld cards are fucking absurd.
I remember the fucking
Bracella.
I'm thinking about the Eldrazi Angel.
Yeah, the Eldritch
like
Angel, Bracella.
That's so tragic for those two ladies.
It's a really fucked up story. It's like they both got mind controlled by Cthulhu and then fused.
I guess they're because I think they're like close to.
Look, Eldrazi is if like Cthulhu was a viral infection.
And then it chose to let itself go into a moon just to fuck with everyone.
This is the problem with Magic antagonists.
They have to go away. They have to go away.
Because
they have to
keep
go away.
reusing antagonists, everyone is like, but I plan to be captured.
I'm still annoyed that like Phyrexian oil can be turned off because it's like literally a drop killed the planet.
Spoiler, Nicobolus is back.
I mean, yes, I know because he's. I mean, listen, he was only sealed away. He was never killed.
Well, you can't kill him. He's an elder dragon.
He's an immortal dragon.
Hey, speaking of avatars,
his brother's literally a soul.
Avatar.
This thing.
Multicolors. The absolute virtue. This is a thing from 11. I assume this is a probably big boss guy because he's an avatar warrior.
This makes these Matt look like Busty.
Oh, I thought it was literally
this is
Shadowbringers.
The thing that took like days to kill, right?
Yes.
That's what they're referencing in Shadowbringers.
Also, does anybody? The 11 is currently the raid series we're doing. We should all be watch out if we have to fight this soon.
This is in the Baldessian Arsenal.
Oh, they already put it in. Okay, thank God.
Is it weird that it's like is it wrong that like when I looked this, I was more thinking about like the virtues, the things you actually call like the 7 and 8 in words Shadowbringers, like whatever.
This is very be not afraid energy to me.
I assume that's what it's going for. It's a white blue.
Like
very
it's purple in scale. Okay, it's not a like
very angel alien.
No, I said it's white blue.
Could go either way.
Its mana colors are literally white.
I was thinking about its color scheme because originally I thought it was like literally like a light construct being. It's like wait, it's different.
It's like, it does have light in its chest.
Can't be countered.
Because it's flying. And you have protection from each of your opponents. You can't be dealt damage, enchanted, or targeted by anything controlled by your opponents for an 8/8.
Is it weird what I thought about that when it's like virtue? I think of virtue. I think about specifically those things. You know.
This is such a weird.
3 times.
Yeah. No.
I don't actually know if those guys are called absolute virtues in Shadowbringers.
I also haven't played Shadowbringers, so I don't know.
They're just called virtues.
So this card's kind of bad.
Yeah.
By the way,
I mean it's an 8/8.
It's very expensive.
So
it's solid, but like unless you can make
it's
it.
An 8 mana. Here's the problem. It's an 8 mana side deck card.
Yeah, because it's like you need to be like
having protection from your opponents is not good against everyone.
It also
that's what I was gonna say is like that. You said that, and I was like, yeah, it's one of those things. I mean, it is a big flying guy, but also if you're playing this, you're playing blue-white, so you have flying. You have flyers that are cheaper than this.
So,
and I don't even know if the spell can't be countered does anything.
Well, you can't make him unkillable because there's one effect that can always kill him, which is sacrifice. Yeah. Because as I believe, there is no current way to give non-token creatures, they cannot be sacrificed.
So yeah, it's not immortal. It can get dealt with relatively easy.
Yeah.
I think I mentioned this a couple weeks ago, but I did play a commander game where I had this and my opponents didn't have sacrifice, so I was able to keep it alive forever. But then the game just turned into a slog because I could not generate enough power to kill them.
Yeah, I mean, this card's not very good.
They have like
my honest opinion.
Did they have blockers for you?
Yeah, they had blockers.
Okay, I mean it's flying, but I guess like they had flying too. I guess.
They were playing. My opponents were playing. One of my opponents was playing Bristly Bill with just defenders.
Because here's the thing: if I have a big dumb effect, a big dumb creature effect, I want my big dumb creature effect to threaten the end of the game. If I'm paying 8 mana for it, this doesn't threaten shit. This is a protection card.
You know what this card is? It's very much an Azorius card. How it doesn't feel like it's
Platinum Angel. It's a cool, neat card that is way worse than people think it is because it doesn't actually do anything.
So when I think about Azorius, I think about control or like mill, where it's like this feels like a stopgap of being like your opponent can't hurt you anymore. So now you're just gonna mill your opponent, but it's not even that good there.
Because with Azorius, you usually hurt your opponent. Like
I mean, yeah, I'm pretty sure the implication is that you know this guy's turtling up so that you don't die, but you won't get there. He's 8 mana. He's 8 mana.
You nothing in Commander.
Well, I'm not talking about like you're not going to generate it, but like you if you're at 8 mana, you can do a fucking lot, is what I'm saying. Like, this doesn't do anything right away.
You know what would make this card funnier? I don't know if it'd make it better, but it'd make it funnier. Because you could potentially do Mimi save plays with it. If they just gave this card Flash. So you
that
could
be
instant
goofy.
Speed. That would make it funnier. I don't even think it would make it good. Because, once again, protection from your opponents is so niche.
Honestly, would it be better if you replace this can't be countered Flash instead? Because then it becomes like you could just do it when they can't counter you.
Because it doesn't give itself any protection. It's just so awkward.
I don't even know why this. I literally don't know why this card says it can't be countered. Like, I don't know what that does for this.
I assume it has something to do with like some effect it has, where like you can't like do anything to it. Like it has you can't debuff it.
This has there's that. It took forever. It has the Easemat effect where if you cast Reflect on you and you heal, it goes back to full health.
So Omega, you want to know something fun?
What's up?
This card is good and limited.
Hey, I mean, it's pretty cheap.
Do you know why? Oh no, I'm talking about the Absolute Virtue. It's good and limited.
Why?
Really?
You know why? Because it's an 8 mana flyer.
Okay.
Or an 8/8 flyer.
I guess
flyer.
If you
stat bungus.
If you pull enough, if you play enough, I should say, mana base to make it work, because you do have to multicolor. But if you do that route,
they die.
We did talk about how flyers and reach are pretty rare, despite the fact that here's a reach card right here. It's Balthier and Fran.
Oh, this card! I'm so sad.
Green,
Balthier and Fran, they both just shoot things, so they reach.
They both have reach, yes, because they have a gun and a bow. They're a human rabbit, because it's the two of them. Vehicles you control gain +1/+1 and have vigilance and reach. Whenever a vehicle crewed by Balthier and Fran attacks.
I just want to shout out to S. Nakamura, one of my favorite alters for the like in front of number cards.
Yeah.
The sheet art's pretty good too, honestly.
Balthier looks so fucking good.
They all look pretty good. Hold on, am I grabbing?
I will say,
I'm just talking about the alt art where Balthier is just
I'll say like Ari Way like gets off like Balthier's swagger pretty good.
Dude.
I mean, they're all very on model.
Like, and everybody just looks confident, and then like Fran just looks pretty stoic, which is how it is. But like, hey, honestly, I appreciate the touch of her hand on his shoulder, because I appreciate the touch there.
No, Balthier and Fran are two of my favorite characters from 12. So.
Because like I forget, she literally has a life debt thing for him, or is it like just me thinking too far? Is the reference?
No, it's not a literal life debt. It's just she's
Chewbacca.
She does not literally owe Balthier her life. It's just actually I don't even know if they talk that much about Balthier's lifestyle. I think it's just that Fran is a Vieira who's not in the wood anymore, so she is like permanently alone because she can never go back home.
And Balthier's just kind of going everywhere.
And Balthier just was like, "Yeah, I don't give a shit about that." Because I think he even makes a he even cracks wise about, oh, you know, she's the only Vieira who deigned to partner with a Hume. So like they're both kind of exiled from their home.
Just muscles.
Both of them can't go back where they came from because Balthier used to be a judge. He's Arcadian. He left.
Right.
He can't go back home.
He's like a super fugitive.
Yeah, he can't go back home.
He'll get executed. Okay.
Because, well, no, he wouldn't necessarily get executed. It's just that his dad is Sid, so he would probably get arrested, or he would have to deal with the fact that his dad is bad. He's got a bad dad. He's got a bad dad, Sid.
His dad and is Fran, bad man.
Fran literally isn't allowed to go home because the magical wood that her people live in is angry at her for leaving, and her sisters.
I guess it's a protection works of like no one can leave, no one go in kind of thing. I guess.
Look.
Yeah.
Okay, I joke about the Star Wars thing a lot, but one of the big themes of 12 is family and found family. And finding your family and other people.
It literally sounds like Balthier has a Vader problem.
And also you say that down.
Has the Vader problem.
Literally all of the characters I think have a thing of family. Vaughn has a brother who died, but also has adopted younger siblings, basically. Penelo, like, her parents are dead, but so she's been taking care of, like, all the other orphans. Ash's family thing is different because it's her father who died, but she also had a husband, you know. But Balthier's got a dad problem. Fran has problems with her sisters. She's a middle child, actually, by the way, I think.
Is the found family Final Fantasy game.
Yeah.
Honestly, a lot of Final Fantasy are found family heavy, especially the later ones.
I think about four is also very found family.
Well, I feel like the Pixel games were not. The Pixel games were too early to be
actual family.
Making a found family thing.
I guess to me, it's more of like Cecil adopted a summoner child. So
that's true, but it's more about like what is family matter? Like what's more important, family or power?
That's fair.
Spoiler. Someone chooses family.
But yeah, like again, I someday I will do the podcast episode or the stream series or something where I get to dissect 12. But 12's high level themes are imperialism, bad. But also rebelling against imperialism does not give you a free license to do war crimes. And then the character themes are like also you can belong anywhere kind of a thing. Vaughn is an orphan street rat. You know, so is Penelo. Balthier is a sky pirate who's an ex-judge. Fran is a very powerful magical woman who's, like, literally hundreds of years old. Ash is a fucking princess of a deposed country.
It's funny that the player character, I guess, Van is, like... I guess bad, but
also here's the thing: like Vaughn is your only selection for hub areas, but when you're in the field, anybody can be party leader. Like it's a true ensemble cast. Anybody can rattle around.
I would argue, if you want to be pedantic about it, I think you could make a solid argument that Vaughn isn't necessarily the main character.
I mean,
Vaughn
is less of a main character than Vaughn is.
Vaughn is a protagonist. Especially in early phases where he's driving the plot.
Ash is also a heavy protagonist.
Vaughn is the trademark player viewpoint character because Vaughn is an orphan dumbass who doesn't know anything, so most of the time the other characters can explain things to him because he's literally like 16 or 17, and he hasn't been educated.
Yeah.
He's a war orphan. Actually, no, he's not a war orphan. His parents, I think, died before the war. His brother, though, died in the war with the Empire, so... He is a child of an occupied country who lives in a sewer, basically. But yeah, like, he has thematic parallels to Ash, but Ash is definitely the character who, I want to say, like, 80% of the plot is actually about.
Yeah, with the exception of one specific villain, most of the plot revolves around Ash. And she's the Princess Leia.
That just makes you think about, like, weirdly about like a fucking tabletop RPG party where it's like here's everyone's player character, we have now the actual plot character.
Because if you think about it, the main character of A New Hope is Princess Leia. It's not Luke Skywalker.
That's fair. Luke
Skywalker is our protagonist. He is the one going on the hero's journey to become a hero, but he is not the
driving character.
The central character.
Until like Return of the Jedi.
Well, no. In A New Hope, in the original Star Wars,
it's just A New Hope.
Leia's the character in the opener. She gets in the conflict. She sends the message. Luke receives that message, picks up the torch, and then makes it all about rescuing her. It's just that...
And then once they're rescued, she gives the plans to destroy the big giant spaceship.
It's just that Luke is undergoing a journey to become a hero, which means he has to do several big character transformation moments, you know. By the time we get to Empire, it's like he's the... Actually, funnily enough about Empire Strikes Back, I'm pretty sure the first character you see is Darth Vader chilling on his bridge. But anyway, that's why Empire's a rad movie.
The first character you see is Han Solo in the base, isn't it?
God, I've looked at something. I have questions.
The first character you see is that fucking annoying droid in the middle of the goddamn stuff.
When we get to Sid, I have questions.
Cuts. I think I don't remember I don't think the probe droid is actually. I think you see the probe droid get fired is the first thing in Empire.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure it opens with the Imperial March, which is why like that's so iconic. By the way, the Imperial March didn't happen in A New Hope. It wasn't until the second one.
No, it was Empire Strikes Back. Anyway,
Balthier and Fran, when a vehicle crewed by Balthier and Fran attacks this turn, if it's the first combat phase of the turn, you may pay extra mana. If you do, there's a second combat phase.
So Balthier and Fran is interesting.
Yeah, I want to say, like, I read this and I'm like,
In
I don't think.
limited, unfortunately, they are dookie bad.
Yeah,
there's
because
not
you
enough
can't draft
vehicle
enough
support in the set.
vehicles.
However, I
there's no
have
vehicles
been
in the card.
trying them out in standard, and
cards?
it's been having some interesting results. Because,
I mean, isn't there a lot of vehicles coming up?
well, no, 2 sets ago
Paper drift, yeah.
was the Wacky Races set, which I
Yeah, it was
love and everyone
Redline.
else hates because they're wrong.
There are also
well,
probably
Wacky
some
Races,
number of
explicitly.
There are probably some number of vehicles coming up because the next one is space.
Yes, because it's spaceships, but
which is why they did that new rule that vehicles can be commanders.
HR Geiger ass fucking stuff is coming out, and I love it.
There's a giant space plant worm. I've seen.
Yeah,
preview.
I love it. No,
But yeah, like I said, I read both here in Fran just now, and I think I read them before.
Sets. I love them.
And it's like,
basically put guns on ship.
It's interesting to me, like, because they're even if they are multicolors of mana, but they're just 3 mana for a 4/3 with reach. That's not terrible.
Well, no, three mana for an additional combat phase is not shabby, especially because the vehicle that they crewed will still be crewed.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing. If you're actually like,
an extra
obviously, if you can actually pull off the synergy with vehicles, that can be really good.
And you can
do some stuff with this.
This can crew up to something of crew 4, which is like most vehicles.
Because it gives it vigilance, so it doesn't tap.
Yeah,
so even though they don't untap the stuff,
but honestly,
you can attack twice.
Look at this card thematically, and it's just like to me, it all reads as like they just shoot things, and then you pay extra mana, so
it's very unfortunate. It's very unfortunate that well, I guess it's not unfortunate because not every card has to be 4 limited, but this card is just blatantly bad in limited.
Yeah, there's no reason to draft it in limited because it's not going to work.
Don't draft it. It's one of the worst cards in limited because
it's just not going to work. You're not going to get enough vehicles.
I think this card's also probably dirt cheap, but if I got it, I would just like, okay, I guess I got
I have the Altart, and I'm highly considering building it as a commander.
That's pretty cool.
And if it wasn't red-green, I'd probably do it. I hate red-green.
Red-green just sounds like landfall vehicles.
Red-green is my least favorite color combination.
Because that's buffs and aggro, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm not a huge big creature man.
It's also like, that's just big dudes and fast.
Big bottoms. Anyway. But no, I think Fran and Balthier are really cool. In other contexts, I want to mess around with them in standard because I think it could be funny.
Is it weird?
Sorry, chat asking like, are they banging? I'm like, that I actually genuinely don't know because like Balthier's like in his 20s and Fran is like 300 years old.
I'm fairly sure Balthier would bang. I'm pretty sure Balthier would bang anything that said yes.
He is the leading man. It's weird. Like, I want to say this. Talking about the Frown family thing. 12 is probably the like most romance light of Final Fantasies for a long time. Like, it is.
A romance now, is there?
It is.
Yeah, maybe 6 because like
the closest we come
too busy
to
being killed.
Actually, wait, no.
The closest we come to canonical romance in
12
itself is. The first scene of the game is Princess Ashelia gets married to Prince Rassler, her husband from a different country, and immediately after that, the war happens and he fucking dies. The next part of the pre-rendered cutscene is he gets killed in a huge battle.
Actually, Dallas, I would say again, not 6 because remember Terra's parents and also Locke trying to resurrect his wife.
Yeah, but the romance is all about like.
Yeah, that's already happened.
Like, there's literally no alive romancing.
What about Locke and Celis?
There's implications.
But they're like. But here's the thing: I don't take it as serious because Locke flirts with everyone, and then immediately when he gets confronted by anyone, just stops being interested. So. I think it's a defense mechanism. Putting my psychologist brain on, I think it's a defense mechanism because he has dead wife. But I'm not paid to analyze video game characters.
The closest it comes to current romance in 12 is technically there are a couple of interactions between Ash and Balthier, which could be flirtatious, but also could just be Balthier being like, "Well, I'm the leading man. Of course, I have to be cool and suave."
No.
Ash is a widow, so like Ash is a widow and she's like 21, so like she's got shit going on, man.
Like an idiot.
And there is some interpretation that Vaughn and Penelo might have a thing because they're childhood friends, but that doesn't actually go anywhere in 12. It's not until they come back when they're older.
Anything of that.
It's
when
kind of
they're
it's the
older-
same thing about like it's kind of the same thing as it's 6 and 12. It's like
Actually,
okay, we need to deal with this first before we figure out anything else.
Right. I forgot. There's 12-2 and 12-3, isn't there?
No, there's no
Revenant
third 12, but they are cameos in FFTA2, which is another Ivalice game. In that game, Penelo basically plays the Fran role in Vaughn's setup as a sky pirate, where she is the older and wiser one who reigns in Vaughn when he's like, hey, wait a minute, this isekai kid isn't the protagonist, I'm the protagonist. And Penelo's like, Vaughn, you're definitely not the protagonist. This kid's hat is enormous. I don't think they actually have any romance in Revenant Wings. That one's weird. But they are both present.
Anyway.
I don't know if they actually get any flirting done.
Black
are
Vaults.
characters though who do that in Revenant Wings, because there's mysterious wing people who show up who I think there's a guy who's like an angel man who has a tragic romance with somebody, but I don't know. Anyway.
Anyway.
Black Vaults number
Yes.
2, number 3.
Yeah, number 3. Speaking of all our many army of black mages.
I have a question.
It's not just another
I wait till like have some of the cards are on deal, but I have a question about like some of these cards because it's like I know Sid from 3. I remember that dude. I played on the fucking.
We'll get to Sid eventually.
Oh, okay.
I think
coming
Rashaw
out.
is just doing me a solid and posting all of them ahead of time because that's in like 3. But also, I genuinely am like, I don't know how I'm gonna fit all of those on the screen.
Is Black
Do I just
Vaults the
post them over and over on top of each other after a little bit? Anyway, Black Bolt's number 3
Black
from
Bolt's
9.
Is he the
Black Red.
leader of like the Black Mage robots?
Well, no, he's not, because the leader is Kuja. But
Legendary
Okay,
creature,
he's
wizard,
higher
flying, death
up.
touch, a 2/2. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, Black Bolt's number 3 deals 2 damage to each opponent.
So he's
You
like a
play him in the
commander?
Black. You play him in the Black Wizard deck. I wouldn't do him
Yeah.
as commander. I'd probably play Kuja.
There's
he's
probably
the
room for
final.
in
He's
commander
a
format.
he's a winged black mage. He's trying to kidnap the princess you kidnapped because she told you to.
He's trying to do a real kidnapping.
Well, no, the princess finds out she's going to be kidnapped, so she hires someone to kidnap her. It's genius.
I mean, but so
so
this
about
guy is a
kidnapping.
little pricey. For the normal effects for like a 2/2 with flying and death touch, but he does have flying and death touch, which are very useful. And obviously, this is one of those things in the red black strat where you deal damage.
Yeah, this card is extremely solid. And he's actually really popular as a commander, which is weird to me. But
I mean, I guess it is for commanders. It's relatively cheap. It's only 4.
yeah, it's just so boring. So boring. If I saw someone bring this as their commander, I would think less of them.
Yeah, this is
Get
really
over it.
boring. Like I would see if they play in their deck, I wouldn't mind, but it's like not their commander.
It's just so boring.
I mean, there are
I-
probably funnier things, but this is you have to understand.
What
There's
was
a
Kuja?
general.
I had to fucking look up Kuja again.
We'll get to Kuja.
Okay, because maybe he's probably a better commander then.
Yes.
Yeah, the Choco, the Seeker of Paradise, a fucking tricolor.
Speaking of bird commanders,
Uh,
Yeah.
green, white, blue, bird, legendary bird, 3/5. Whenever one or more birds you control attack, look at that many cards on the top of your library. Put any of them into your hand. Then put any number of land cards from among them onto the battlefield. Tap. Put the rest in the graveyard. And then landfall. Whenever you can enter, whenever a land you control enters, Choco gets +1/+0.
Is this a reference to the bird you basically could use as your overworld mount in 9?
Yes, I would
Like
assume so.
mine,
It's
pretty
9.
sure. Yeah.
You say 9,
Yeah.
so it's 9. Choco. No, yeah, I think this works. Yeah, this covers all the bird colors.
yeah, this is the bird commander. This
Lets you
is
do
the
bird things, which is look at number of
also,
cards in your hand, put them in your hand, landfall.
It's a landfall. It's a fuck ton of landfall.
I mean, so this guy has green as his color. I'm pretty sure you might also play Tifa in this because while you do, you do only when birds attack. You do get to put
I
lands
don't
into
think-
play.
I don't think Tifa is good as not your commander in a commander deck because she's so hard to She's a build-around card.
God, mono green's boring though.
I mean, I guess it's a question of like, you're playing 100 singleton cards, or you're playing 99 in your deck anyway. You know, depending on what cards you have access to, you know, are you going to throw Tifa in there because you're playing green anyway?
I don't think Tifa is a fun commander. I think she's a strong commander.
Fair.
But this seems very, regardless of the Tifa question, this seems very good as a commander. Yeah, because this synergizes with birds, and we discussed before, what are the colors that birds normally are?
This is the main reason I wasn't impressed with Boko and Bard as a bird commander.
I mean, you do play, but you play Boko and Bards in this deck, though.
I mean, yes, but...
Yeah, no.
He's just a better leader.
Well, and also, I mean, talking about, yes, it is a main set card. I don't think you'd ever play this in a main set with 3 mana colors.
I've tried it before.
For a 3/5?
Fucking Scoot Storm. Oh, God, fucking Scoot Storm. I hate that guy.
Oh, yeah. Scoot Swarm, Scoot Mob, Rampaging Baloths,
it's very classic.
That's how I die to every green player in a fucking...
Land of the Dead. Or not Land of the Dead. What the fuck's it called?
Anyway.
Okay, alright. Here's what we're gonna do for Sid. I'm gonna start posting Sid arts, and just when, you know, when your favorite Sid comes up... No, I'm gonna stack them on top of each other. When your favorite Sid comes up, share them out. We're gonna start with the 14 one, because that's the default.
Fair. One of my favorite ones is the 16 one. I like Sidolphus a lot.
Sidolphus is very good.
Because of the commander precons, 14 Sid is the only one that has the full art, I think.
I also don't want to...
I should also say this, I feel like Sidolphus should have had different color. That's me.
I don't want to...
That's the Sids who are the Sids have the same colors.
Yeah, no, because spoiler, there's a certain Sid that does not make any sense with this ability. But
I have a question about certain Sids.
12 Sid. Why does 12 Sid give heroes support?
Wait, shouldn't 12 Sid be like red-black?
No, blue-black. Blue-black,
yeah,
100%.
He's tech. He's still Magitech. Human Artificer is correct.
No, Human Artificer is correct. It's just... No, yeah, Sid's in a... Which one?
13. Isn't he also an antagonist?
He looks evil as fuck, though. He looks evil as fuck.
He's not an antagonist. It's complicated.
He just looks like he's not helpful.
Antagonist might be the good word for him, but he's not a villain. If that makes any sense.
Fair enough. He's unhelpful.
He's just kind of a dick.
The 2 Sid, he's just a guy.
2 Sid is my favorite fit, by the way. I just want to say I fucking love his costume.
I mean, he has the fit that somebody in real life could pull off. Maybe not the like shoulder cloak or pauldrons, but like otherwise he's just chilling.
He looks like he looks like a guy I would see in like a Japanese D&D book.
I will say he looks much less cool than his normal design in 2, but he's still cool.
And then there's 3 Sid.
You know this guy? He's just a guy that he rents out his airship and wants it back, and then he upgrades and gives it back to you. He's just a cool dude. You like help him get back his wife and his workshop and all this stuff along the way, and just whatever. That's how it goes.
And the 4 Sid, who is some sort of lucha wrestler man.
I have a question about 4 Sid. What is he doing here? Like, what is he holding? Is he about to blow up?
I think he's about to blow himself up.
Like, what happens in 4 of Sid?
I can't remember.
He's doing a thing.
Because I think he's doing a big sacrifice move.
Or he could just be doing Justice Bomber.
He could be flying sky high Justice Bomb, yes.
You have Condom Man.
The 5 Sid.
Oh no, that's 5 Sid first, then Condom.
I don't know anything about 5 Sid, but he just looks like a dude that made you.
He just looks like an old dude.
He's like an alchemist, yeah. I don't remember what happens in 5.
I'm gonna be real, Omega. This might be a controversial opinion. 7 Sid is kind of one of my least favorite looks for Sid.
I mean, it's because he's just a guy.
He's also a
I like 7 Sid for what they do for him, but he is a character who's doing his thing.
I'm just saying his look.
Okay, is that to be like Terra in there, or is that to be Terra's mother?
That is Terra, yes.
Oh yeah.
This guy's doing evil science.
Yeah, because
but also he's wearing. This guy's literally wearing his pajamas.
No.
He's wearing a raincoat.
He's doing good science, I believe.
Like he's like the one good guy outside the entire Empire Science team. Like he's actually trying to help people. Like
I
he's the
think
reason. He's the other reason Celos
Why
like, I guess
is
was
he
read about.
dressed in his pajamas though? Like he's literally
Why
wearing
is
like
he in-
a
why is he
horseshoe
in a
print
condom
shirt.
suit? Because
playing a
everyone
president.
in the fucking Empire in 6 has the most over-the-top flamboyant fashion sense ever.
Yeah, they'll have like weird like they have like again it's like weird. It's like Arabic theater.
You either wear like milsec armor, like basic milsec grunt armor, or you are like the most silly-looking people possible.
I mean, comparatively, yes. Seven Sid has a very normal fit. He's a pilot. He's a World War II fighter pilot. That's it.
Yeah.
I was gonna give a shout out to 9 Sid. Fucking love 9 Sid. He's a mustache of power.
But first,
God,
is
is it
8
is
Sid,
it not
who's
Sid?
just
9 Sid's like
guy.
a fucking mess too, because isn't he like a fucking like cheating mess guy? He's like part
Sid
of so
is
much
usually
drama.
a mess.
Yeah. Fair.
I only have one of these arts, sadly.
Who is 8 Sid? Because like he seems like he used to do.
He's the headmaster.
Oh,
Yeah, he's the
that's a nice
headmaster
touch.
of
And
Seed.
I believe he's technically Adea's husband?
I think so. I can't remember.
Also, I
Sid
love
is usually
the.
married.
I just want to say I love the comparison from one game to the next. So this is Sid in 8, and we transition to Sid in 9.
I was Sid also married,
Mustache.
but Sid and 9, but he's married. But also he got turned to a frog for being a cheating bastard.
Mustache.
He has a great mustache.
10 Sid is another one of my least favorites.
I didn't
He's
know.
just kinda
I
boring.
didn't know Sid was in
Fair.
10. Honestly.
Yeah, he's not important either.
I
No,
feel
that's
like
true.
they included him just because they had to, because look at him, he's wearing an Alba jumpsuit and he's doing something with ancient technology.
I will say at least I think in 9 Sid actually matters, because he's a plot point for at least a few chunks of the game.
Also, I'll tell you how over the top it is. Do you want to know what Sid's name is in 6?
What?
Cid del Norte Marquez.
Oh, okay. He's a fucking cookie. That's the conquista store ass name.
Here's the 11
about
Sid.
11
I've never
Sid.
seen him, but he looks basically like the
He looks like Geralt. He looks like
Yeah,
the
the
guy that
Geralt
makes you your
role.
relic
That's
weapons.
what I'm
It looks like it
thinking
made you
too.
relic weapons.
but also that's another. It's a normal fit, but it works. Very iconic for Sid to just be like, look at me, look at my shoulders.
Yeah.
This
No,
guy is a
just to-
smith. He spends all day
say,
pounding metal.
to give you Sid, Sid is very much the in 6 is the very much the you didn't think to stop to do if you should, only that you could character.
He very much is
Because
because
technically everything is his fault.
He's researching espers, and he's how it led to Magitech stuff.
Me-
Well, no, he didn't
meanwhile-
realize that it-
Meanwhile, 12 Sid
12
is
Sid.
also the reason who did all the fault, but he is the one who's like muttering to himself because he's talking to a god ghost about, yes, the writ of history back in the hands of man. We will
Yeah.
seize
Is he-
destiny.
Is he the guy that makes the Empire's like war machines that are war crimes?
I don't know if he makes them directly, but yes, he is the head of their research lab where a lot of their Magitech weapons are, and he's also researching. He made manufactured, which is not a typo, manufactured nethicite, which is magical nukes. He made
So,
man-made magic nukes.
I feel like
So
that's
this is a very bad
yeah.
match for him, but he is Sid, so we're doing a thing.
Oh no. Yeah, Sid 12 from Sid is arguably the most evil Sid.
Yeah, because it's
He
like
is
I
a
remember,
straight-up villain.
It's at
Because I
least
remember
in
a bit
6.
of like I remember a bit in like because isn't like I remember playing the opening of 12 Omega, and there's just a fuck ton of these like air machine things that just like body snatching people, and it's like what the fuck are these things?
Yeah, no, I mean, there are non-Imperial airships, but the Imperials have the best airships, including they have their Remora
They're fucking
Skyfighters and stuff.
There's skyfighters and drones.
in
In
a
it.
falsy?
He looks evil. He just looks evil.
Yes. Well, no, he wants to overthrow the Falsey.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Okay, so he's like a separatist movement.
He's like, look, the moral of 13, especially 13-1, which is the game where he's the most active in, is kind of everyone is a dick and going about this the wrong way. Oh God.
So very like 2011.
He's very just like. No, I would argue Sid is worse than Hojo.
Okay, I will say this. For 15 Sid, they should have also shown Sydney in the background.
Because to me, Hojo didn't know the full extent of what he was doing.
Not the
you-
first time.
But Hojo
No,
doesn't
well-
care. If Hojo knew what he
No.
was doing, he wouldn't care. He would still keep going.
But Sid
So, I mean,
really
we're talking.
just
if we're talking about the virtue of causing the plot, Hojo was just in it for science. Yes, it was super unethical for him to experiment on his unborn son, but you are right that he didn't know what would happen about that. However, Dallas, every weird freak show monster that didn't literally fall off Genova's corpse in 7 is a Hojo brand Hojo product that he approved.
I understand that.
So
I'm not saying he's a good person. I just think Sid from 12 is a worse person.
He's more actively a problem.
These are degrees. They're both complete shit-heels. Don't get me wrong. One of them is
I'll say this at least. Sid.
Genocide.
Hojo is a greasy man who is also not afraid to commit genocide by proxy, because when you do your final boss fight, with him, he's on the gun because he's like, no, you can't shoot my boy Sephiroth. He's going to become God. Shut the fuck up. Go home. He's going to eat the whole planet. And you're like, yeah, that's going to be really cool. I can't wait to see what happens. Okay, anyway, I'm going to turn into a snake man now.
literally, don't turn into a snake. It never works well for you.
Whereas Sidolphus... Yeah, go ahead.
Is the Sidolphus in the Evil East raids in 14, is that the 12 Sid or the... Tactics Sid?
No, that's the Tactics Sid. Lightning Sid is a good guy from Tactics, who's not in this because he's from Tactics.
16 is actually Sidolphus in 16 a reference to that Sidolphus as well.
I think they just like the phrase Sidolphus because they've used it.
It's a nice name. It's a cool name.
That guy is the Tactics one. Is I believe like the Lightning Sid. So the 16 Sid probably is a reference to him because remember the 16 team is the 14 team. Is the 12 team, is the Tactics, etc. Is the Vagrant Story team.
Legacy.
Anyway, there's a lot of legacy of design.
God, 16 is still very Vagrant Story. Fucking hell.
This is another case where, like, on his technically the 16 Sid does do a little bit of stuff in his hideaway, but he is probably the worst match for this.
Yeah.
Actually, is there a standalone
I will
icon
say
remove?
I will say this. God. That would have to be a blue-red card. It'd have to be blue-red because I think that's how it works for Lightning.
Like Sid from 7, or sorry, Sid from 12, 13. Sorry, there's a lot of Sids.
A lot of Sids.
Sid from 13 is technically a villain, but he's also kind of like
a third party. He
was trying to do good, but he got outsmarted by the main villain.
He's doing a separate monster. He's doing a separatist thing.
13 is a. From what I remember of the plot structure of 13, 13's a weird game because there is an oppressive system you are rebelling against who are clearly bad, but also the thing that you're doing is vague and unexplained and therefore, like, also does cause harm.
You want to know a good comparison? Because my Fire Emblem brain thought about it. 13 is a lot like Radiant Dawn, where you're doing good things to overthrow an oppressive regime, but this bird on your shoulder is not a good person.
Yeah.
It's like it also doesn't help that like you're I'm thinking about Path of Radiance, where it's
also the main villain does have the power to turn people into mindless killing machines, which doesn't help.
Oh, he tortured all the animal people with weapons. Yes.
Well, no, he can turn people into literal like.
Yeah, Axe. I don't know if Axe actually knows Radiant Dawn. He said just now he's thinking about Path of Radiance. No, that guy's dead in Radiant Dawn.
No. Radiant Dawn, the main villain is everyone. The main villain is everyone. Everyone's an asshole.
It's just a big war. Yeah, I know.
Well, no. Technically, the main villain is the goddess of judgment.
It is
because she wakes up and sees everyone killing each other. Goes.
She's also like in pieces. It's the whole thing. She's also
we're doing it over.
She's like, fuck it, turning everybody to stone. I'm upset now.
Look, she thinks it's like, I'm gonna go to sleep for 1,000 years. If you guys don't solve war by then, I'm gonna do it all over again. That's literally what she does. Solve war, or I will do it over.
Oh, so that's where they got that plot point for Ruby
and her main like number 2 guy is Heron Lugus, who is just like, yeah, I'm super sad and depressed that we didn't solve war. I'm very sad. The world has made me sad. We're gonna wake her up and we're gonna start over.
Doesn't help that he's also like the dad and whatever. That doesn't matter.
There's a lot of complex family relationships because there's a lot of immortal people in
I'm of the opinion it's similar to it's similar to my opinion on Kefka and Sephiroth. While Kefka and Sephiroth are both evil, I think Kefka is worse because his entire point is to destroy everything. And that is the point of it. His entire thing is just mindless destruction and death.
It's complete and total nihilism.
Whereas,
I mean,
yes,
I'll say
Sephiroth
this
is
actually.
God. Man-God become.
I mean, I will actually say this. I do think that technically Hojo is a worse person than Sidolphus from 12. Because first of all, Hojo genetically engineering soldiers and Genova monsters has definitely killed a shitload of people. Maybe not as many people as Scarlet building war machines that shoot missiles, but he definitely, working for Shinra, kills a lot of people, often his own guys.
He also mutated a lot of people against their will.
Yes, he is a terrible, unethical scientist. I don't actually know if Sidolphus is unethical. But he does build war robots. The main thing is that technically what Sid is trying to... Well, no, it's not, actually. Okay,
they're the aggressors, right? Yes, right,
yeah, the Empire are the aggressors. There is another big... The Rosarian Empire is, like, way across the border. So, like, the Arcadians are responding to Rosarian aggression. Anyway, there's a lot of good metaphors in 12. But technically what Sidolphus Strand is trying to do in 12 is he literally gets contacted by Satan, by a rebel god, who is like... Hey, by the way, your world secretly run by gods in an ivory tower. You should fuck their shit up because they don't want you to control your own destiny. And he's like, guys, holy shit, you're right.
Wait. That's the same thing that happens to like Sid's dad in 14, where like the guy whispered into his head to just do meteor.
Well, no, he got tempered by Bahamut by staring to at the moon. Sid does everything in 12 of his own free will. Balthier does kind of seem to indicate that his mental health has gone down, but that could just be because he received a revelation about the nature of the world and got canonical confirmation that their universe is run by dick-ass gods.
I always took it more as the revelation of the truth broke him, more as opposed to like he's being mind controlled.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just I think the harm he was potentially causing is worse. Maybe I'm looking at it wrong because you're right. Like, from a
like I said, Hojo has a long, multi-decade career at Shinra where he is doing a lot of little harm all the time.
There's a lot. Listen,
that's
there's a lot.
true.
But like also, you are not wrong in that Sidolphus and the Arcadians' plan to build manufactured nethicite is they're trying to make enough of it high enough density that they are trying to artificially create the settings equivalent of nuclear weapons.
Yeah, like, he's trying to make magic nukes to destroy the like, fictional...
Well, he is not... Actually, I don't know if Sid himself ever actually says he's trying to kill God. It's more that he's just trying to develop mutually assured destruction because the power of the nethicite was previously only passed down to select humans chosen by the gods so that they could produce the history they wanted.
He's trying to make a weapon that'd be like, no gods, no masters anymore.
Yeah, except that he works... he works for a guy who is a master, yeah. Because Vayne is a... I mean, Vayne also has a whole backstory of why he's really fucked up because he, like, had to kill his own older brothers because Arcadian politics are super Roman and super backstabby.
I would say
but, like,
Sidolphus has more, like, justification.
He's more understandable than Vayne.
He is more understandable than Hojo, but I don't think that makes his evil less.
That's
no,
fair.
He's still a very bad guy.
But as a side note, I want to bring up, besides Sid's whole thing of like, because a reoccurring thing of Sid's, sometimes they always are like, formerly married or have a kid, or like their family life is a thing that causes actual like political intrigue problems for the setting. Like as Sin for 9
character, you know.
And then honestly in 15, I kind of wish Sid was in the background. I said this earlier, but like because it's the embodiment of Sid just as an engineer who's a dad.
No,
I feel like Sid should have been her own card just as a bit.
Sid in 16 is also a dad.
If we're going I agree, Zed. If we're going for creep factor, Hojo wins. That's not a competition.
Hojo is much more personally offensive.
He's 80% grease. That man is 80% grease.
Other than some of the like truly insane villains in Final Fantasy, he's like the worst person. Like,
also, Hojo does. You want to talk about like personal loss? Hojo is the character in, other than Scarlet and maybe President Shinra. Actually, no. I mean, Heidegger and Scarlet kind of go like a package deal. Literally, they have a boss fight together in the Proud Claude. But like, Hojo is the one who caused the most personal, direct harm to our team, because not only did he fuck over Vincent and fuck over Cloud later, but also by engineering Sephiroth, he like is responsible for Tifa being really fucked up, and like, you know, he's actively working against Aerith. Hojo killed Aerith's dad, Professor Gast, like, you know, and his experiments probably caused her mom to go to an early grave and shit. He captured Red 13. Like, Hojo is a very personal villain who also is fucking up the world. Sidolphus, like, you run into Sidolphus at his workshop, and like, Sid's like, oh, hey, Dad, you're fucking trying to fuck up history and build weapons? And he's like, my boy, you're back, the prodigal son. You don't understand, man. Do you understand that the world's fucked up? And Balthier's like, yeah, Dad, I do understand the world's fucked up. But also...
You don't need to escalate. You don't need to escalate it more.
But also Balthier hits him with a very personal, but hey, Dad, did you need to go and solve these problems? You couldn't, you know, come home once in a while? And Sidolphus is like, shit, he's not wrong. Laser beams. He turns into a boss fight and then pieces out.
It's like, I better fight, but I better kill my son than have a family conversation.
He's like, good point, son. Anyway.
Here's the thing. Sidolphus is arguably a worse dad than Hojo.
Honestly, Hojo is a very terrible father right at the start, and then is not a terrible father because he almost never bothers to do fatherly things to Sephiroth. But when Sephiroth is trying to destroy all of the, suck up the entire planet's soul, he's super supportive.
Let him do it.
He's a supportive father to an evil genocidal maniac.
And honestly, like Sephiroth finds it super funny that Hojo's his dad. Like, he actually chuckles about it during the Nibelheim flashback. I don't know what Hojo was like as a father before that. I can only assume that he was just like, he was probably like, all right, Sephi, eat your 12 meals a day. You've got to go big and strong. I expect great things from you.
I bought you like 5 extra boxes of shampoo, like you asked.
No, we'll get to some of the trillions.
Oh, you're going... Actually, no. I would believe that canonically Hojo was like, oh, my son, you're growing out your hair? Here's some shampoo. Like, he would be like, no, I think you look bitching with long hair, my boy.
See, here's the thing. Sid in 6 is basically Sidolphus if he didn't realize he was doing it and then immediately flipped sides. Wait, so the process of extracting espers kills them?
I thought we were... I thought we were making clean energy. I thought we were making clean energy.
I need to go to another room that's totally not the rebellion. Bye.
So Timeless Artificer Sid is white-blue, and its effect is that artifact creatures and heroes you control get +1/+1 for each Artificer. You control any Artificer in your graveyard. Your deck can have any number of Sids, and also they are cycling. You can pay white-blue to discard this card and draw a card, which hypothetically, if you were playing an Oops All Sid deck, where you're playing nothing but Sids and heroes and artifact creatures,
it's funny.
You can actually discard him because you'll just get another Sid.
It's kind of funny. In Limited, the line of text, you can have as many Sids as you want, doesn't matter.
No, because isn't this guy a rare?
Well, no, he's an uncommon, but that's true. That is true of every card in Limited.
Oh, okay. You're not limited by normal deck building rules.
You are not. Okay. Yes, you can break the floor limit for anything. Like, you don't generally have the opportunity to do so.
I mean, mostly I have a 1 card and it's a common, I guess.
But that is, I do at least appreciate that they have insulated against that, because there is a possibility.
They are clearly doing that for Constructed.
In MTG Arena, even when you draft, you get an achievement for bring 5 of the same card.
Yeah.
I also assume that your deck can contain rule also supersedes the Commander Singleton rule.
Yes, they're the only cards you can run more than one.
Because I've had person run like 6 or 8
because he's still
or
Sid is still a legendary
rat swarms.
Jesus, that's a lot of rat swarms. Sid is still a legendary creature, so you can't have more than one of him on the battlefield at once.
Yes.
But
I've seen
Yeah, a lot of
people run
controls.
50 Rasforms in a deck because they could do it. Because it
Well, yeah.
works.
Which
the whole point of the
I
Rats one.
personally think the funniest thing they could have done is to make him a non-legendary creature.
Yeah, but I also get what
But
they're going
have
for.
the text Sid can be your commander.
That
Would
also
he be a
would have been
good
cute,
commander?
but that might be a
I mean,
little
he's
too...
not a bad commander for Azorius.
I think he's an awful commander because he's a legendary, and you can't have it's a funny thing.
But you can't both hold the
I
same
think,
field.
like,
That sucks.
I
yeah.
think for an Artificer tribal deck, Sid is good.
I will say this.
But-
I feel like they should have made like Sid does not count as legendary to himself.
Well, that's the only thing that would count as legendary too.
I
But
mean, that's
regardless,
Well, I mean,
I don't
he would
actually think...
if to actually do that, you would need some kind of text where either he's not
Yeah.
legendary, but you can make him a commander, or he would need an ability that you can play multiples of him on the board.
Unfortunately, I think he is fairly bad as far as the run as many as you want cards go because he kills himself on enter.
Yeah, I mean, technically that does mean that, like, obviously that is still a gain of a +1 for heroes and artifact creatures, because that means you have both a
But
artificer sit on the board and artificer in your graveyard.
I'll say this. I think he has potential. Yeah. When I say bad as a commander, I mean only the Oops All Sids is bad as a commander. Like
him as
that,
a regular
just don't do
card's
that.
fine.
But I think if you built him as Artificer Tribal, because it does stack for every Artificer you control.
And hero. Yeah.
Hero is a no. It gives bonuses to heroes. The +1/+1
creatures,
stacks with Artificer.
Fair, and you'd probably play heroes and artifacts in your Artificer tribal deck anyway.
I
There are
don't
probably
think you
some
play many
hero
heroes because there's not a lot of heroes.
Artifact
You probably
creatures,
play the equipments.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna
because they're
say. Is
also
because
artifacts, but-
also artificers. Several of the artificers we've seen have things around equipment
Yeah.
as well.
Spoiler alert, Artificers generally interact with artifacts in Magic. That's just
No
a
shit.
thing.
So that would
'Cause-
mean
no
that you
duh.
could play the appropriate
So
the
I think as an
appropriate color of
Artificer
equipped
tribal
spells,
commander, he
you would
might
make hero
he might
tokens.
be good. Well, as a Sid commander, the Sid deck unfortunately is not real. In my
Nah,
opinion,
yeah, I don't think you would run Sid.
That's fair.
because he's legendary.
Yeah, artifact creatures.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So let's
Gotta wish
let's keep
Adolphus
moving. Let's talk about
Scion.
big bunguses. I mean, yeah,
Adolphus,
I don't believe there is
dominant
a
of Ramu would have been cool.
yeah. There's no. I asked this earlier and didn't get a response, but I believe it's correct. There's no transform remove right for
That's-
Sid. There's no
No,
Warden
I
of
also think it'd be a
Lightning.
blue red. It'd have to be a blue red card, which would be its own thing.
I mean, yeah,
I
but
just
let's
wish
hope
Nero-
they get a second.
I just wish Nero got a card.
That would
Nero
also
should
be
have
really
a card.
good.
Nero would be great, yeah.
Nero should get a card that is an artificer that synergizes with the Sid deck, but he's angry about it.
No, Nero should be blue-red.
Yeah.
He just should.
He's a fucking
So
brilliant engineer.
this is
Yeah.
another sub-theme, I think. There's going to be several of these back-to-back really fast. There are a lot of big, bad bunguses in multicolor that we
There
haven't
is,
already discussed. Because obviously there were several multicolor big bads in the commander-only decks that were kind of
Ah.
awkward.
Is next the Elder Twink?
We
Oh
are
my
Cloud
God,
of
I just
Darkness
noticed.
first.
I just
Oh,
noticed,
Cloud of
like, oh
Darkness,
my god,
right,
it's the party of 4, and I never made it far enough in 3 to get to the Cloud of Darkness.
I mean, this is not
No,
just
it's
not only is
awful.
this Cloud of Darkness's art, but this is also Cloud of Darkness in the facing of her pose as the final boss.
Yes. I hate this fucking boss fight.
I have heard it's not super great.
I never
very
liked
funny
any of
in
the
a
boss
raid.
fights in. I never really enjoyed any of the boss fights in 3 because they all
Well, the
just felt
problem
like
with
kind of
the
annoying and
last
tiring.
dungeon is in 3 is you can't save in it.
Oh,
So
if
Cloud
you
of
die, you
Darkness
restart.
is 5 mana, but she does specifically require both black and 2 greens. She is a legendary creature, just an avatar. Again, talking about how avatars are still big guys. This isn't transforming, but she is literally the embodiment of darkness. She is a flying 3/3, and she has Particle Beam. When Cloud of Darkness enters, target creature an opponent controls gets -X/-X for X the number of permanent cards in your graveyard. A little soft for like a final boss, considering her cost, but if you play her late enough, that can be a pretty spicy negation. That's
I
a
don't think
kill.
that- I don't think
Really-
that's not bad for 5 CMC.
She's also really good in limited.
Oh no, I
She's
bet
only
she's
5,
really good in
yeah.
limited because she's not
She's
really
super
good in the green
expensive.
black
Your games are
remove-
slower, and it's
And she's just a
-X/-X, so
removal
she's
spell pretty
removal, yeah.
much.
And she
And
is
she's flying,
still.
which
We
means
talked about
tapping,
this.
yeah.
Yeah, she's
And
still a flyer.
she's a
So
flyer. Like
A 3/3 flyer is not terrible.
no, I actually have much respect for Cloud of Darkness and Limited. Like as a commander, I think she's like
I don't
like,
think she's a
the
good
unco-
commander because she doesn't do a commander
the-
thing.
Also,
the
she's okay.
uncommon. The
Also, she's okay
uncommons
as
are
a-
very hit or miss for commanders. This is a miss.
I also think she's Avatar again.
I think you may play her in a commander deck that's black green maybe,
Play her in a
like 'cause
gold
she has
deck.
the whole number of permanents in your graveyard as she gets
I
stronger.
would probably put this in my Odrova deck, honestly.
But like I don't think she's a commander because I don't think.
Maybe.
Yes, she has an
Oh, well.
on-entry effect that technically commanders can recur, but like I don't think it's good enough to base a commander deck
Actually,
around.
no, she's too expensive for the payoff for me. I'm not.
Well, the thing with Amadrotha is you
I play
have stuff
you're
in-
playing a bunch of other stuff for it.
you have stuff in your graveyard, but you don't. It's weird. Muldrotha is a very
It's a whole-
specific deck
It's
type.
a very specific kind of thing. I have to like get better at it.
I like Muldrotha, but it's a hard deck, so I don't play
It is.
Uh,
All right, not for the
Jay
man.
is
Not for the man.
only
The sad,
Final
the sad,
Fantasy
sad
villain
man.
that has beaten Sephiroth in a popularity contest.
the
Good for
Elder
him.
Twink arrives.
He's not a twink.
He very much is. Have you seen
a
his
little
alt
bit.
art?
He's a little bit.
He's
of
a twink.
I mean, it's a little
If you
awkward
look
because
at
he's
this-
like 6 feet tall, but yeah.
He's just like he's just a
we
sad,
have
sad
not-
man.
And we have canonical
6'4".
evidence that this man. We have
I am
canonical
6'4",
evidence that this man
therefore
fucks.
he is a
This
twink
man
to
fucked a
me.
lot, actually.
This man fucks. We know this guy fucks.
Nah.
Emmett Silk. Also, I'm very much not surprised he beat Sephiroth in a popularity contest because he is just more attractive than Sephiroth.
He's also like he's also a fan favorite of 14.
Yeah,
He's
So
a fan favorite of me. I
Dallas,
haven't even seen
we've
him.
talked a lot about the morality of villains. Emmett Selk's very interesting because he's
also
tied
evil.
into the bigger plot of what's going on with 14, but he's one of those villains who's like, he's clearly a
It's funny,
bad
he's
guy.
Bad, but he's not like uber like.
It's orange and
Like,
blue for him because
Final
it's a different
Fantasy has
scale.
a habit of a lot of their villains are so over the top evil. It's kind of hilarious.
Well, he's
Emmett
And
Selk
he's not
is
that.
super over the top. He's super dramatic, but his actual
He's not
like
over the
evil
top.
motivations are they're more
Have you seen
understandable
this
than
man
many
dress?
villains.
Have you seen the way that this man dressed? Of course, he's over the top.
that's because he's also wearing Garlean regalia.
He's a patron of the theater.
Yes.
He is
No,
actually.
No, this
So
this
Emmett
man
Selk,
is.
the Unsundered, and then he flips to
I'll
be
say
Hades
this.
Sorcerer
This is one of the
Eld.
few times I really do not like his alt art.
I
no,
don't
you-
either.
Zed is completely correct. He is a twunk. He is not a twink. That is
The
correct.
the shading on his alt art is a little,
The
whereas
face-
like
the
the
face is what I mean.
dramatic shot is. Well, that's what I mean. The shading, like the color palette on his face is a little too smooth.
Well, I just love the normal art so much.
Yeah.
Especially
It's-
the,
can, we,
the-
can we go back to the normal art?
like the Hades side. I take or leave it or neither side.
I
I'm
think
not
either
a fan of either.
So
that
he's
much.
smiling in both of them. He's doing an evil smile in the base art. Speaking of the
I think it's just
Draco
the
and leather
cityscape and the
pantsification,
pose.
the
Yes,
Draco
no,
and leather
he's
pantsification
very-
of Emmett Selk. There are some people who will say Emmett Selk did nothing wrong. This is not correct.
That is not true.
No.
It's just
as the
he
kids say, this original art, this has aura. This man has.
Yes, no, he
He's
has
opposed-
much more aura. in
That's
this
what I was going to say.
It's
I
a very-
think the
very
person who
specific
drew
place.
the extended art was a little bit too big of a fan of Emmett Selk. They drew him just hot.
They drew him.
Was it too horny?
To me, it's just like his old art looks. He looks like he's sad but trying to smile, like kind of thing, like that kind of vibe.
So
I like
so-
the base art
Yeah.
because it's like I don't know. There's something about like cityscapes where he's just like
It's a very
No,
specific
it's
good.
city, Yeah, it's a very
Yeah.
specific city.
I have a feeling I know which city it is, even though I haven't been there.
You gotta wait. You gotta wait to get there. That's all I'm saying.
Get your Shadowbringers next year.
But yeah, no. Emmett Selk. Whenever Emmett Selk attacks, draw a card, discard the card. He has a vigilance, so he does not. He does
Doesn't
not tap.
And at the
he is a
beginning of your
2/4.
upkeep, if you have 14 or more cards in your
14 or more
graveyard, you
cards
transform him.
in your graveyard. Transform him into Hades, a sorcerer of Eld.
Who is
Don't
just
know what
also
that
just an
means.
avatar.
She's
You'll
just
figure
really
it out.
fucking old.
You'll figure it out. Eld is old.
But I will say, I just say this though. Him being blue black, he's so blue black it's not funny.
I will
Black
say
is very
this,
correct, yes.
Yeah. I love this card intensely. I've been playing the hell out of this in Standard.
So he's a 2/4 with vigilance for 3, which he's a 2/4. Yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to talk about like the way this ramps. So he's a 3 mana. He's a 2/4 with vigilance. So he's gonna not tap, and so you keep attacking to cycle your cards. Then at the beginning of upkeep, you have 14 in your graveyard. So you transform into Hades, which is a 6/6 with vigilance, and says during your turn, you can play cards from your graveyard.
Play cards from your graveyard.
That's also like
put into your graveyard from anywhere, including the graveyard that you played it from. Exile it instead. This is
basically by the time you transform, you can't do any more. Okay.
This is an existing card called Yawgmoth's Will, which is a very fun card that lets you pay life to play cards from your graveyard. This is technically better than that, but this is also really harder to set up. But I've been playing the hell out of it in Standard because he synergizes really well with the kind of like just demure mid-range shell.
I mean, like, isn't Blue Black's half of its thing like playing Shift in your grave and using it?
Not really. That's more Black-Green, but Blue Black is kind of there. Blue Black is like lot of the draw one, discard one. Very Blue Black.
That's a that's a blue thing. It's a blue thing of like Mind Surge. Right?
Very keen. But no, I've been enjoying him. He's not like a meta card, I would say, but he's like. I think the best way to describe him is because he goes so well in a shell that is already good, I would consider him to be an off-meta fun pick card, which is what I use him as.
It just hit me why Mega just hit me why it's 14 cards in the grave.
Yeah, because it's 14.
That's very...
Yeah, that's why.
Yeah. Also, that effect would be so broken if it was easier to do.
No, it's 14 for a reason. It's correct to be 14.
Once you get the Shadowbringers, once you like finish Shadowbringers, we will talk about this card.
Dallas, I'm so glad you appreciate this card because you're gonna appreciate it even more when you play it.
I'm fine with evil villains.
On Thunder Beams, it'll be funny. It'll be pretty fun.
I think he
speaking of characters that are evil with good motivation, the next one isn't that.
And now the Emperor of Palamecia? No, I don't think anybody likes that guy.
No.
Isn't that guy like super fucking evil?
There is an argument to be made that he is more evil than Kefka. There is an argument.
Okay, so...
Well, because Kefka just wants to destroy everything, either because...
The Emperor of Palamecia wants to subjugate everything.
What is this fucking D&D David Bowie thing I'm looking at?
Also, because... do you want to see his original art?
I mean, yeah, also he does. He is also a David Bowie type motherfucker, I'm pretty sure.
Also, correct me if I'm wrong. When this guy went to Hell and Heaven, it's because he got bored and killed himself so he could go there.
Yes, and then he killed God and Satan because he thought they were bored.
They became the Lord Master of Hell.
Yes.
And Heaven.
That is the one thing I wish. I wish his card was Lord Master of Heaven and Hell.
That would have been great, actually. Yeah.
So yeah, the final boss of 1 is Chaos itself. It just like very, very generic. Chaos can sometimes have deeper motivations, but the 1 in 1 is just well, technically there's a time loop thing with Garland where he gets
Stranger in Paradise like fleshes it out.
But like technically there's a thing where like it is also Garland does get caught in a time loop for a bunch of years and powers up, but he's also just trying to, unbalance the order of everything. And they explicitly add a aspect like in Dissidia where there is an embodiment of light who Chaos is against. I forget her name, but that's another very common trope in Final Fantasy. 2 is, like I said, I don't think anybody goes to bat for this guy because, like, Emperor of Palamecia is very classically lawful evil. He wants to control everything and fuck everything up.
In Dissidia, this bitch is the reason why Jekt is on the evil side.
No, the Emperor of Palamecia to me in Dissidia got the biggest glow up because he's just kind of ridiculous.
Like, look at this guy's outfit. Like, what the fuck am I looking at? Like, this guy knows he's evil.
The Emperor of Palamecia is just a funny character because, to put it bluntly, he didn't just die and then go to heaven and hell. He died somehow. It is not explained. It is not explained
at all. Fight him? You don't even kill him? Okay.
His soul in half. Half of it went to kill Satan, and the other half killed God.
I'm amazed, and he pulled it off.
Yes.
which is like insane to me.
And then 4 bozos beat his ass.
No. Furion and 3 other bozos.
Furion is
Well,
3
no.
friends.
Technically, all 4 of them have default names.
Yes, but Furion has like a modicum of character backstory.
Because Furion is the actual central guy, yes,
Yes.
they actually bothered to
He
give
has
him a little bit of
4
dialogue.
sentences of character backstory.
Yeah.
Which
So
is
yeah,
more
no,
than the rest.
technically Dallas is correct. Furion and his 3 unnamed friends beat this guy's ass.
Furion started the rebellion.
Because
so the Emperor of Palamecia is just red-blue.
Because he noticed, is like, hey guys, the Palamecian Empire is using demons. That's not good. Why are they
The
using
Emperor of
demons?
Palamecia is a human noble wizard.
Why are
You
they
can tap
opening
him
gates
to
to hell?
add? You can tap him to add a blue or a red. Spend this mana only to cast a non-creature spell. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if you spent 4 mana, put a 1/1 counter on the Emperor of Palamecia. If he has 3 or more 1/1 counters, transform him.
So I have to bring this up.
Yeah.
Dallas, I assume like if he also could use angels, I assume he'd also use angels. It's not just summon demons. I assume he'd also summon everything else if he just could. Does he just take everything?
I mean, we talk about this. There's a lot of iconic monsters that show up in 2.
Technically, he only summons demons because it's never explained why. When he split his souls in half, they both gain sentience. So they kind of don't agree with each other.
Oh, okay.
Supposedly, the Lord Master of Hell
before the game even starts. Is he technically split
is
himself
all
already?
of the no, it's halfway through the game
Oh, okay.
because you kill him technically.
Okay, and then when he dies, he splits himself.
You don't kill him. You basically beat the Empire, and then he's like depressed and sad, and he kills himself. Although they don't say that because 90s.
Early 90s, yeah.
But yeah. So Lord Emperor Palamecia is a mana dork.
Yep. He's a
From
mana dork,
non-creature
and then
spell.
if you pay 4 mana for a non-creature spell, he gets a 1/1 counter.
It's what you want to be
which
right
is
in a
pretty
fucking music
decent.
deck.
Because if
Which
he's
is
got
the
3
right
or more of the counters, he transforms into Lord Master of Hell, who is a 3/3 Demon Noble Wizard. But whenever the Lord Master of Hell attacks, it deals X damage to each opponent, where X is the number of non-creature, non-lands in your graveyard.
I should mention this. Maybe I'll mention this. Like blue-red is the Spellslinger deck. This guy is just a
Yep.
Spellslinger deck card. It's like you play this.
I would argue he's not really a Spellslinger deck card because you want a specific curve, so he's more of a Spell Matters deck than a Spellslinger deck.
More of like
When
majority
I think of
spells,
when I'm talking about Spellslinger, I'm talking about like you're casting like 1 or 2 mana spells.
Fair.
A lot,
The point you probably want, you
all the
probably spell a fuck ton of those. You're playing this in a commander deck.
You want those 4 mana spells for him. You want that 4 mana goodness. I'm considering building him as a commander because he
How many
seems
bombs
fun.
would you play? I mean, I guess you only could play 1 bomb, but I assume you'd probably play as many bombs you could in his deck to go, to do the scaling.
I mean, this is a card in Commander that's just like it, and it's just when he attacks, your opponent takes
it's
damage.
an attack trigger,
That's
not a damage
brutal
trigger.
as hell. This is a great way to win the game, which means your opponent's gonna have to do something about it.
Yeah, this is a commander who is also a finisher, which I love.
Well, also, his non-transform form, it's not great, but
He's
it
a
has
ramp.
it has an effect. Yeah, it ramps. Like
It's a 2 mana dork. It's not bad.
and then he himself gets stronger as well, because that's when you're casting your big bombs, he gets the counters you need to transform him. Yeah, it seems good. It's interesting to see like they're not commander locked, but it's interesting to see our giant multicolor guys who aren't being shoehorned into commander decks.
This is also a really good limited card.
I mean, he's only 2 mana. Yes, no. For a mana ramp, and he gets
if
bigger.
you flip that, it still does like 6 damage every time it attacks. In limited, that's 2 attacks, you're dead.
Nah, it's great. This guy seems great.
Here. I mean, it's minimum 3.
Yeah, but if you're playing blue-red, you're playing a lot of spells.
I mean, that's fair.
And you're drafting, so probably you may have picked up some stuff like Surveil and other shit.
The Hagen.
Yeah, you may have gotten some cards that do some graveyard stuff. No, this guy's
had
pretty
great
cool.
success with Emperor, the Palamecia.
I also love, by the way, this guy is canonically only known as the Emperor of Palamecia. Palamecia is probably a surname, but I don't think this guy has a first name.
I believe it's Mateus.
Yeah,
Oh,
his name is Mateus. Yes.
Emperor Matei is a
But that wasn't. I don't believe that was confirmed until like.
That was like way later.
No, it wasn't just It was like a art book by. Spoiler: the person that does the art for 2 is also the artist for 6. So I think it was like something in a prelude to 6 that was answered. Yes,
Pretty
it's Yoshitaka Amano.
Also, pretty sure technically by FFT, because a lot of the bad guys in T are supposed to be references to earlier ones, which is also in 12 why all of the summons are named. Almost all of the summons in 12 are named after big bads from previous games, because there's Mattias, the ice one. There is, I think it got localized as Exodus, but there is an X-Death who shoots meteors. There is Chaos. Chaos is wind element, by the way, in 12. It's very weird.
Wait, is there an If Itself in the fucking, of like the Seraphs in like 12?
Yes! Yes! There are some names in 12.
There's also Hypnodeus, isn't there?
Yeah, no, every one of the Convocation is the name of it. They don't appear on screen in 12, but all of the Scions of Light, except for Ultima, are listed in 12, and then got reused in 14.
Okay, that's funny to me. I remember that. It's still funny.
14 has a lot of 12 parallels.
I mean, yeah.
Also, speaking of, funnily enough, I'm pretty sure the Emperor and/or you do fight Diabolos, but it's not quite the same. But there is a raid to fight this guy, X-Death, the Void Warlock.
Oh, X-Death. You're such a fucking dork.
And then in the Savage version, he does transform into Neo X-Death, which is also the
guy in Dissidia.
Double secret boss.
I am X-Death. Welcome to Dawn.
I mean, I remember the like, Neo fucking Neo.
And I
forgot about the people boss of him. I forgot the people.
I do believe that this is another guy who, like, his goal is to return everything to nothingness, to reset the universe.
That's what I know is, like, that's more of after the Void ate him, and then he just became one of the Void.
He is a tree possessed by evil spirits.
I do want to say the art concept for Neo X-Death, super cool, where he's like this like tapestry of every, horrible bad creature.
And a lady.
Yeah, and there's a weird lady in there for
some
reason.
Avatar.
Yeah, he's a spirit avatar, and he's a spirit warlock.
Okay, oh my god.
Because he is an evil tree.
Cut it at 9.
Okay. We'll figure out where we are.
Okay.
Sorry.
It's all right. Well, then let's pick up the pace a little. Neo X-Death, or X-Death, is a
X-Death,
black-green.
When he enters, you gain 3 life.
You have 6 or more permanents in your graveyard. Transform him.
And he becomes a big bungus with trample.
Power equals the number of permanents. Yeah, he's not Superman expensive.
Shell. He's a bit better as a commander than Cloud of Darkness, but still not really there for me.
You play in a black-green deck, that's how it goes.
Yeah, he's just a good guy to play if you're playing black-green. And he gains you life, which is nice. The art is pretty sick. If we don't have any further, let's fucking run up to... I just mentioned him.
I don't know much about X-Death.
It's
I just know it's like
Garland.
Like I said, I hate fighting X-Death and Dissidia.
I hate X-Death.
I am pretty sure, based on what I understand, is that, yes, like, X-Death is just kind of a goofus. Like, 5 is actually, like, compared to how serious 4 is and how serious, again, they get in 6, I feel like 5 was just them kind of being like, okay, we need to take a breather.
5 is like not. 5 is like 9, except it doesn't have the, like, existential dread.
So, a way someone described 5 to me is, this is basically a goofy harm adventure.
Oh, it's a hammer horror event. It's a hammer horror. It's a fantasy hammer horror adventure.
Yeah, because
no,
it's the adventure parts and his harem of princesses.
Oh, horror adventure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no.
There are a lot of ladies. So Garland, Knight of Cornelia, black-red, human knight. When you cast a non-creature spell, surveil 1, look at the top card and put it in your graveyard. You can pay a lot of mana to return this guy from your graveyard transformed, activate only as a sorcery. And he has the quote, I, Garland, will knock you all down.
I find it infinitely funny that Chaos is just a 5-mana 5/5.
Yeah,
that's just hilarious to me.
I think about to say that, but it was
I feel like they could have done
It's
something
fine.
more creative with him.
The armor for Garland's cool. Also, isn't the Garland quote like a translation? I'll just kill you all, or something?
I mean, yes, no. I think he said I'll kill you all or I'll defeat you all, but they translated it as because it was Nintendo of America in the 90s. It was I, Garland, will knock you all down. But it's very iconic because he's like the first serious boss. He transforms, and then he transforms into specifically Chaos the Endless, who is just a legendary demon who is flying. And when he dies, he goes back to your library because technically Final Fantasy 1 is a time loop story. There's time travel involved. Chaos will keep coming back.
I find it really funny that because of this mistranslate, because that chose that line is how they define the entire character of Garland in Stranger of Paradise, where that guy is he's such a chode that he will say I'll knock you all down. Like he legitimately will say that shit.
But also,
I mean,
but that's
like
also the point in
yeah.
the. Like, here's the thing: it was FF1. Literally didn't have characterization. They had extremely limited dialogue. Like every character had at most of like 2 dialogue boxes.
The best way to describe Garland is kind of like, what if Guts was evil?
Yeah. His sword makes the Buster Sword look tiny.
I believe that is the direction they went with
very
Garland. Yeah,
neat
like in
sword.
Dissidia is like the only thing they had was big scary armor man. So like they make him kind of like stoic, serious.
Well, and also like the
Nightmare from Soul
the city already had like kind of an abundance of like, wahaha, this is my master planners.
Yeah.
So they're like,
no,
we need someone to just be the big brute strength man.
I'm just gonna kill you all.
I do believe that Garland still has kind of the Magikarp effect of like he also still is the guy who's fated to turn into chaos.
Yeah, and that's actually a conversation they end up having. So Garland in Dissidia is a battle nut. He does his characterization. This again is before Strangers of Paradise. Is that and motivation is that he just wants to fight forever, and that's why he creates the time loop with Chaos. Also, thank you, Zed. Chaos's counterpart is Cosmos, and they have a very interesting relationship with Sid, Final Fantasy 1, Sid the Lufane, and Shinryu.
But no, this card's kind of good. Like, it's decent. It's a 2-mana 3/2.
I think Chaos should have more than just be a flyer that returns, but like I guess it's.
I mean, he is the first boss, so he's not.
It's also an uncommon. They can't do that much with him.
I mean, it's fair. It should also cost like 7 to get him out.
But you can cast him from graveyard, so
yeah. It's after he dies, he turns into a
what
chaos for what he does.
I guess you play from grave, so yeah.
Anyway,
yeah, he loops back.
That's Garland. He's kind of decent. Don't run him as your commander. Why would you do that?
I know. That's against the point.
I would play him in a black deck at least.
Garnet, Princess of Alexandria. It's her. It's the lady.
It's the lady.
She's a green-white 2-mana 2/2 with lifelink, and also whenever she attacks, you can remove remove a lore counter from each of any number of sagas you control.
Damn.
Put a 1/1 counter on Garnet for each one.
One of my favorite things about 9 is how long it takes Zidane to realize she's the princess after she tells him she's the princess.
If I remember correctly, Zidane is kind of a doofus.
Zidane is canonically, in my opinion, the dumbest Final Fantasy protagonist.
He's also.
He is Luffy style, like no brain.
Can I talk about when Zidane goes to the other world and learns about who he is?
Probably not, because we only have like 20 minutes.
To bring what I mean, it's like Zidane's thing is like there's a weird mix of like he has like actual brain damage. I think
he is youthfully innocent as a thematic reason. Anyway, Garnet.
Isn't he also a perv?
I mean, everyone. He's
a monkey,
90s.
literal monkey boy.
Everyone was fucking horrible.
So, Garnet is another.
She's a
feels like a
2-2.
good. Yeah, that's pretty good with lifelink.
With lifelink, which is alright. And then whenever she attacks, you may remove a lore counter from each of any number of sagas you control.
What color was Titus?
Put a 1/1 counter on Garnet for each lore counter removed this way.
Titus blue green was he blue green white?
He is blue green white. I think she's better than Titus in a way as a commander.
No, I just like to put.
Well, she's cheaper, so you could
Well,
you could run it that way, but also
triggers-
you could run her as your commander.
She triggers on each saga.
Yeah, each saga you
So
control.
if you're running
So I guess,
multiple-
well, let's see. What are our well, obviously we just talked about all the green ones, which are good.
Fenrir,
Well, it's
Bahamut.
also there's also cards that are not from this set, obviously. That you can do. Some
And then the
pretty
whites are
shenanigan stuff
Chocomog,
with.
Primal Garuda, and maybe Knights of the Round.
Alexander.
Yeah, and
Like,
Alexander.
I
that's
think
true,
she
technically, 'cause that's
has.
a
I
reverse
think
side.
she has great
They're all solid.
potential.
And then she could also do it with Bahamut, Dion.
Also, Yojimbo. Remember that card?
Okay, but Jimbo, fuck, holy shit, yeah.
Where she can
Holy shit.
exile like a permanent every turn.
It's true. So yeah, this seems like a fun one to base a saga deck around.
Yeah, no, she is much a dedicated commander. Also, good King Mughal you can just have infinite Mughal floods.
Infinite Poogles.
Yeah. No, she seems good. And she is the summoner, so it's good.
She does get overshadowed by another one we'll probably talk about next week, because why? But I really like her.
Legendary creature, Dwarf Noble from 4. If you didn't realize that the dwarfs in Shadowbringers are all a reference to that as well.
Sid in 4 was also a dwarf.
Yeah, I think so, something like that. It was the 4-1 or it was the 3-1
Oh
or
god,
whatever.
Gion.
Anyway.
Okay,
Yeah,
that...
Gion.
Yeah.
He's a 1/1 for 2, but he has double strike, and whenever Giat or another dwarf enters, and whenever equipment you control enters, you may discard a card, and if you do, draw a card.
This card's very limited.
It's very dwarf tribal. It's like, okay.
I mean,
there's
no,
not
it's
a
an
lot of
equipment
options
deck.
for that, but yeah, it also works for equipment. It's like all the Chocobo cards that have an effect, which like when you do something with a bird or a land, you're gonna do the land thing way more often.
Yeah,
There are a couple of dwarf cards.
Tribal. And dwarf is an old type in Magic. They just don't reprint them often because, hey, you want to know what dwarves' main theme is?
Mining.
Land destruction.
Land destruction.
Oh god.
Yeah, because strip
So
mining, right? Yeah.
Wizards doesn't like printing those cards anymore.
Couldn't they do like Rand recursion dwarves?
Maybe. Anyway,
But, yeah.
Oh, there's other
Seems
cards we
right.
have to talk about too. I forgot. There's the starter deck cards.
Well, that's next time, I guess.
Yeah.
We got bogged down too much talking about Final Fantasies. We love to do that here.
I'm sorry for the hour of half we did.
It's fine. No, it's fine.
Like I said,
It's
the
fun.
streams are still doing very well. They aren't the later as we get later and later, they're not as popular, but they are still on the upper end for a fail portrayal. So it's not
Next
like
one
I'm
will
in
be the
a
last one.
precious.
It will be, yes.
And that may mean, Dallas, we get to talk about some more of the like reprint alt arts and stuff that you wanted.
Yeah, we should talk about the 16 ones if we can, because I think those are neat.
I don't mind talking about neat stuff. Gladiolus.
Oh, Gladio.
Gladiolus.
He's red and green, and also 4 mana. He is a human warrior, 6/6. When he enters, search the library for a land, put in your battlefield, tapped, and shuffle. And he has
You just
landfall.
landfall
Whenever
yourself. Okay.
whenever a land you control enters, another target creature you control gets 2/2 and trample.
Yeah.
Honestly, for 6,
So-
that's pretty good. Cause just get something else. We'd be
A fun thing. There are actually 2 of the boys that have that same first effect.
Oh, also, Ignis?
Is it
He
Ignis?
shares it with Ignis.
Makes
Like
sense.
gold.
Yeah,
Yes,
Ignis is
holy
look at the
shit.
top 6 of your library. I'm looking ahead a little.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I forget, is Gladiolus a glaive?
Uh,
I know
Yeah.
Ignis is a
he's
crown
part of the.
guard.
I think he was part of the Glaives.
He talks about guarding the king with your lives. That's the way it's always been. So I assume he's some kind of Kingsguard guy.
Yeah, because I know Ignis is Crown's guard.
Yeah, I don't think they're all. Like, Gladiolus is a decent card in Limited. Obviously, he's limited by the fact that his archetype is kind of booty. But
I always forgot he doesn't wear a shirt.
he's decent.
No,
As
he's
a
wearing a shirt. He's just
commander,
unbuttoned.
As a commander,
Okay,
he's
sorry.
kinda...
Okay, I took the shirt he's wearing as like a jacket, like a vest jacket, not actually as a shirt.
No,
kinda
it's a collared
okay.
shirt. He's just not buttoning.
Oh, okay.
I like how for once Dallas is trying to talk about magic and we're talking about Gladiolus' abs. No, I agree. No, he
I
doesn't.
have to not focus on the 15 characters too much, or else I'll get sidetracked.
He
Fair.
doesn't seem like he is a great standout commander because
No.
he's a little
He's just playing
expensive
on
and he does a variety of stuff. But this is
I think he
I think
makes
he's
out
good for.
better...
I think he's good for cost.
he makes out better than the other 15 boys, other than the leader, of course.
I think this is weird.
But
Noctis.
I think that allegedly red-green is supposed to be the landfall aggro strat. It's marketed that way.
He is
what
kind
you draft
of a
around,
signpost
so
card for that.
Yeah.
And he's decent. In limited, he's a little too expensive in my opinion. But it is what it is. He's not bad. He will usually, if your opponent can't answer him, he will usually push for game.
He's pretty biggest.
But yeah, who is next?
Golbez, the Crystal Collector.
One of my favorite villains.
Who doesn't have a transformer, has an alt art because of this.
I think
Golbez
is the best written character in Dissidia.
I think he's also one of the best written characters in Final Fantasy, personally.
I think Golbez. That's the thing. Golbez actually has
weird
writing.
about that. I feel weird about that, considering something else I can't talk about yet. But because Dallas is here.
If it's related to 14, it's irrelevant for Dissidia.
Why are there two Golbezes?
You grabbed the same art.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I'm zoning out. It's because you guys, it was the talking to me, and I'm like, I didn't realize that's not correct.
Double Golbez.
Why did that not grab? There we go.
This also has one of my favorite alt arts in the game.
No, the alt art is super sick.
God,
Yeah.
Golbez.
It's so misleading. It's hilarious.
I forgot.
Void
Golbez,
Dragon.
the fucking moon doing the moon uprising.
Yeah, no. Spoiler: Golbez isn't a villain.
Because doesn't he get stopped like 2/3 through the game, and then go fight the moon?
No, he betrays the Emperor because he's your brother. That's the point.
Oh, right. That's what they did.
He literally he does what Kefka does, except for good reasons, and also he doesn't.
Right, that's for the whole thing. Okay.
Golbez, Crystal Collector, Human Wizard. When an artifact you control enters, surveil 1. At the beginning of your end step, if you control 4 or more artifacts, turn target creature from your graveyard to your hand. Then, if you control 8 or more artifacts, each opponent loses life equal to that card's power, and he's a 1/4.
Yeah, I love this card.
I feel like you put that in the deck. You put that in the deck of Emmett Selk. Funny.
I mean, not really, because this is really wants you to be artifact focused, whereas Emmett Selk you can just be like I play Emmett Selk as a very mid-range control shell card, whereas this guy is like, no, he's artifacts all day, every day.
Can I also bring up? I find it weird. I believe this guy's human, considering the fucking size of him and his armor.
Dude, Final Fantasy humans are like, it's like One Piece humans. They're just their size is just irrelevant.
They're just different.
Whatever. Like Whitebeard is a normal human. He is not a giant.
I mean, I want to say
like
one of those things of like. This is basically, I feel like sometimes Final Fantasy like invented the scale rules that Dark Souls games go by, where like, sometimes those people are like god-descended people, but also no, sometimes Dark Souls is just like, humans just used to be 10 feet tall. Fuck you. Fuck you, shrimp.
Listen, this is a thing in Dark Souls too. Size, like an entire kingdom, conquer all the giants because size equals power. So they want to get power for ourselves.
So, like, sometimes I think Final Fantasy just goes with, this guy's just twice as tall as you. Deal with it.
Yeah. So, bringing this city up again, there's a shot in the opening where it's all the villains against a giant fire wall, and albeit some of them are floating, but it just stands out that Sephiroth is one of the shortest ones there.
He's the most normal human size.
Yeah, Sephiroth just is normal human height. He's tall, but he's like a guy.
I kind of feel bad for Sephiroth sometimes in Dissidia because he's so tiny compared to like everyone except for Kefka, and Kefka's a fucking floating gremlin imp in the on his like magic.
Even Sephiroth. I feel like Sephiroth would hate Kefka out of principle.
Sephiroth doesn't give a fuck.
Literally everyone hates Kefka.
Sephiroth just ignores Kefka.
I'm gonna assume, like, I don't know if they really get into it too much, but I have to assume in Dissidia, like, the villain team all hate each other's guts most of the time, just because they're all villains and they don't even get along.
Some of them get along. Like,
I think the enemy team.
Golbez's a Garland and Jet's like weird battle bromance is really funny.
They also go in the category of not that bad. The Cloud of Darkness and and Exdeath get along well. Also, because of the girls, Cloud of Darkness and Ultimecia get along.
Arguably, the Cloud of Dark, that one doesn't make any sense, but the Cloud of Darkness and Exdeath are kind of the same person.
They both have the same idea. They both have the same want. They both want the same thing.
The same person, because Exdeath has been taken over by the Void, which is the Cloud of Darkness.
Yeah,
yeah, he's just from different timelines.
Alright.
Is it weird that Golbez is like the least bad of all of them there?
No,
Golbez is also actually just a hero.
Also, I'm gonna say, Golbez isn't
same.
actually Golbez isn't even actually the actual final villain of that game.
Yeah, it's like the Moon Emperor at the end or something.
Yeah, it's Zero Miss.
Well, yeah,
Yeah,
but the thing is, like, because Golbez is the best written character in 4,
which is another.
They wanted to put him in because, like, cool. Oh, this is a funny
also,
one.
I also think Golbez is.
Guy.
I mean, I don't really hate. It's been literally years, so I don't hate Hope that much. But I did not like him when I played the game. Hope is a human wizard.
I don't like
with
Hope
a boomerang gun. He's white blue with a 2/2. He's got lifelink, and at the beginning of your end step, each opponent mills X cards or X the number of life you gain this turn.
Well, here's your
this guy is so sweet. This guy's so sweet as a commander.
Oh gosh.
It's so funny how like they gave this character who is mostly fan maligned one of the most cool cards in this set.
Oh, he gave the fucking blue. Oh my god, the Azorius Mill card. Holy shit.
Dude, you can do so much dumb things with Hope. It's ridiculous.
Oh my god.
This is the deck you put a water crystal in.
Oh my god, it's a lifelink mill deck. Holy fuck.
Yeah, it's a mill deck where your opponents can't kill you because you keep gaining life. It's so mean.
It's the perfect strategy. I mean, and I guess that works because like I feel like the designers at Wizards were like, okay, Hope needs a card. What'll it be? Well, it has to be something that is not bad, but is annoying.
Does Hope do anything of memories?
I think, well, 13-3 is complicated.
13 has a lot to do with memories. You could arguably get... no, 13-2 is the time loop one. 13-3 is just dumb.
There's stuff going on that's weird in there.
13-1 has a very straightforward story, and the other two games don't.
Also, I looked something up, and I found I learned something horrifying.
Let me actually grab Hope's
What did you learn?
art as well.
Golbez's real name is Theodore.
Yep.
Yeah,
okay.
Good. Also, chat brought this up.
Also, the sequel to 4.
Is that surprising from the parents that named Cecil?
No,
chat also brought this up.
Golbez was the name.
That Golbez is canonically 8'2" and Cecil is 6'3". So like Golbez is huge, but he's not like that huge.
It's also the armor is really bulky.
Yeah.
This is also
yeah.
As much as Hope is a character that I can't honestly remember how I felt about Hope, so I don't want to project a feeling I don't know. But God, this card is so sweet. My God, just
it's a card that I read and I'm instantly like, this has a home.
Yeah, this is a home. Like, this is one of those cards you read and like, oh no, this is gonna be a commander. And spoiler, he is the 11th most popular commander so far.
He seemed just
was
like
already with already 3,500 decks.
Damn.
Can you guess who the most popular commander is?
Emmett Silk.
Nope.
Lightning.
Emmett Silk's under Hope. Yep. VV.
Yeah, Vivi's making waves.
Vivi has over 1,000 decks. Over 10,000 decks.
Vivi's good.
Broken.
Vivi's real good.
Vivi is broken in Commander.
I guess we'll get to
honestly, here's the thing. I feel kind of bad for Vivi because I think he is too good for a casual commander and too bad for a CDH. Well, no. Yeah, Hope is a very good commander. And honestly, you can put him in any life gain deck as kind of a finisher if it has blue in it, which is kind of hilarious. He doesn't really go into any mill deck because not every mill deck life gains. That's a new thing.
He is a deck that turns life gain into mill.
Yeah, he's a win condition for a life gain,
which
deck.
is
other than just
how
Aetherflux Reservoir again.
How I feel like that's the card that I read and I'm like, that sounds like a commander is. This is a card that turns a strategy into a thing.
Yeah.
That wins.
Good. Thank you for the Jumbo Cactor Swords to Plowshare joke.
That's hilarious. No.
I want to end on Ignis because that means that when we rejoin, we start with Genova.
Oh,
Fair
yeah.
enough.
That's a
Here's
good
what I
one.
look forward to.
Actually, honestly, I want to cut off here because I definitely want Dallas to be out for this because the next 4 cards after Ignis, the starting at the J's, all good.
Yeah, no.
All good talking points. Genova, Joshua, Judge Gabranth. And then Kef.
Fuck yeah, sure, yeah, fucking hell yeah.
Sounds
del Palazzo.
Sounds like a great time to start.
Kuja and Lightning. Damn, that's stacked.
We're gonna have a fun time next time. Like I said, it's good to get there.
Ignis as a card because I find him absolutely fucking hilarious.
Also, this card says the phrase "I've come up with a new recipe" on it, so it's inherently funny.
Yes.
Also,
this card is.
I find Magic's mixed color cards to be some of the most fun cards they have.
Oh, 100%.
Well, I feel like it's because this is where they're designing card space that obviously multicolor leans towards Commander, but it means that they get to be a little looser with the they either get to be more loose or they get to be more focused with the design because obviously being multicolor means they go for a strat.
It's kind of fun. With Final Fantasy, it's a little more focused than some of the other sets because it is 2-colored mostly. Obviously there are some 3-colored cards, but the majority are 2 colors. So they have to be a little more careful with balance because 2 colors is a lot easier to play than 3 colors.
But also, I feel like
shit.
the multicolor cards gives them just enough flexibility and also is pinned in on the themes that you can actually make it work.
Flavor is king.
So Ignis, Scientia. Also, by the God, this is so funny. These guys have these names. I don't know why they decided to go all Latinate for 15, but it's we make fun of guys named things like Cecil and Theodore. This guy's name in Latin is just fire science.
So literally cooking. His name is Cooking.
Basically,
His name
is Cooking.
I love the Chocobros.
Also, I should also mention
when he enters, you look at the 6.
For Gomez, I think it's actually his name because I think the Theodore thing. I think I just hallucinated that. Never mind. I can't find it again.
Gladiolus's name, by the way, I think his name is just Sword Friend, Sword Buddy.
Yes.
Amicitia might be a little more specific in my grammar. I took 2 years of Latin, but it's a dead language, so.
So basically, that's the most tested Amora names ever, though.
You've got Sword Bro, you've got Cookman,
Octo Argentum.
Picture Man.
Dark Light.
Argentum is silver.
Don't forget Dark Light.
Yes, no.
Noctis is Dark Light.
Yeah, the Kylan part is Sky, so he's Dark Knight Sky.
Yes, Dark Knight Sky.
So basically, Sky Eclipse.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, Ignis has come up with a new recipe is the only thing we haven't really talked about yet, which is you get to pay basically his cost again and tap him, exile target card from a graveyard. If it was a creature, food token.
That is very blue-green code. That is blue-green food in a nutshell.
No, I
basically
love that
you harvest the dead body you killed, which is I thematically appreciate that. Okay, his name actually is Theodore Harvey. Okay, what the fuck?
Cook it up.
Cecil Harvey, I guess. Yeah, Cecil Harvey. Okay.
Yeah. Normal names.
Right, normal names for their time period, I guess.
Well, also, to be fair, Cecil did not realize he was his brother until he betrayed everyone.
Yeah,
so
because
I would assume Golbez is his real name, or he'd be
being most of the time.
He's wearing a helmet and he's like, I am Golbez.
Also, wasn't Cecil? Aren't they basically orphans? Picked up by the Emperor.
My name is Golbez. I have a dragon.
Also, Cecil's girlfriend was was kidnapped by Golbez the whole time.
Rosa?
I'm misremembering because I played the DS version of 4.
Alright, anything else on Ignis?
He's very good in Limited. He's okay. I think he's a good supporting card in Commander, but unfortunately, much like Prompto, he is not really fit to be his own commander.
No, this clearly is something you put in something else.
If you're in a blue-green food deck or something like that, which those do exist, the Mother Goose.
It also
I
does
imagine he is
land.
good in the Mother Goose.
It also lets you do
Yeah,
like
my friend's
land.
got one based on hobbits.
Yeah.
Oh, they're pretty fun, a Hobbit deck, actually.
Like you can do some stuff with him in the right deck, which I appreciate. Like he's not a bad card. He's just not a.
He requires.
He's not the star of. He's a
supporting
side
character.
dish.
He's a thing you put in, like, oh, that's a nice extra thing to put in a certain strategy I was doing already. He's support for an idea.
Next week, some heavy hitters.
Yeah, it's gonna be really
Including
interesting one.
Including my favorite character from a game I've never played.
God,
Or
that
my second
ultimate looks
favorite.
so fucking good. Holy shit! Like, that's amazing.
Oh no, actually it'd be my favorite because I've technically played 14, even though I haven't gotten it myself. I haven't played 16 at all. But I love me some Joshua.
Oh, that art's fucking god.
That's
Genova,
great.
So, the
that's
Genova
the thing I
altar-
will
I feel
say
like
is like
that's a card that might. I want to see the full art. I want to see the text gone. I want to see the full art here.
It
I
has
gotta
the
s-
second best. Yeah, it's up there.
the thing I gotta say is like Genova's such a cool concept. I'm so glad that they get to do more with it in the remake games to actually be like, yeah, no,
agree.
she's the fucking thing. She's the thing.
I do.
They keep
personally-
harvesting her cells, and she mutates
Like-
everything to be like her life
Like,
forms.
I do like the theory that came about because of Dirge of Cerberus.
What?
Oh, Genova is just another planet's Omega.
I could see that.
Oh yeah, no, because to explain what Kristite meant by that, in 7, Omega weapon is the planet's final weapon. It is supposed to absorb when the planet is in its ultimate distress. It is supposed to absorb all of the life stream, leave the dying husk of Gaia, and go find a new planet to transpose the life stream onto. It is the like life stream's last final resort. And the plot of Dirge of Cerberus is the Deep Ground boys are trying to artificially activate Omega.
because of course they still are.
Yeah.
Honestly, that makes
Also,
sense for
chaos.
Zelda.
By the way, chaos is canonically a weapon in Final Fantasy. Chaos weapon's purpose is to kill everything so it can go into the Omega weapon. It is the
That
planet's
feels
kill
kinda- okay.
everything button.
Oh, it's the Hades protocol. Okay.
Why didn't we just launch every Shinra employee into the fucking sun?
Because they own because they own all the spaceships.
I mean, the reason why we didn't do that to everybody is because there was one turncoat among them, and it was Reeve, and he was the only Shinra guy who tried to fix the planet after they blew it up, after they fucked it all up. So
Okay,
we
like-
needed
but like
people.
everyone but him.
I mean,
'Cause I'm
actually,
sorry.
Dallas, here's the
Wasn't he
thing.
right? Yeah.
Everybody else did die. President Shinra killed by Sephiroth. Scarlet and Heidegger blow up in the Proud Claude. Hojo killed his ass on top of the Sister Ray. Until they
again.
until they retconned that he was survived in Advent Children, everybody thought Diamond Weapon killed Rufus. Like, there was nobody left alive except for Reeve and the Shinra Executive Board, so basically Shinra disbanded, and we just needed all those guys to start repairing the world. And then also we activated the Deep Ground Protocol, which is there was double secrets Shinra underground.
I still think Deep
They were
Ground's
very
stupid,
bad.
but
They're
they-
very
but they
no,
also-
they are stupid.
But they also implied the remake games. They imply Deep Ground exists.
Sorry,
They don't imply it; they
Crisis
show
Core
it. It's
has-
canonical.
Crisis
Fuck.
Core has one of the stupidest storylines of any game spin-off I've ever played.
Which
Dirge
one?
Cerberus.
Or sorry, yeah, Dirge of Cerberus.
There's so
Crisis
much-
Core
it's just
also
very
is a little goofy, but Crisis Core mostly just feels like over-explaining why stuff happens.
It's a
they
very wide
over-explain
prequel.
why and they invent things that nobody asked for.
Omega,
Angeal
here's the
and
thing.
Genesis are necessary.
Crisis
I
Core
like the
feels
idea of Angeal and Genesis.
Crisis Core
Fair.
feels like okay fan fiction. Dirge of Cerberus feels like bad fan fiction.
That's
yeah.
fair.
Dirge of Cerberus was clearly the 7 team and Nomura were like, Vincent's really cool. Can we give Vincent his own game? He wasn't in Advent Children at all. Can we do that? And they're like, I guess we can try. I suspect that the Deep Ground stuff is absolutely coming up because it's a huge plot point in the Yuffie DLC is that Deep Ground exists. So I suspect that they are going to come back.
I hope they're
I
the
know
third
he's not-
game, just to have more things to do in the third game.
I know that most people don't like Genesis, but he's technically was taken by Deep Ground, so I want to see something.
I want to see him come back up. I want to see Gact again in the third game.
So I mean
What was
that's
the
so
three?
here's the thing to leave now we're fully out of the zone. So Crisis Core, I like NGL as a concept. The idea that like Zack had his own Zack, like he had a guy who like was his mentor in Soldier and set him up and all that stuff. Is like that's good. I also kind of like the idea that like Sephiroth had war buddies because he was also a huge war hero. Like the implication that he has coworkers and friends, and that I also love parts of Crisis Core that imply that the Shinra company and Soldier has always been full of fucking defectors, constantly realizing how much they suck and trying to leave and kill them all.
Honestly, I appreciate that, actually, because it's like, oh, they just killed everyone. Like,
hey, chat, if you don't know, this was in actually the first mobile game before Crisis, but even Avalanche is a fucking false flag. That's Shinra's fault. They invented Avalanche as a fake problem that became real.
Okay. Omega, hear me out. Hear me out. For the third Final Fantasy remake, that's the final one, right?
Yes, I believe they've said they're going to wrap it up in 3.
Okay, so DLC, Kadaj DLC.
Who? Wait, who?
One of the Advent Children guys. They could do it that way. I don't know for sure. I want to say this. So the thing Starlight said earlier is important to mention. Technically, Dirge of Cerberus ends with an after credits where Genesis / Gact shows up and like talks to the final bosses of Dirge, the Deep Ground guys, and is like, "Oh, your story's not done yet." It was done. It was definitely done. It was actually done because Dirge of Cerberus was awful. It was a commercial failure, and also Gact had a lot of issues with his image license.
Also, honestly, remember, Omega, remember. Hojo didn't die in 7.
Died in Dirge.
Hojo physically dies. Yes, Hojo physically dies, but but we forgot that he was sitting next to a computer terminal that was plugged into the Shinra intranet, which also contains souls. So he uploaded himself to the final boss of Dirge of Cerberus. That I actually like because it means that Vincent gets to kick the shit out of Hojo again.
That's true.
Honestly, I feel like the thing is like I feel like Hojo developed that just so he could do that himself, just in case.
I really hope because of the way the story's gonna resolve and they do like switching off with party members. I'm really hoping that the Sister Ray ends with just Vincent and Yuffie, who canonically stay in Midgar to evacuate people. No.
Go fight Deep Ground. Or Hojo.
They fight Hojo. Like, it's just a Vincent and Yuffie supporting because she's canonically there, and it's just a Vincent solo fight. Just beat his ass on the Sister Ray. It'll be the most metal shit. I really hope they don't redo the slapping minigame and instead Tifa and Scarlet just have an MMA fight.
Honestly, Tifa and Scarlet should actually have a fucking martial arts fight or something.
It was just really 90s of them to like have the girls slap.
They have too much respect for Tifa in the remake games, where I feel like she'd actually have to do an actual fight with
Also,
Scarlet.
Zed, you are correct. Vincent was in Advent Children, but he didn't do anything in Advent Children, really. Like Vincent's whole...
He did the most important thing. He stood there and looked cool.
Vincent looks really cool in Advent Children, and this was when he was still voiced by Steve Blum. Not that Matt Mercer is not going to do a great job as Vinny V, but
Matt Mercer has good range.
But the thing is that in Advent Children, Vincent is an object lesson to show Cloud that he is becoming Vincent Valentine, and his girlfriend is still alive, so he needs to stop that shit.
Can I say something? Yeah. Can I say a cursed voice acting fact?
Sure. We're wrapping up. I'm closing some tabs.
So, do you want to hear a clip of Matt Mercer singing as a femboy?
I'm good.
I'm all right. I don't need to do that. I know that he has range.
But he voiced. Oh no, he in a DLC in Fire Emblem. He does an entire song.
Which Fire Emblem?
I'm fine.
Fire Emblem Fates. He's Azura's kid.
I don't need to see it. I'm good.
I'm fine.
I pass hard.
No, it's really good.
Okay, I believe you, but I don't want to see it.
Post it in the chat. I'll watch it later.
I'll watch it when I feel like it. But like, where was I? But yes,
he does a duet with his dead mother in an alternate timeline.
Do you think Remake Cloud
wonder what the fuck we're talking
about? Do you think Remake Cloud at least will avoid trying to become like Vincent?
I mean, yes, but also I actually think that also Remake Cloud will have his character development be more. I don't want to say cleanly because it's going to be very messy, but yes, more directly stated at the end. Like technically,
there's also,
Cloud
you have the sequence in the wheelchair where he's all like mentally fucked up and stuff.
Cloud in Advent Children is regressing. That like it's been like 2 years, and like Tifa and him have been like living together and have like basically adopted a kid and also take care of Marlene because Barrett is driving around the world searching for oil, Cloud, barrels of it. That also will not be in. They're not going to remake Advent Children either, but like we're probably not going to have that as part of the remake trilogy because we've realized oil is also bad. Barrett's going to tell me about fucking clean coal.
What?
But no,
what?
You've never heard of clean coal? It's a myth. But
Okay.
Barrett is canonically a coal miner, so like it's very funny because Mako energy is a metaphor for how
Nuclear
energy
so, like,
is
for...
not even nuclear energy, just the energy is killing the
Hope they
planet.
change-
I'm weird because
Like, fossil-
I really hope they change that.
Fossil fuels are Mako energy is a metaphor for fossil fuels and climate change. It's just that the writers in the early 2000s didn't realize how bad that was going to stay being, so they made the alternative that Gaia goes back to, fossil fuels. Nuclear energy is actually not that scary.
It's not. It just has bad PR.
It got super demonized, much like how people. There's a lot of bullshit going on about, certain kinds of electric things. Now that Elon Musk isn't a tool, but also like, you can clearly see the split that's
Elon
happening
Musk
between him.
is a complete douchebag. He does not. That does not mean you can demonize electric cars. I just want to
There's a political split going on right now where shots are being taken against EVs, and that's not a political thing.
Fatalities due to nuclear. I just want to point this out, Omega. This should be easy. Fatalities due to nuclear energy in the last 100 years have been about 60,000. Fatalities due to coal mining in the last 100 years is
bad. It's got to be bad.
Over 20 million.
Yeah. No.
I'm real. Coal mining
is
bad.
extremely dangerous.
Coal and oil has been actually really bad. Like most nuclear things is actually we'd be able to like store all the material in like deep in the fucking firmament of the earth in safe places where it would just like wear off. It'll like die slowly.
It's all like propaganda bullshit, and also the Soviets did do a very bad fucky wucky once. And obviously, America had to be.
Fair,
we can't be as bad as the Soviets, but that was not the fault of nuclear power. That was the fault of.
Watch the documentaries on the Chernobyl disaster. They are only like half as insane as the real life story. It took a catastrophic Looney Tunes-esque failure of events for that to happen.
Different safety procedures break down just to happen.
Yes. Honestly, it's like if you ever wanted like an actual like maybe there is like predestination fate. The Chernobyl disaster was almost averted and then re-disasterified like 4 times.
I'm laughing because it sounds so horrifically like true.
But yeah,
life,
so like
Mako
is really Mako's clearly a metaphor, and I think that metaphor is much cleaner in the remake, where it is like technically you can include like there is stuff like Mako poisoning, but Mako poisoning could be anything. Like it could be you've got black lung from coal mining. Like it could be.
Also could be
anything.
microplastics in your blood, literally.
Yeah, because it's like a soul thing is Mako poisoning, and also Mako poisoning is also a false flag that Shinra Corporation spreads to keep the fact secret that soldiers and other people are being exposed to the thing. They're being exposed to alien cells.
It's literally like nuclear propaganda to hide the fact about the actual thing.
Anyway, I gotta go, guys. I'll see y'all next week.
But
one last thing. There's 7 is a really cool game that is like shockingly still. I mean, many of the Final Fantasies are shockingly still relevant. That's literally what like the creator of Tactics tweeted out that like, hey, my themes are still relevant.
Face suppression.
6 is so much more relevant now because like it was a response to like nihilism in the 90s. And oh, buddy, if you thought people were nihilistic in the 90s, holy shit.
I also I feel like I should mention one thing just before Dallas goes. I've been told this many times in my life that by a lot of weird people, but as the Chernobyl example, life is actually way stranger than fiction most of the time. It's because like life doesn't actually have to make sense. It just happens sometimes.
Reading
In fiction,
history
things have to
is
make sense usually.
hilarious.
Yeah, in fiction,
Like-
people get on your ass if you're not internally consistent. People in real life aren't internally consistent. It's crazy. But no, like what I was
No.
gonna say was you know, to round it out, to kind of put our pin in this. Some people often are like, oh, these, you know, cartoonish Final Fantasy villains who, you know, end up bumbling their way into trying to destroy the world because of their ego are unrealistic. Real people aren't like that.
Look at the U.S. right now.
Staring at the camera. Anyway, with that thought, we're going to go tonight. I got to go deliver packages and reunite the world, chat. Thank you very much for tuning in to Final Fantasy. I have to figure out a different name for this episode now. I have to retitle the stream and post because we didn't finish. I'm dying. Send help. Don't actually send help. Please watch the stream live.
Omega.
I'll put hopefully finishing.
Next week stream, the true final boss.
Yeah. The true ending. Thanks so much for tuning in, everybody. Please make sure to like, comment, and subscribe if you're enjoying watching us do this for fucking 5 hours of time every week. Also, go check out the Death Stranding streams I've been doing with Lucky. Those are also super long. Those are a lot more chill.
Omega, please do take both those name ideas. Both are great.
So, thanks everybody for tuning in. We'll see you next time. We'll be playing Final Fantasy 14 tomorrow. There'll be a new Moogle Tombstone event just started today, so we'll be, you know, doing random shit to grind stuff and have fun. And we will probably continue to talk about other nonsense. Thank you so much, everybody. Good night.